Good evening, everyone. We are going to call the City Commission meeting for Monday, April 19th, 2021 to order. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Vila Vasquez?
Present.
Commissioner King?
He's in the back.
He's here. He's here. He's on his way.
Commissioner McCool? Here. Commissioner Ramos?
Present.
Commissioner Sosa? Here. Vice Mayor Bradford?
Here.
Mayor Hersberg?
Here. And this evening, we are going to hand the meeting over to Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening, I'm going to ask for the invocation. If Nick can please help us with that out tonight and have the invocation. And after him, we will be doing the national anthem, and it's going to come from Jaeli Santos / Jaya, this young lady. I've known her as little. She's from Trinity, 6th grader, and I'm glad to see her up here again. Nick, if we could all rise, please.
You going to turn me on? There we go. Okay, cool. Bow your heads, please. Father, in Jesus' name, we praise you and thank you for this wonderful day you've given us here in the beautiful city of Deltona, Florida. And Father, we thank you for the privilege of being in this place tonight as well. We do now call you through your Holy Spirit to be here tonight for each one of us. Empower us, each one of us, oh God, to decrease that you would increase in every possible way. And these commissioners tonight, Father God, and Vice Mayor and Mayor, and all the city folks that are here tonight, and all this was going to be done here, we pray it'll be done neat and in order, and that, Father God, you would help them in their decision-making, guiding them through your Holy Spirit. Father God, you would give them insight and understanding and your wisdom to use it, not man's wisdom, because as you say, man's wisdom in its greatest form is as foolishness to you. So tonight, Father God, we call upon your wisdom to be with us here, that decisions made will be for the benefit of this community, of its people, and for all, Father God, here tonight. We're praising you and we're thanking you, Father God, for this privilege to be in this place and to bring all the business of the city of Deltona in here tonight, giving us such a great city commission and, oh God, and our city mayor and vice mayor. And we'll give all the glory to you, Father God, as you help us tonight to do your jobs for your glory and honor. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Commissioner King, if you help us by leading by the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That was amazing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we'll move on to item 4, approval of minutes to the agenda. We don't have any this evening. So we'll go on to item 5, presentations, awards, and reports. And the first is a proclamation for Power Talk 21 Day. Did you want to go ahead and read it, Liz, or do we have that here? And I am going to go ahead and pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Bradford, and I will be right back.
Whereas the City of Deltona recognizes the importance of parents talking with their teens about alcohol and other drugs in order to reduce the risks and dangers posed to teens and communities. And whereas high school students who use alcohol or other substances are 5 times more likely to drop out of school or believe good grades are not important. And whereas 27% of middle school students try alcohol before graduating from the 8th grade, significantly increasing the risk that they will develop alcohol problems later in life. And whereas teen alcohol use kills 4,300 people each year, more than all other illegal drugs combined. And whereas the majority of kids say their parents are their primary influence when it comes to decisions about drinking alcohol. And whereas Power Talk, started by Mothers Against Drug Driving, MADD, in 2011, is established to encourage parents and caregivers to embrace their important role in influencing America's youth and their decisions about drinking alcohol and using other drugs. And whereas in 2021, MAD encourages parents to use Power Talk as a part of the Power of Parents program to create a sustained and prolonged conversation about underage drinking and other drugs among middle school and high school students. And whereas to equip parents to talk with their teens about alcohol, MAD Central Florida invites all parents to go to www.madd.org/POWER of parents.org, powerofparents.org, for a free download of our Power of Parents handbook, giving parents the tools to effectively talk to their children about alcohol and other drugs to protect them. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, April 21st, 2021, as Power Talk 21 Day, and further urge all citizens to join in the local and national efforts to raise awareness of the importance of parents and teens talking together about alcohol to reduce the risks and danger posed to teens and community. Executed this 19th day of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to have a proclamation by the Honorable Commissioner Maritza Villa-Vasquez for National Brinkers Day. Do you guys happen to have that? Okay, thank you.
So I am reading this proclamation. This was a celebration for the first time last Tuesday for the Borinqueneers, which is a group of Puerto Ricans who served in many wars for the first time in the early 1900s, 1800s, and 1900s. Whereas the Army Appropriation Bill created in Congress on March 2nd, 1899, authorized the first body of Native troops in Puerto Rico, and whereas the Puerto Rico Provisional Regiment of Infantry was organized in 1901, and during World War I, the infantry defended the Panama Canal, and upon their return to Puerto Rico in 1990 was renamed the 65th Infantry Regiment. They were also given the nickname the Borinqueneers after the original Taino Indian name for Puerto Rico, Borinquen, and whereas in 1950, after arriving in Pusan, Korea, the 65th Infantry joined the United States 3rd Infantry Division and were amongst the first infantrymen to meet the enemy on the battlefields of Korea. And whereas the 65th Infantry bravely defended their regiment against the Chinese People Liberation Army, who had joined the war on the North Korean side, allowing the U.S. 1st Marine Division to retreat back to Hungnam, averting a potential catastrophic disaster. To this day, the U.S. Marine Corps holds a special affection for our Borinqueneer heroes and where the motto Semper Fidelis et Honor et was born, a Latin motto which translates to always faithful. And whereas the 65th Infantry was awarded 9 battle campaign awards for bravery, and over the span of World War I, World War II, and the Korean War, the 65th Infantry earned 10 Distinguished Service Crosses, 258 Silver Stars, more than 2,700 Purple Hearts, and many other individual awards. On June 10, 2014, they were awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, representing the highest expression of national appreciation for distinguished achievements and contributions. And whereas the 65th Infantry fought bravely as they loyally defended America against all enemies while facing discrimination, segregation, and unusual obstacles. And whereas on April 13th, which has been designated as National Borinqueneers Day, we seek to pay tribute and to honor all Borinquenere veterans for their service performed during a conflict known as the Forgotten War. In General Douglas MacArthur's words, the Puerto Ricans forming the ranks of the gallant 65th Infantry give daily proof on the battlefields of Korea and their courage, determination, and resolute will to victory. They are writing a brilliant record of heroism in the battle, and I am indeed proud to have them under my command. I wish that we can count on many more like them. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and commissioner of the city of Deltona, Florida, do here recognize April 13, 2021 as National Borinquenere Days, executed this 19th day of April 2021. And I would like to present this award to Narciso Villot, who is one of the Korean veterans. I met them 7 years ago. I met 7 of them, and I think there's only 2 left. I just want to add that Mr. Villot served with his brother, his brother. His brother never made it back.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I also want to, all of us up here want to congratulate you. You guys well deserved. For our next proclamation, it'll be for National Volunteer Appreciation Week, and that'll be from Commissioner Victor Ramos.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Proclamation. Whereas our community can inspire, equip, and mobilize people to take action that changes our city and the world we live in, and whereas volunteers can connect with local community service opportunities through numerous community service, government, civic, and education organizations, and whereas volunteers give countless hours of their time and talent working with youth, adults, and seniors, as well as persons of varying abilities, economic status, and ethnicity alike. And whereas Deltona residents serve immeasurable hours volunteering as board and community members by meeting regularly to assist the fire department, the Planning and Development Service Department, the Enforcement Service Department, Parks and Recreation Department, Economic Development, and the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. And whereas together, these dedicated volunteers have contributed to the nation's volunteer workforce of more than 64.5 million people by giving of their time, knowledge, and experience, all for the betterment of the life in Deltona. And whereas volunteers are vital to our future as a caring and productive city, now therefore we, the mayor and the city commissioners of the city of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of April 18 through the 24th, 2021 as National Volunteer Appreciation Week. In the city of Deltona, the city would like to express its sincere appreciation to all its volunteers and urge all citizens to follow their example by inspiring others in the community to volunteer in the venue of their choice. Executed this 19th day of April, 2021. Thank you.
And now we'll hand the meeting back over to our mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So then item D is the Volusia County Tax Collector update. Mr. Roberts, would you like to come and give us your presentation?
All right.
Pardon me, I can get this for you.
I got it.
Oh, you got it, great.
Yep. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me today. I enjoy coming to the city of Deltona and speaking. By the way, Volusia County's largest city. So on that note, my name is Will Roberts. I'm your Volusia County tax collector, and I'll get to more about that in a minute. But the reason I say your Volusia County tax collector is because the way my org chart is written, the top person on my org chart are the people of Volusia County. My number one concern are the people, the residents, the citizens, the taxpayers of Volusia County. All right. So in tonight's presentation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over a little bit about the tax collector's role, how our office is funded, how our office interfaces with the city, and some of my priorities for the next 3 years. So as the Volusia County tax collector, one of the main things that I do is I'm an agent for the state of Florida. And what that means is I work with different agencies to collect their fees and do their transactions for them. So for instance, we do a lot of tag and title right now. And that's a state service that we're providing for the Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. One of the main things that I do for the county itself and the cities and the taxing authorities and the levying authorities is I collect the property taxes and then distribute them back to the appropriate taxing authority, including the cities, the county, and all the levying authorities, which are the non-ad valorem, stormwater, garbage, all that. I also provide state motor vehicle services, which I mentioned are the tag and title services. How the tax collector office is funded. We are self-funded, meaning we get a bit of each transaction. We get the small amount of state mandated fee from each transaction. Whatever we have left over goes back to the county general fund. So what we're operating as is more of a business than a government entity, is what that means, is because by having each customer come in or go online and pay for the tag or title services, then we generate our own revenue, and whatever's left over, we give back to the county. The tax collector services that we provide, there is a lot of different things that we provide. One of the interesting things about this is when I took office in January 5th of 2021, which is established 2021, I'm the first elected tax collector in Volusia County in 50 years. So that means for over the past half century, the Volusia County Revenue Division was responsible for tax collection for this county. And per Florida statute, we are, as an elected tax collector, assume all the tax collection and tag and title services that are supposed to be taken over by us. So we are required by Florida statute to take over driver's licenses. So that's one of the things that we will be taking over hopefully within the next year, we'll be able to get all that taken care of. Now, we are working with the state on that. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And here's a list of some of the things that we currently provide in all 4 of our locations. So we collect property tax and tangible personal property tax, and what we're collecting there is all the taxing authority and non-ad valorem levying authorities, and then we distribute that back to them accordingly. So we bill, collect, and then distribute back. So in 2019, I personally oversaw the collection of nearly $680 million in property taxes. As I mentioned earlier, we are an agent of the state, and we're most notably known for our motor vehicle services, our tag and title, for motorized vehicles and vessels. We also handle the disabled parking permits, hunting and fishing license for Florida Wildlife and Conservation. And currently in DeLand, we're offering birth certificates. So we're working for the Florida Department of Health. So what we're offering right now is these new services and new services to come shortly. Driver's license and concealed weapons license. I'll get to that in a minute. But we're using the same number of employees, and we're adding employees, and we're trying to fill those employees that we had before I was elected. So we're trying to fill those voids with some of those that were held vacant. So we're just trying to add staff to be able to maintain the new services that we're offering. So, as I mentioned, coming soon to a tax collector office near you, we will be taking over the driver's license office hopefully soon. As I mentioned, we are working with the state on that, and sometimes working with the state means their process is a little bit longer than what it would take us to get done. So we are working on that. We are working with the state. We just actually had a little bit of something come up, and it is going to take a little bit longer to transition one of their offices out of the office that we'll be maintaining. But hopefully it won't take the 12 to 18 months they mentioned. And what this is going to do for us is it's going to increase our staff, but it's also going to increase our overhead and capital that we're responsible for. And if anybody knows anything about budgeting, personnel is always the most expensive. So concealed weapons licenses. We're excited about offering these services to Volusia County residents, which right now they have to go outside our county to get this service provided to them. And this is also a revenue generator. So we make money by every transaction, just like any other state service. We'll make money off, we'll generate revenue by providing this service. So right now in Flagler County, they have approximately 1,200 people, Volusia County residents, going to their county every month. So we're looking forward to being able to provide that service right here in Volusia County. So my office and what I believe in, we have 3 pillars in our office. Customer service is number 1, accuracy, education / transparency. I'm dedicated to excellent customer service, and for years, the public has not necessarily had a positive opinion of the office, specifically the tag and title services. I've heard the concerns and agree there is opportunities for improvement. But since I've took office, I've been working on troubleshooting these issues, and we're filling vacant positions to get staffed up where it needs to be. We're looking into our queuing system to decrease wait times, and we're promoting online services so that customers do not have to come into the office, and they can be COVID friendly. I'm also working on the convenience by co-locating services all in one location to keep citizens from having to travel from one location to another to get those services taken care of. So anybody that knows me knows that I insist on accuracy. It's important that the citizen who is paying the tax bill to know that it's going to the taxing authorities and that we receive their payments and get it to them in a timely manner. And education is also a very important part of my office. Our citizens not only need to know the deadlines for the taxes and the vehicle registrations, but they also need to know how they can save money by paying early or on installments and by avoiding any additional fees. So the other part of education is transparency. I want the public, I want our citizens, I want our residents and taxpayers to know where their money is being spent, how their money is being spent, and why their money is being spent. That's very important to myself. So I am very interested in educating the public. So here's my 3 priorities that we have underway. First of all is a Deltona office. The largest city in Volusia County does not currently have a tax collector office in the city to provide the residents, citizens, and taxpayers of the city of Deltona a location for one-stop shopping to where they can get all their property tax, tag and title needs, driver's license, concealed weapons license. So I'm currently working with the city of Deltona, the county of Volusia, to make sure that we find a good space that's efficient, economic, and we're trying to get that done by the end of this year is what we're trying to do. Now, of course, what this is going to do is create more expense, it's going to create more staff and more overhead, but it is well worth it to provide the best possible customer service that we can provide to the city of Deltona and their residents. Thank you. Yes, sir. Absolutely. So the second priority is that we're currently trying to co-locate our Orange City office. And what I mean by that is that, so we currently have a driver's license office off 1792, right there at the corner of 1792 and Saxon. And then we have our tag title office right there off Enterprise. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to combine those. So people have one stop that they can come, get their driver's license, pay their property tax, pay their tag and title. So we're trying to work on that. That's where we're working on the state, trying to get that taken over. We're looking forward to being able to provide that service we hope by the end of the year, at least by the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30th. So one of the things about that is that, driver's license is not necessarily a moneymaker. It's not. We're going to spend more money on staff and overhead than we're going to receive in revenue, and that's a state mandated fee of $6.25 for each driver's license. And we may spend an hour on a customer, and that $6.25 is not necessarily going to cover that hour of overhead, staff, and everything that we have to put into it. But I personally am more than willing to take on that responsibility because I'm sure that I can do it better than the state. Yeah. That's right. So the last priority is concealed weapons license. What I'm looking forward to here is that I don't want the residents, citizens, and taxpayers of Volusia County to travel out of county. They need a place here to get this done. We have been approved for 3 locations here in Volusia County: DeLand, Daytona Beach, and Orange City. And we are trying to get into land by the next 90 to 120 days. And again, we're working with the state, and their process takes a little longer than we would like, because we would have liked to have been in there within 60 to 90, but of course, they have 67 counties that they have to worry about, or actually only 65 at the moment. but their process takes a little bit longer. So further down the road, we're making plans to take over the South Daytona driver's license office, and we're looking forward to being able to provide that service there. We have a brand new New Smyrna Beach location. It's right behind the old location, and it has the same number of stations that it had in the old location. So unfortunately, with being able to provide more services, we're going to have to find a new location. So we're already in the process of looking for a new location in New Smyrna Beach. And along those lines, we're trying to provide more service. So in DeLand, we are going to have to find a place for our admin staff so we can make room to provide more service in our DeLand location. But we are still going to be in the DeLand TCK admin building, but we're looking forward to being able to provide those services in that location as well. So again, my name is Will Roberts. I'm your Volusia County tax collector, and I say your because that's who I work for. I work for the city of Deltona, its citizens. I work for the county of Volusia, its citizens, residents, and taxpayers. And thank you very much for having me today, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions? No, we're good. Thank you
All
very
right.
much for coming out tonight.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes that portion of our business meeting. Now we're going to go to item 6, ordinances and public hearings. Item 6A is a public hearing, ordinance number 06-2020, a rezoning request RZ 20-003 for a plus or minus 110.43 acre tract from County Prime Agriculture A1 to City of Deltona Residential Planned Unit Development, RPUD, at second and final reading. Mr. Paradise?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. Ron Paradise, City of Deltona Planning and Development Services. For the record, ordinance number 06-2020 is a request to rezone, as you said, 110.
Mr. Paradise?
Yes, ma'am.
You're just going to introduce this because I'm going to go to the city attorney. We need to go to her first for the quasi-judicial process.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were just going to come up and open
No,
it.
I thought, whoa. Okay. Madam Mayor, are you going to start off the quasi-judicial process, or did you want me to?
If you would like to go ahead and do it, or I can, it does not matter.
Why don't we do it the same way we did last time?
Okay.
So you started last
Okay.
time, I think.
So this evening, we have, our item 6A is a quasi-judicial hearing. So we have notice, and what we have done is sent out a letter for those people that are in standing. Those people who received a letter from the City of Deltona regarding this meeting shall note in their presentation of evidence that they have standing. We have a mailing list available to confirm who has standing. Ex parte communication. We'll have disclosure for each commissioner and the mayor, who, when, and what regarding discussion involving this case, and that will include site visits, emails, phone conversations, in-person meetings, and social media. Marcia?
Sure. Before the mayor goes through that process, I would like to ask anyone who plans to speak to please stand and raise your right hand. All right. Do you swear that, are we doing the lawyers again? Okay, all right. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
You want to go ahead and start the ex parte?
Yes, we're going to go ahead and start the disclosure for commissioners. We're going to go ahead and go alphabetically. So if we can go ahead and call the commissioners alphabetically for the disclosure of ex parte communication, please.
Commissioner Villa Vasquez.
Thank you. I did a drive-through the area. I met with a resident. I also read a meeting invite on Facebook.
Thank you, ma'am. And before we go any further, City Attorney, at the last at the last hearing was our first hearing for this item.
Yes, ma'am.
There were comments made that people said, since the last meeting, this is what I have done. We did not have a prior meeting. Last meeting was the first hearing on this particular item for this rezoning.
That's correct.
So what is the correct process for declaring ex parte communications?
Under the quasi-judicial, the commissioners would be asked to disclose any ex parte communications that they had with regards to this hearing, because this is your final hearing, and so you will have a final vote tonight. So all of that needs to be on the record under the city's rules, which is Article 2, Section 2. And also Florida statute. So that is the way we deal. We have a provision, and the state has a provision on how we deal with ex parte communications. So that means that every member of the board needs to provide their contacts dealing with the first hearing, and then any in the interim up to tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Commissioner, do you have any more to add to that?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner King, please.
Who, me? Well, let's see, I've had a meeting with some of the residents. I've been by the property. And I've received and read over 30 emails from residents concerned about this issue.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes, I have, on March 12th, was tagged in a post on Facebook, which I responded to. It tagged myself and other city and county officials. March 18th on Facebook, I posted an article regarding strong towns and the Ponzi scheme of growth on Facebook. March 18th, I posted an article regarding endangered manatees and growth. March 24th, I was tagged in an article regarding the DeLand Beacon article regarding growth. April 3rd, I shared an article written by a resident regarding this. On April 6th, I shared an article, RE Development in Osteen, written by a resident. On April 11th, and these are all on Facebook, I shared an article from the Daytona Beach News Journal regarding this development. On April 14th, I shared Daytona Beach News Journal article about the Osteen development. On April 15th, I shared a link to the Mark Bernier show regarding the Osteen development. On April 18th, I shared a meme of a Lorax regarding growth and the Osteen development. On Tuesday, March 23rd, I spoke with Wanda Van Dam regarding if I knew when the next meeting for the Osteen development was, and I stated that the date that I believed that it was. On Sunday, April 11th, I spoke with Wanda regarding an editorial in the Daytona Beach News Journal regarding this development, and confirmed that I did see the article. Sunday, April 11th, I spoke with Pat Northey about the editorial in the News Journal. Sunday, April 11th, I spoke with Linda White about the editorial in the News Journal. On 4/13, I spoke to Fred Lowry regarding the Osteen development, in which he shared that he would be at this meeting tonight. On Wednesday, April 14th, development was briefly mentioned in a meeting at City Hall with John Peters and another resident. I spoke to Fred Lowry via text, just stating that he would be here this morning. On 4/18, I spoke to the county chair, Jeff Brower, informing me that he would be at the 4/19 meeting. 4/19, I received a phone call from Ms. Carol Lawrence informing me that she would be attending this meeting. On Saturday, I had grits, eggs, and bacon at the Cocky Rooster Cafe with Pat Northey and Linda White. development came up, but not this project specifically. The printouts of all of my Facebook postings are here. I have been corrected by the city attorney regarding my ex parte communication. These are here for public, and I believe that wraps it up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Ramos, please.
I've received multiple emails and texts as well from Fred Lowry.
Commissioner Sosa?
Let's see, I've driven by the location several times. I visited the D Ranch and took a tour of the D Ranch. I had a conference call with Mr. Watts, Mr. Keith, and Mr. Sadiq regarding the rezoning. I've met in person with Ms. Van Dam and Ms. Ross. I've had several email communications from many residents. There's probably about 50 of them, starting with Ms. Nadler, Mr. Nieschultz, Ms. Northey, Mr. Burbank, Mr. Smith, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Lateo, Mr. Martinez, Ms. Louise, Mr. Craw, Mrs. Tucker, Mrs. Ball, Mrs. Ross, Ms. Van Dam, Mr. Finn, Ms. Vaughn, Mr. Finn, Ms. Trace, Jamie Goodrich, Ms. Shue, Ms. Snell, Ms. White, Mr. Bogman, Mr. Hutchins, Mr. Riggs, resident Yardrod, Mr. Foster, Ms. Dalby, Ms. Foster, Ms. Ballard, Mr. Bowman, Ms. Hoff, Mr. Tracy, Mr. Barber, Ms. Barber, Ms. Jessica, Mr. French, Mr. Lowry, Ms. Harper, Kaz Norwich, Christy Jefferson, Dennis Jefferson, Ms. Gallardo, Ms. Arnold, Ms. Forte, Mr. Hart, Mr. Robertson, Mrs. Robertson, Ms. Chastain, Mr. Snell, Mrs. Aho, and Mrs. Smith, and that's about it.
Vice Mayor Bradford? Vice Mayor Bradford, please.
Yes, since the last hearing, the secretary, Ms. Sandy, actually reached out to me, and I told her I was declining all meetings with applicants on both sides, and that I would be reviewing the information. I have received various emails. I'm guessing you guys are going to bring them into the meeting, okay, that can and will be read into if anybody needs them as a records request. I did receive a text message from Mr. Lowry. I also received a text message from Pat Norty, none of which I responded to. I did drive by the area on Saturday, did not stop. Today, I also spoke with a press, Mr. Springer, regarding the development as well.
Mayor Hertzberg.
Thank you. On March 15th, 2021, I received a phone call from Mr. Santiago. I declared this previously, asking if I had any questions regarding the development. I said no, I declined. Today, I received a text from also from Mr. Fred Lowry. I also have received requests to meet, which I respectfully declined for all sides. Those were done via email. And I also have received the multitude of emails, both pro and con, regarding this situation. I have forwarded all the emails that have come to my inbox up until the point of the CRA meeting this evening. Anything that I was not able to access from this evening on has not been forwarded. All of them were sent for the record to the acting city manager and the city clerks. They have all been put into the record, anything that I have received. That's it.
Mayor? Mayor?
Yes.
May I add the emails and text messages I received from different people?
Madam Clerk, I would also need to amend my statement to include the various emails that have been sent since the last hearing as well.
Madam Mayor, I'd just like to add 2 documents that we just received today here on the dais.
And all of these will be part of the public record. Okay. Okay, so we have gone through the ex parte communication adequately, Madam Attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, now back to Mr. Paradise. No, more? Anything
sorry.
else, Marcia?
Excuse me?
Anything else from your end? Okay, Mr. Paradise, yes.
Madam
Yes,
Mayor,
ma'am.
I apologize again. In flipping the page, I've also had communication with Mike Springer, reporter for Channel 9 News, and also from Ms. Katie Custera from the News Journal. And so I apologize, it was on another page.
And I also received inquiries from both of them, which I declined to comment on this issue. Okay, Mr. Paradise?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. Ron Paradise, City of Deltona Plan and Development Services. We'll try this again. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. Oh, I'm sorry. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. We got to do the quasi-judicial stuff. Ordinance 06-2020 is request to rezone 110.43 acres from from county prime agriculture to city residential plan unit development. Tonight is the second and final hearing on this ordinance. Since the first hearing on March 15th, 2021, there have been no changes to this material or otherwise that have occurred to the 189-unit project situated on the 110 acres that's located off Enterprise Osteen Road. There is one topic brought up during the March 15th meeting that I would like to provide some very brief insight on, and that topic relates to a planning concept known as urban sprawl. The matter of urban sprawl was broached during the planning phase for this property, which, if you all remember, was started up last summer and went into last fall of 2020. In any event, this topic of urban sprawl was brought up by Volusia County in the context of the planning decision that this commission approved to change the land use designation on this property to low-density residential. The county did make written comments. The city did respond to those comments. And what we did is we used a detailed analysis of urban sprawl indicators that are part of Florida statutes. The conclusion was city staff's response to the county was never challenged by Volusia County planning staff because there was an allowance of urban land use designation on the property that did not constitute urban sprawl. Again, to sum it up, and I'm not going to go through these indicators one by one, but the property developed with 189 units maximizes the use of proposed urban services, water, sewer, schools, directs development away from sensitive and hazardous areas, i.e. wetlands and floodplains. It's compatible with the existing and planned urban development in the area. More specifically, intensive Osteen development allocations afforded by the joint planning agreement. There are county urban future land use designations in the area. And there are existing dense developments such as the Cove Estates neighborhood. With all that being said, staff recommends the City Commission adopt ordinance number 06-2020 at second and final read with all the proposed changes to the development agreement. Again, nothing's changed since you all heard this in March. Subject or based on the following: there is adequate infrastructure to support the development, including roadways, school, and utility capacity. Environmental resources like wetlands, water bodies, and floodplains will be safeguarded. The preponderance of urban entitlements allocated to the area by the county and the city, including but not limited to the Osteen local plan. The rezoning is compatible with the envisioned urban development of the area. Significant buffers will be afforded to protect scenic vistas, adjacent agricultural uses, and abutting conservation land. And finally, the requested RPUD is consistent with the City of Deltona comprehensive plan. I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Paradise? Commissioner Sosa.
When we get into the traffic analysis, how many accidents have we had to these roads and their arteries going in and out of these roads off of Enterprise Ocean?
Ladies and gentlemen, the commissioner has asked a question, and Mr. Paradise is going to reply.
And just so I heard you clearly, you're asking how many traffic accidents have occurred in the area?
Yeah, let's say between Doyle Road, Sherrill Drive, Cortland, coming out of Enterprise Osteen on the 415, whether it's Enterprise Osteen, Reed Ellis. How many wrecks have we had in that area?
I don't know what time frame we're referring to.
Let's say in the last 2-3 years, because I don't know if I missed that in the TIA or not, or
I don't think it was explicitly printed as part of the TIA, looking at the number of accidents. Obviously, there's been a warrant for a signal at the intersection of Enterprise Osteen and 415, and I know there's been accidents there.
I mean, would it be safe to say that that should be part of the TIA to let us know how many accidents are in that area, especially when we've had our engineering company, the city's hired, that's told us that the road is substandard. It's 10 feet, should be 12 feet. It's substandard. Somebody sent me this here. This is a list.
Commissioner, we're asking questions. We're not filibustering.
I know. I would like an answer. Is what I would like. How many accidents have we had in the area?
Yeah, typically, these TIAs are an analysis of roadway capacity and roadway function. Obviously, safety is a part of that roadway function. The city's peer review consultant, Marlin Engineering, raised questions about the lane width of Enterprise Osteen. Again, it was just a balance here as to, do we change the rural character of the road and expand the road cross-section to accommodate larger lanes, or do we try and integrate this project and maintain the rural characteristics of the roadway itself?
Okay, so we don't have an answer as to how many accidents.
No, I do not have an answer, the exact number.
All right, well, let's move on to resources, natural resources, water. What is our consumptive use permit right now? How much room do we have to add all these extra houses in there?
We have enough room in our consumptive use permit, I believe, to support expected growth. They use the same projections and so forth till 2020. Is that correct?
John Peters. Our consumptive use permit is good for 20 years, well beyond 2040, and it's based on a population of 125,000 people.
Okay. Now, when I look at first responders, I was looking for something in here for first responders. I did see where it looks like Station 62, if I'm correct, is going to be responding to this area.
Yeah.
Is that the one right there on 415?
I believe it's the one off Fort Smith and Cortland.
Fort Smith and Cortland? Yeah. Okay. Now, with all the extra housing going into that, southeast corner of Deltona, I mean, we're looking at adding, if you include Fernandad Place, over 1,000 houses just in the short period of time. Do we have enough resources, or are we going to have to add resources to accommodate all this additional growth?
Right now, we've got resources to support this use. I think eventually, yes, the city will probably have to look at upgrading its fire resources just to accommodate the growth that is going to be coming to the city as a whole.
So with law enforcement, we contracted Volusia County. How many more LEOs are we going to have to put on to accommodate this extra growth in that area?
I don't know.
Okay, so, we do spend quite a bit with Volusia County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, we do.
And we're going to have to add that much more money to accommodate all these extra houses, is that correct?
I imagine that to accommodate, yes, we're going to have to improve fire and police services.
Do we have a forecasted estimate how much that's going to cost us?
Not at this point, no, sir.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner King?
Well, I have a follow-up question to what Commissioner Sosa said. The question about the traffic and the accidents was asked at the last meeting. I'm wondering why it is that we don't have an answer to that at this meeting. Because it was asked last meeting. We wanted to know how many accidents had happened out there. And here we are again, and we have the same answer. Well, we know there's one here or one over there, but we don't have an answer to how many accidents have really happened. Why is it that we don't have that answer?
We did not do the signal for analysis for the thoroughfares in that area. We did not have a good definition of a time frame for that. And we also did not have a radius. I mean, how far out do we want to look at for traffic accidents? Do we want to go on Lakeshore Drive? I'm not, like I said,
So you needed clarification from us in order to get the answer. So, okay, it's our fault. Okay, I got it. I got it now, it's our fault. I'm still concerned over the fact that this traffic study is 4 years old. I get it. We had COVID. People didn't want to go out and do a traffic study, so you accepted information from the county and from whoever this agency is that's 4 years old. I would suggest that we put this whole thing on hold until we have a new traffic study. What do you think, sir? I'd like to know what you think about that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your last.
The question is, what do you think about doing a new traffic study that would give us an accurate number for what's going on 4 years from the time that study was first done?
I don't think a new traffic study would be representative of the actual traffic in the area based on the COVID matter we're still dealing with.
Okay.
Ma'am, this is your first warning. One more and you'll be removed from the meeting. Sorry. One more and you're removed.
I'm sorry. Say again, please.
Yeah, I don't think the traffic would be representative of actual traffic conditions based on there still being less demand on the roadways because of the COVID.
Okay. So even though we've been opened in this state for a little while now, and we have a lot of people going back to work, and a lot of things are moving, progressing forward, you don't think that a current study would give us any different numbers than the study that we had 4 years ago?
I think it probably will, and the numbers would be less. There'd be more traffic capacity out there available to support, more growth.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Paradise at this point? Okay. Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Ron, has there been any changes at all on the developer side or the applicant side?
No,
with
ma'am.
With their plans on how many homes they're going to build, the buffers, anything changed at all since the last meeting?
Not since the March 15th, 2021. There's been no changes.
So everything has been at a standstill on their side, just waiting for this meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions from the commission, we will now go ahead and have a presentation from the applicant, the applicant's attorney, and if you have evidence presenters, and then after that, we'll go to commission questions for the applicant's attorney.
Good evening. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole. My address is 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening. I'm going to go through kind of an abbreviated version of the discussion that we had on first reading. You've raised a couple of points that I'll touch on with regard to some of the questions that you've raised, and then open up for any questions you might have in addition to that. But I also have with me this evening Keith Trace, who's a representative of the landowner, and also Dave Holden, who's the project engineer with Quigg Engineering out of Lakeland. As we mentioned, we're here on second reading. The property, I talked a bit about this at the last meeting as well, so I'll kind of go through this quickly. But property was originally annexed into the city in 2006. The last piece of it, which is the kind of rectangular piece here, was added into the city in 2019. In January, you adopted the low-density residential land use classification for the overall property. At that time, you also put a density cap in place, in part in recognition, that was actually one of the, Ron alluded to the comments that were received from Volusia County in respect to the initial applications and their discussion of the urban sprawl definition and rules. One of the things that came out of that discussion and the back and forth between our clients and the city and the county was actually putting in place a density cap as part of the land use that was adopted by the commission in January. So we have a density cap that limits density and recognizes that this piece is a transitional piece from the areas that are in the JPA, which I'll talk about in a minute, to the more rural areas and the conservation areas that are to the west and to the south. To put this in context, we've talked a lot. This property is not specifically included within the JPA footprint. The areas that are colored on this map are the portions of the city and the county that are within the Osteen JPA area. But if you look at kind of the general layout, and we'll talk about these specific areas in detail in a minute. This area here represents, kind of a future urban core, future high-density activity center planned within your comprehensive plan. And so, we think that the question here and the project being proposed here is an appropriate transitional use and transitional intensity as you leave those intense areas of the Osteen JPA and transition to the conservation lands and to the rural lands that are both to the south and to the west of the property. So you've got a star on the subject property here. We've talked about this before, but just to refresh your memory, the areas that are in pink, which include the eastern edge and the eastern boundary of the property that's in front of you this evening, is in the mixed-use village as part of the JPA. That means it's got a minimum density of 4 units an acre. We're required to have at least 4 units an acre in that area that's shaded pink in this plan. So again, the piece that's abutting to the property that's in front of you this evening has a minimum density of 4 units an acre. It's also required to have a mix of residential and commercial. So I think we've got I remember correctly, 70-30 mix of 70% residential, 30% commercial within that area. And then transitioning over to the east, you've got that orange and white striped area. That is the core. That's the Osteen Commercial Village. That is an even higher density from a residential standpoint, 8 units an acre is a minimum. And I think we estimated that the portion of the Osteen Commercial Village that's on our client's property over here to the east is required to have something like 500,000 square feet of commercial intensity on it. And so I think when you talk about preservation of the rural areas here, when you talk about how do you plan for and accommodate transitions between rural and conservation and more urban and intense areas, I think one of the reasons why this particular proposal is consistent with those tenets and is consistent with kind of providing those appropriate transitions is you have to look at it in the context of what you have planned and what is included in your comprehensive plan. You have a high intensity in this corridor. And then if you look at the area that surrounds, the radius coming out from that intense core area, look, for example, at all of the area that's in transitional residential here, the areas that are in urban residential. Each of those has a comprehensive plan designation and a density that is higher than the cap that we established for the property here when you adopted that land use classification back in January. So looking at this area in the context of a long-term plan that plans for this urban density and urban intensities, at the 415 and Doyle and Enterprise Osteen intersection areas, this fits within the context and provides that transition to the rural and conservation areas that are in the area. In fact, one of the things that your staff emphasized as we were going through the planning and made us, go back and redo our plan and redo the buffers and redo the intensities, and redo kind of the floodplain impacts and things of that nature was, how do you fit it into that context appropriately and provide for those transitions? So we removed all lots from the floodplains. That was something we know that has been an important aspect of our discussions with you on many other projects as well. Reduce the overall lot count, reduce the overall density down below the cap that was included in the land use amendment that you adopted in January. Increase the buffers along Enterprise Osteen Road from 25 feet to a combined total of 75 feet. That includes the dedication of 20 feet of right-of-way to the county, should they decide at some point in time that they want to expand that roadway. But again, our focus and our emphasis was preserve the character of the roadway. I mentioned at our last meeting a project over in DeBerry that's under construction now called Rivington, that is behind the Sunrail station. 700 units that are being constructed on about 200 acres of upland area within that property. And one of the things we emphasized was preserving the character of the roadway. It was on Fort Florida Road, 10-foot travel lanes, rural characteristics. And we tried to make sure to emphasize preservation of that type of roadway because it is a special roadway. We agree with that. And so we wanted to make sure to preserve that character moving forward. We increased the buffers along the southern edge. We actually eliminated a good number of the lots that were proposed in here and increased the minimum buffer, which is really only adjacent to about 11 lots down here, to a minimum of 50 feet from the D Ranch conservation lands to the south. So you have the wetlands being preserved in these corners, the lake area over here obviously being preserved, and then increasing those buffers to 50 feet along the southern boundary. We updated, speaking on the issue of traffic safety, when you look at our TIA, the segment analysis showed that there was sufficient capacity in all the segments throughout the study area. One of the points that did come up, and we know that from a warrant standpoint, a signal is warranted at the 415 intersection with Enterprise Osteen Road. And so the development agreement here, we added this provision at the direction of staff that before you can move forward with any of these homes being owner-occupied, the signal has to be there and functioning, Commissioner Sosa, specifically because of some of those safety concerns, specifically to address the warrants for that signal that are already there. We mentioned before, I'll just touch briefly, this will be a modern HOA-controlled development, so you do have amenities and other things that are controlled and managed by an association. We've also addressed things like parking and issues that we know we've talked with you all about before, and again, incorporated in international dark sky standards for the entire development. So again, wanting to look at this in context, we agree. There are rural areas adjacent to this. We agree that there are conservation areas adjacent to it. And so it's been important to listen to your staff and listen to the feedback we received with regard to how to appropriately plan for that transition. I think that if you were here looking at this in the middle of nowhere and you didn't have intense planning adjacent to it, some of those comments would be justified. But here, that's not the case. You have a JPA that provides for very intense land uses just immediately adjacent to this property to the east. And so it's appropriate to plan for transition from that intense area to the conservation and rural areas to the west and to the south. So with that, I'm happy to answer. Actually, before I get into questions, Commissioner King, you raised a couple of points about the TIA. I did want to just kind of address those briefly. The original study was done in October, I think submitted in October of 2018. It did go through peer review. We received comments from the cities. I think Marlin Engineering provided us with comments in March of 2020, and those were responded to. So I know that the original one is about 2.5 years old from when it was initially submitted. Part of that has taken place during the time of COVID, but our counts actually were from before COVID. So I think you have a representative sample in your study of what traffic was like prior to that point in time. We've applied the growth factors. We've adjusted according to how Marlin Engineering asked us to go back and look at the specific elements of that TIA. And I believe that your staff and Marlin Engineering all deemed the responses and the updates to be satisfactory with regard to the questions that were raised. Commissioner Sosa, you asked about the list of traffic accidents in the area. I will say that, since 2016, all TIAs in Volusia County or within the area governed by the River to Sea TPO follow a set criteria. And I don't think that one of those criteria is to provide a full list of those analysis. It does factor into things like the intersection analysis, which is why you saw staff go and insist that the signal at Enterprise Osteen Road and 415 be included as a requirement of the project, because we knew that that was the key safety issue that came up, I think, in the review and looking at the things in the area, and that signal warrant was already there without a way to fund it. And so we've agreed that will be something this project is required to fund up front before any of the homes are occupied. Last thing I wanted to touch on, hold on, there was one more thing. TIA, the safety, you had asked one more question. The increase in demands to things like law enforcement and fire. You have impact fees that are charged for each of those things, and those impact fees are based on the demands for new capacity that are created by each new residence that comes into the city. And so based on your policies, our clients and their predecessors or successors in title with regard to the lots on the property will be required to provide that funding as you've set them in your policies. So that, I think, with regard to providing additional capacity, the project is required to provide that funding according to the policies that you've set. So, correct. It's one-time charge, and then you have recurring revenues, obviously, from a tax-based standpoint. But impact fees are set based on a statistical analysis of the cost that each new unit has to the city or to the service that it applies to. So it is specifically, they are specifically designed to increase capacity to serve development and based on the impacts of development. So with that, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Watts? Let's see, Commissioner Sosa and then Commissioner McCool.
Okay. Well, as far as the additional fees with the impact fees, I know it's a one-time fee, but that's an answer that I don't expect you to answer. That's an answer I would expect our staff to have. What is the expected cost of all these developments going in, and is the impact fees going to be adequate to cover the initial impact of them? Right. As far as the traffic signal on 415 and Enterprise Osteen Road, that is needed. It's been needed for a long time, but that's an issue that the county needs to replace. So to me, that's more of a county issue as to something that should be put in here. How many houses per acre do you plan on putting in this development?
I believe it comes in at 2.3, right around in that area.
2.3 houses?
Plus or minus, yeah.
Okay. Now, with the 2.3 houses per acre, that includes utilizing the entire property, right? The lakes, the wetlands, the floodplain, or is that just for the buildable?
Your code defines net density. And
Correct.
so it's calculated based on the net density definition in your code. So things like existing water bodies, your code requires that you deduct any existing either natural or man-made water body, any existing rights-of-way, any existing easements like power line easements and things of that nature. Your code, says these are the things that have to be deducted when you're doing that analysis. And the density that's quoted in the staff report that the analysis is based on, that's shown in our plan, is all based on that definition that's in your code. And so there's roughly 110 acres. I believe the acreage for calculating the net density is about 81 acres.
About 81 acres.
Of that total. Now there's some wetland acreage and everything else. One of the things that you'll see if you look at the data sheet on our plan is that we have about 3 times the typical required open space in this project than in what your minimum requirements are. And that's because we have preserved all the wetland features. We've limited and preserved the floodplains. We've tried to kind of concentrate the residential density on areas that were upland areas. And so you see a lot more green space in this than the minimums required by your code.
So you are calculating some wetlands and floodplains into your 2.3?
As required, as allowed by your code.
As allowed, okay, that's all I wanted to know. Now, with that being said, since we are including, you know, in your calculation for 2.3 houses per acre, we're including some wetlands and some floodplains. 15 acres of this property are within the JPA, is that correct?
The majority of that, I believe, is in open water bodies, so it doesn't get counted
Okay,
into the
but
calculation.
if we're going to use that calculation for the houses, we got to use it for the JPA, correct? So in the JPA, that's supposed to be mixed use, correct? Which means commercial/residential. So out of that 15 acres, my math says that we need 14.5 acres of commercial. What are we going to do about that?
We're not developing any of it based on the JPA intensity because the majority of that is in open water body. I believe the area out of the open water body of the JPA is about 0.71 acres. Of that, I think about 0.4 acres is in floodplain. So there's roughly 0.31 acres, if I remember my look at the.
I think it was 0.71, yeah, something like that.
0.71 is the total, 0.4 is in floodplain, so 0.31 is in the upland areas, and I believe that's where the amenity center is being located. So we're
Okay.
not actually using any of the commercial densities or intensity because the majority of that wouldn't count towards that because it's open water body. So we're following your code.
Okay, so when we go for the mixed use, we can't count it because it's a water body, but if we're counting the houses per acre, we're going to use everything.
It's not
Pretty
being
much.
counted for that because it's open water body.
Yeah.
So it's part of what's netted out of our calculation.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner McCool?
Following up on that, I just had something that I wanted to clarify also. 15 acres of this is in the JPA, correct? And this was included in so this 15 acres would have been included in the ruling from the JPA eastern portion that we did, correct?
So the portion of the property, if you look here.
Let me back up,
Yep.
okay?
Do you have the larger map?
This 15 acres that we're talking about that is in the JPA belongs to belong to a greater portion of acreage that the county made the determination on when they turned down the plan for the east. Is that correct? Is this in the JPA or not?
No.
I'm asking if the 15 acres is in the JPA or not.
The 15 acres in the JPA, it's hard to see in this map, but if you look right here, this is roughly the property boundary. Do you see where my cursor is going here?
I understand.
Okay. So if you see where this pink area is,
I understand.
so everything from this point to the west is within the JPA.
So-
But since it's in the water, the majority of that is in the water with the exception of that 0.71
But I'm
acre
asking,
piece.
is it in the JPA?
It is.
So when the county ruled no on the project, the eastern project, that this was in the JPA, would that not, does that still make it allowable to be in this portion? If the county said no, and they said no to this project, and this was included in that project, how does that 15 acres now that's still in the JPA get transferred over to this development?
So this development doesn't rely on any portion of that 15 acres for density or intensity. The portion, again, that portion of the area that's in the JPA that's in
Then
this
why is it-
property
can I-
footprint.
Why is it like, I'm just asking, I'm trying to clarify, why is it included in here then?
It was included when the JPA boundary was determined by the city and the county. Our client didn't have any involvement in that other than owning the property that the government, that, the county and the city regulated. With regard to the decision that was made by the county council, it didn't look at the specific project proposed there or the specific project proposed here. It asked the question, should we change the area on the map from pink to the green color? And the reason for that request was because we were having a difficult time designing a project that had enough intensity to meet the minimum standard of the JPA. So what we've had to do because of that decision with the council, and because the council said, we want to look at this as a whole, we don't want to see piecemeal applications come through. That's what the county council, that's what their determination was. We've had to go back and actually look at how do we redesign the eastern portion to meet all of those minimum standards. So when what we sought to do was reduce the density on the property to the east that's in the JPA, and the county chose not to agree with doing that. And so we're redesigning that to increase the intensity to meet the requirements of the JPA. But that density and intensity, because it's open water, again, it's not included in your calculation of net density according to your code. And so it's not, we're not using that density and intensity as part of what's included on this side of the property. There's about 0.31 acres that is upland of that 15 acres. And that's, I believe, the location of our amenity center. I'm looking over at Dave Holden, our project engineer, for confirmation of that.
Okay.
But that's where the amenity center is located in the layout before you this evening.
All right. And I'm trying to understand also, this talks about the smaller lot sizes are requiring special design, dimensional standards and such. What is the special design part of these housing? Because if I go and read some more in staff report, it tells me that this is identical to Hickory, it'll have identical yard requirements as the Cortland Park, another development, RPUD. So I'm trying to find out what is significantly different about this following our comprehensive plan, where we ask for greener, standards, and when we ask for new design, when we talk about affordable housing. Can you tell me about that?
So if you look at the map that's attached to the development agreement that's in your package this evening, and I've got Dave Holden here, who is our project engineer, to speak to the specifics if you need to get into any more detail on it. One of the things that providing, again, if you go back to some of our prior conversations about the typical Deltona Lakes properties versus, kind of the trends for smaller and more clustered lots or smaller lot sizes in different areas. We talked in some of our prior cases about diversifying the housing that's available within Deltona by not just having everything be in a typical 80-foot Deltona Lakes lot, but providing some opportunities for different varying lot sizes. So here you have primarily 50 and 60-foot lots that are proposed within this property. One of the things here that's allowed us to do is, your code would require 27.61 acres of open space, for example. What's being provided is 72.47 acres. So one of the things we're able to do by staying out, by shrinking down and clustering where the housing is with smaller lots, is preserve more of the area that's in green space. Dave, you have a rough calculation. Let me introduce Dave Holden for a second. What's the rough calculation of the open space as a percentage on the overall property based on that net density calculation?
The percentage of open space, I want to say, is somewhere, sorry about that. The percentage of open space.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, Dave Holden, 6150 South Florida Avenue, Lakeland, Florida. So to go back to the percentage, we were talking about, there's about 110 acres total, and roughly 76 is left in open space. So you're around the 60 to 65% open space.
So that's, and that's compared to the standard under your land development regulations, which would be 25%.
Okay. My next question is, could you tell me how much the property was purchased for?
I don't have that information on me. I know that our clients have owned it for some 20 years. It was purchased as a part of a larger tract with the property on the east as well.
The average cost per house is going to be?
I think these are proposed as market rate housing, so somewhere in the probably mid twos, I would expect, based on where the market is currently.
Mid-twos to?
Mid-twos to mid-threes, I would say, is probably a range, but I would defer to the actual builder.
So there's probably, 50, based on the housing, $56 to $65 million right there, I guess, in investment there?
Your math's quicker than mine, but yeah, somewhere in that range.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner King?
Mr. Watts.
Yes, sir.
You're showing me the same map you showed me last time.
I'm told we're supposed to keep all our information consistent from one hearing to the next.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's my problem. You're showing me everything to the east of your star.
Mm-hmm.
It's all future land use, proposed. I like that map a little better because at least that shows what's more of what the general area really looks like.
Let's see. There.
We have to take into consideration the stuff that's to the south and the west. And I know you want us to focus on the future stuff that might be happening over on 415, but I drove over there, and there's nothing there. There's nothing there. So future could be, when exactly is that? That's like me asking the city, when do they propose to put sewer down Catalina or out Lake Helen Osteen Road so they can hook that Dollar General up out there? They have no plan. And I don't hear any plans, really, about doing anything over in that future area that you keep saying is consistent with what you want to do here. Here's another question. Does your client own any other property close to or adjacent to the property that you're talking about right now?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
They do.
I was wondering because I see on your map, on the west side there, a stub out, a road stub out. Does he own the property over on that side?
Does not.
Does not?
No.
Not yet?
Does not own that. Actually, the only reason the stub out is there is because it was something staff requested us to add to our plan because your code supports interconnectivity. And so we've added a road connection at that request, to respond to that request.
So
the road connection actually was not included on our original plan.
So I don't know, what that indicates to me is that it won't be long before everything south of those horse farms and that area to the west, they will be surrounded by development. And it starts with this development right here.
Yeah.
It starts right here.
So
if this goes through, the rest is coming, you can believe it.
So in response to, I think, your question there, our client would be happy to remove the roadway. That was something done at request of the city staff because it's consistent, with.
I understand that. That made me feel better because that way I wouldn't have to see it right now and know that it's coming.
And just to
But
clarify,
now we all know that.
just to clarify, Commissioner King, the property that our client does own is the rest of the property going back to State Road 415 that's in the JPA. And as I mentioned before, there was actually two applications that were submitted at the same time that this one was.
Yeah, that one's the one
other one is
above.
for the property that's to the east. And because of our discussions with the county, we're having to increase the intensity of that development. And it'll be coming back through soon. But we're having to do that so that it is consistent with your comprehensive plan, as staff has concluded this one is.
Okay. That's good. I'm good for now.
No.
Okay, did you have any evidence presenters?
I think we've
All
covered
done?
everything. The materials, I believe, that you have in front of you with the staff reports includes all of the analysis that we've worked with your staff on. I think that evidence, again, as your staff concluded, supports approval of the project. I appreciate your time. We'll reserve a few minutes to come back up and answer any other questions or provide some rebuttal comments to the comments that may come next. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we'll go ahead and move to the next presentation or next portion of this hearing is people with standing. And if you are a person with standing, we have a list of those people. If you are represented collectively by an attorney, if you have an attorney that would like to come forward and represent these people with standing.
Good evening. I'm
Good
going to
evening.
provide this to the clerk.
I just want to know how much time. Could you, for the record, I don't remember how much time he has to speak.
That was going to be my first question before I get into.
You have 15 minutes as the attorney if you're
Okay.
representing the people with standing. And then
I
you
am,
have
and
evidence presenters as
I
well.
also have, included in that 15 minutes, do I have to question my expert in that time, or can I
No,
question?
you have evidence presenters or experts. You have 4 minutes for each one of those.
Perfect, okay.
Just like the previous attorney.
And then last but not least, I wanted to provide some questions to Mr. Paradise before I get to their brief, but I'd like to get them on the record before I start my
Perfect.
presentation. Mr. Paradise, I just have a couple of questions for you. First of all, do you consider this development, if it's approved, to be a automobile-dependent development? Based on the circumstances right now, if it gets built, is it automobile-dependent? Yes. Okay, so it's not walkable. And do you agree that the CDP, your comprehensive development plan, says that it discourages urban sprawl? It does. Okay. But your testimony was that this isn't urban sprawl. That's correct. Do you know the statutory definition of urban sprawl?
I understand the 13 indicators articulated in Chapter 163.
Okay, well, one of those, the very first one, 163, 31, 64, 52, urban sprawl means a development pattern characterized by low density, automobile-dependent development. First one. That's what this is, correct?
It is not low density, it is automotive-dependent.
Okay. All right. Let me start by picking up on a few things before I get to the actual presentation. Is this how I use the PowerPoint now? Is this the device? Okay. It was mentioned by Mr. Watts from the podium that this is not in the floodplain. But we also know from the last two hearings, the one in P&Z and here, that we don't know that yet, do we? So that's a misstatement. We do not yet know because the floodplain map has not been finalized. Secondarily, if I ask the current zoning, it would be A1C for the county. And that would allow, on this property, that part that's developable, 34 units. So you're not jumping from 221 to 189, as the developer's attorney keeps saying. You're going from 34 to 189. And that's an important distinction. You're not coming down. You're definitely going up. It was also mentioned that this was a scenic drive, Enterprise Osteen Road. I've been on that scenic drive and many others, and one of the things that really screws up a scenic drive, people who ride your bumper. And when you add 189 homes out here, how much of the scenic part of that drive do you think people will actually enjoy? So with that said, I want to start this presentation, if I can, and then get to the experts, to cover this whole issue. I had provided to council, let's see, start slideshow from the beginning. Yeah, that's it. I had provided to council an answer through a memo to a couple of questions, so we didn't get bogged down in those today. I'm happy to answer questions about that memo if you choose at the end. But the bottom line is, one of the questions was about this development to the east. And it was pretty clear when you go back and actually listen to the transcript of the meeting that the reason they didn't approve the lower intensity or lower density request, or what you call it, down zone, is because they wanted to look at the entire area. Those were the words of almost to a human on that county council, what they were looking at. So don't be misled. It was because they wanted to look at the whole area. They specifically said, and I quoted in the memo, Mr. Johnson said that his biggest fear was what we would lose here is what we were actually trying to preserve, and that's the rural character of Osteen. So look at the comments from every one from Mr. Lowry right on down, and you'll see that the actual fact of the matter, that the denial of the lower density or the down zoning was because of trying to protect, not pave over, Osteen. I also attempted to answer the question about Cove Estates, real quickly on that one. Cove Estates was started to be a thing in 1968. Sometime in 1980, it became approved under the comp plan as a mobile home park, or the portion that we're talking about, the peninsula portion. And as far as we can determine, it's never been zoned for such. And so important for the citizens of Deltona and for you all to realize is you didn't become a city till 1995. You've never had an opportunity to weigh in on this particular appropriateness of that use in that location. So to use it as an excuse to say that this development is appropriate for the area, when none of the citizens of Deltona, none of its elected officials have ever had the opportunity to weigh in on its appropriateness for your area until now, is really unfair to the people who put you in office. Okay, so now there's a bunch of criterion for rezoning that we've been through before, and I'm just going to throw them up here. The ones that are most important, at least for our purposes today, are the ones that are covered in bold and underlined. The consistency with the comp plan, number one, because without that, it's game over. And this development proposal is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Also, it impacts the environment and natural resources. It impacts the economy of affected area for the very reasons that Mr. King pointed out. Once you allow this, it's just a matter of time before the rest. Horse farm, gone. Any other rural development, gone. For the simple reason of economics. Simple reason of economics. What will sell more? A 10-acre horse farm is a 10-acre horse farm, or 10-acre horse farm as something that can be turned into single-family homes at 4 per acre. It's not hard. And any changes in conditions affecting the area, obviously the floodplain is one of those. This is an environmentally sensitive area. It borders on all of the waters that you've seen in the pictures and that feed right into the St. Johns. If you care about those things, this is the time to say no. There it goes, okay. So the staff has provided you the evidence before I even got here, and that is in their report. It says the proposal to entitle the property for suburban densities is not compatible with surrounding development pattern. Full stop. That's the first requirement of your comp plan. It's because much of the lot sizes in the area are acreage-oriented lots, 1 acre or larger. At least 2 abutting parcels are engaged in bona fide commercial agriculture, and you know what those are. We'll show them you on the map if you don't. The property abuts conservation-oriented land, and the property does have environmental resources like floodplains and wetland areas. The additional reasons to deny are the inconsistency with the comp plan, and we're going to go through that in some detail and with the expert in just a moment. Your comp plan discourages urban sprawl. First definition of urban sprawl is automobile-dependent development. I read it right out of the statute. Mr. Paradise agreed with that. That's what the statute says. It's not walkable. He agreed with that also. Your comp plan requires that it ensures compatibility between existing and future land uses. And in the JPA portion, the city shall encourage compact mixed-use developments in appropriate locations in order to discourage urban sprawl. This is textbook sprawl. You heard me say it before. There's the definition. It's right there. It requires the extension of public facilities and services in an inefficient manner, failing to provide for clear separation between urban and rural areas. This drops an urban area in the smack dab in the middle of a rural area. Inconsistency with the comp plan. Intent of the Osteen local plan is to recognize and enhance urban opportunities for the area while protecting the rural and environmental characteristics that make up a significant portion of the Osteen area. At least no one has made the argument that that's not what the Osteen area is about. Your FLU, future land use, 3-1.5, incompatible land uses such as commercial and urban density shall be directed away from the rural estate area. FLU 3-2.1, to protect rural areas, infrastructure will be directed away from land within the Osteen planning area not designated or suitable for urban-type development. That's what you're supposed to do. Under FLU 1-716, applicants requesting amendments to the zoning or future land use map shall be evaluated with respect to consistency with the goals and objectives and policies and all elements and other timely issues of the comp plan, which, if approved, would satisfy a deficiency regarding, amongst other things, projected population or economic growth of the city. There's not a deficiency, and as you will hear if you haven't already, there's an oversupply based on already approved but unbuilt units in your city. You have an oversupply, no deficiency. You're supposed to maintain and or improve the ratio of non-residential lands to residential lands. This does not do that. It doesn't reduce, nor does it maintains, it reduces the amount of non-residential lands for sure, and it doesn't maintain the ratio. Nothing offered to you by the applicant has shown you how this is where we're making up. We're taking this over here, but here's what you get back. That's not happened. Support efforts to increase the provision of a viable mixture of land uses in a compact, walkable This is not walkable area that is accessible for the full range of feasible non-motorized and motorized transportation needs. This is not walkable or accessible to NMVs, which are non-motorized vehicles. It must be compatible with abutting and nearby land use. It's not compatible. Your staff report says so. It's the first option. Enhance or degrade environmental resources. It degrades the resources because the best way to preserve those resources is to leave them alone. Flu 1-9.1 for your residential. It's supposed to be encouraging areas, infill development, which is places that are already developed with an adequate existing infrastructure. This is not infill. It is a flood zone. It has to be compatible with the character of the area. And your staff has told you, it is factually supported that it is not compatible with the area. And that is because much of the lot sizes in the area acreage are acreage-oriented lots, 1 acre or larger. That is because at least 2 abutting parcels are engaged in bona fide commercial agriculture. And that is because the property abuts to the south, as you know, a 500-acre conservation-oriented piece of land. Your comp plan, the constitution of your land use, no less important to you than your charter, requires you to vote no. Vision Deltona is on your walls, I pointed out last night, and it's last time I was here, and it's right over there. And what it says, vision, this is 2026, it says, this is your vision, with an appreciation for your history and your location along the St. Johns River. We ensure a sustainable future through the careful stewardship of our resources. This application doesn't do those things. This is your chance to decide, and it's something that all of the officials that I represent say they want, and I'm going to presume it's what you would like. The opportunity to make a difference and make growth make sense. So you have to decide, do you want this, or do you want this? And that's all I've got, but I do want to present my expert.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Smith.
Introduce myself.
Yeah, you can take a few minutes. We're up here.
I can hardly walk and chew bubble gum, much less talk through a mask. My name is James N. Smith. I am a planning consultant. I've been in planning in Florida for 40 years. And I know you guys probably think that I must have started when I was 12, but actually I started while I was still in undergraduate school at South Florida, and then I went on from there to Florida State University, where I spent a year in graduate study at urban regional planning at Florida State.
All right, Mr. Smith, you've been a professional planner. You were the head of planning and development in Flagler County, is that correct?
I was Development Services Director for Flagler County.
As a professional planner, do you think that this proposed rezoning is consistent with all the criteria for approving a rezoning request the City Commission shall consider pursuant to Section 110-1101E of the Land Development Code?
No, I don't. I believe you've made a pretty good argument that at least 3 of those criteria, which is paren 1, consistency with all elements of the comp plan, paren 2, impact on the environment or natural resources, and paren 7, effect upon the use or value of the affected area. In essence, I agree with staff's reason for denying the rezoning per their staff report, because the request would be inconsistent with the objectives and policies of the comp plan, or as staff stated very well, to entitle the property for suburban densities is not compatible with the surrounding development pattern, and went on to say at least 2 abutting parcels are engaged in a bona fide commercial agricultural operation, and much of the lot size in the area, as stated before, are 1 acre or larger. And these statements by staff are supported in the following, which we mentioned: the comprehensive plan and the introduction, little b, little I, the objective flu 1-2 and policy flu 1-7.16 and policy FLU 1-9.1. I agree with staff comments that the request is not consistent with the criteria 2 above when they state in their staff report, the property abuts conservation-oriented land. And as they also stated, the property does have environmental resources like wetlands, floodplain areas, and wildlife habitats, etc. I also agree with staff's comment that the rezoning is not consistent with paren 7 above because the staff states that if the rezoning is denied, the area will remain unchanged, there will be less traffic in the area, and the rural state of mind in the vicinity will be reinforced.
So is it safe to say, as in your testimony as a certified planner, that the applicant has failed in its burden of proof for this rezoning?
Yes, in my opinion, the applicant fails on the 3 criteria we talked about above.
And as you've testified, the application for rezoning is inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan. If that's true, is the city required to deny the rezoning?
Yes, any development inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, that's why you have comprehensive plans, by the way, should not be approved.
Do you have any additional comments on the application for rezoning?
Well, I guess I was a little bit confused because the staff in one portion said that they are stated very clearly, and with the points I've reiterated, that the rezoning request is not consistent. And then further on in their reports, they said the rezoning request is consistent with the comp plan. And you can't have both. It's either one or the other. It's either consistent or not consistent, and I agree with their first opinion on that issue. We talked about the stub out road. I don't think it's a big consolation if the applicant decides not to put that in there.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I had 4 or 5 minutes left on my time. Can I give that to him, or am I?
No. Marcia, excuse me. Public participation will be coming up shortly. City Attorney?
I mean, it's up to the board. I mean, I don't see any problem in letting Mr. Shepherd give him his time.
Commissioners, if you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Yes, sir.
3 is plenty.
Should.
And I probably had 4 or 5, but 3 is plenty.
As the future land use designation was changed, that kind of paved the way to the rezoning that we are now. But basically, if you look in your land development code, there are 8 different classifications that could have been used to be compatible with the LDR designation. And this is the most intense of all. And that's why I don't quite understand when the staff says it's inconsistent and not consistent, how they got to that point, because it is not consistent with the plan. I think when you look at that MUV, at the last hearing, there was discussion about the MUV zoning to the east. There was discussion about the Cove Estates to the south. And at that point, I was like dumbfounded, and I'm still dumbfounded because I don't think those projects have any relationship whatsoever to the issue of compatibility as far as this project is concerned. Both of them are much different. I'll give you an example on the MUV. If you took a 20-acre project that had 20-acre project that had 4 units per acre as the density, you would end up with 40 units, or I'm sorry, you would end up with, I'm going crazy now. You would end up with 40 units on that property, but it's difficult. Let's look at an example. Parcel size 20 acres, no surface or waters or wetlands. Allowable gross density, 4 dwelling units per acre. Total allowable units, 80. Scenario 2, under the MUV. Under the MUV, parcel sizes, again, we'll use 20 acres. 5 acres are surface waters, so they don't count. 5 acres are wetlands. So at the allowable density, it's 10 acres or 40 units, plus 1/2 a unit credit for the wetlands. So the total allowable is 41. So you've gone, in that MUV, you don't know what's going to happen there, because if you go by the criteria that's established in the OLP, you're not going to get 80 units, you're going to get 41 on the, if it's a 20-acre tract. That's about all I can say on that.
I'm here to answer your questions.
Okay, Commissioners, do you have any questions? Vice Mayor Bradford?
Yeah, you guys are referring to the 2 abutting properties being engaged in agriculture. What are they engaged in according to, that classifies them, other than just, hey, I want to change zoning? What state or federal classifies them as the agriculture? What are they engaged in?
Well, in terms of what is their operation, the one, and I don't know if I can get the slide back up there or not. I'm not sure whether I can or not. But at any rate, the one that I showed you last time, which is to the east, I believe it's the northeast, is a horse farm. I actually been to that one. And I don't know what the other, staff actually put in that there are 2, and I'm not sure what the other one does. I know the horse farm for sure, but perhaps Mr. Paradise can answer that question, because it's his staff report that said there are 2.
The other one, besides the 10-acre horse farm, is the property that's located just to the west of this property where the stub out is, and it's engaged, I believe, in native pasture.
In what?
Pardon?
In what?
Native pasture, cattle grazing on just rangeland.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant's attorney? Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, what was the other gentleman's title again?
He is currently retired. He was the head of planning, plant development director, I think was the title for Flagler County. He's had several other channels, and his CV is in your materials, should be, because it was provided as a part of the record at the last hearing. It's very extensive regarding planning, including private planning and also public entity planning.
So more or less, he's our counterpart of Ron Paradise.
Comparable, yes.
Okay, thank
He
you.
has been in that position, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Oh, then I have 2 quick questions. Do you by any chance, Mr. Shepard, and if you don't, that's okay, know what Cove Estates is zoned as?
What, I'm sorry?
What is Cove Estates zoned as?
We actually looked that up, and I don't know that it has a zoning. It has a classification. That's one of the things I tried to make a point. From what we could determine, and there was some discussion with the Volusia County planner, it was in 1980 put under a land use designation, one of 8 that supports mobile home parks. But at least as far as we could determine, if you're talking about the peninsula portion, the portion where, quote, affected parties would be located, that doesn't appear to have been zoned to anything, other than the original, which was campground and I think hiking trails back in 1968.
Okay, so it pretty much has no zoning classification.
Not that I'm aware of.
But in that area, it is auto-dependent, correct?
Not the planner, but based on the visual look at it, I would assume that it is, yes.
Okay, and you stated that we don't know that this property is in a floodplain.
I don't know that it's not, because in the last 2 hearings, it was made clear that the floodplain map was not final. And the representative of the developer at those meetings both said, we will adjust the plan once the map is out if necessary, but it's not out, so we don't know.
Okay, and the other question I have regarding the agricultural zoning that this property has now. And the Vice Mayor asked a question regarding the 2 parcels to the west. In agricultural zoning, in an agricultural zoning classification, if this were to remain agricultural zoning, would that what are the parameters under that zoning right now for any type of conservation on that land?
If I understand the question, agriculture, obviously, there are certain protections for agriculture use depending on the type of use regarding protection of pollution of waters, for example. And I'll just throw one out there that probably is on the tip of other people's tongues, is hog farm, right? So you have a hog farm, but you can't have a pit, a waste pit that will interfere with your waterways. So there are some protections in that regard. But from there, you'd have to go by what is the use you're speaking of. Farming, like planting something, hog farm, chicken farm, horse farm, various things. There are various protections that are supposed to be taken dependent upon what type of agriculture we're talking. Yes.
But I guess my question is, because the 10-acre parcel directly to the west of this parcel is the horse farm.
Yes.
And that property is pretty much completely clear cut.
Actually, I was there. It's not got a ton of trees, but it's definitely not clear cut.
But I mean, looking at a map, you can see there's a lot of open space.
Yes,
you can see that in some of those other, right, pasture. And so I guess my question is, under an agricultural zoning, such as that 10-acre parcel, or any of those 10-acre parcels, is there any requirement for the landowner to conserve any of the trees or land or any habitat for animals on that property? Are there any requirements?
It would be completely dependent on the code applicable to that property. So the zoning
the code applicable to the property that we're looking to rezone.
Well, excuse me?
The code applicable to the property that we're looking to rezone.
So we're not talking about the horse farm?
No, which is the same, is it not the same zoning?
Yeah, but it's in your city, and the horse farm isn't.
Okay, so this is county ag.
Right.
Which is the same as the horse farm. It's the same zoning. They're both county ag. Because this parcel, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Paradise, was never brought into city zoning.
That's correct.
This is zoned county ag, so it's the same zoning as the horse farm.
That is
so
correct.
My question is there any protection, because if this were to fail tonight, it would stay as county ag, right? Right? Would stay as county ag. So it doesn't matter. It's going to be the same.
It's a false equivalency, and the reason why, with all respect, is because if it is left as ag, that would be the choice of the property owner. There's nothing stopping the applicant from coming in with an application that actually fits the current use that's available to it in terms of density and all of the other things we've talked about. So whether it remains ag, that would be a choice of the landowner.
But my question is on the property, because a big concern here this evening is what's going to happen to the property. Well, how much is going to be conserved? How much is going to remain for wildlife? How much of it, the purpose of some of the newer developments is to cram the houses all together, then have a bigger buffer around, have green space and so forth. My question is, if the property remains agricultural, are there any requirements for whoever owns that property, such as the horse farm, the other things, all county ag, to conserve any portion of the land for habitat?
I will tell you that it's possible. I do not know specifically under your code because, for example,
but it's not our code; it's the county code.
No, it's already in your city. So it's not about zoning when we're talking about things like tree ordinances. Right?
Okay.
Once it's in your city, your tree ordinance, based on where it is applicable, and that's a question Mr. Paradise can probably answer, it may or may not have application. It may protect specimen trees of a certain caliber and things of that nature. So to simply say that county zoning also controls everything going forward is not true. In fact, in order to be consistent with your comp plan, it does have to be zoned under a city classification. This is just the wrong one.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I just was kind of seeing if there was any conservation there. Vice Mayor and Commissioner Sosa. Yes.
I know the issue came up that ag is not under the same rules as you fall under typical zoning. But that's really not true because they still have to, agricultural operations still have to protect wetlands. Agricultural operations still have to follow the best management practices of the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, which looks into protecting the environmental resources on the property. So it's not like they're just completely out of control and can just do anything they want to do. There are rules they have to follow.
Okay, thank you so much. Vice Mayor and then Commissioner Sosa. You're good? Commissioner Sosa, I think she's good.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Quick question.
Yes.
Is Cove Estates, is that in the city or is that in the county?
It's in the county.
Okay, so we really shouldn't use that as a comparison to begin with.
That's my argument.
I mean, we're talking city versus county at this point. And to me, that's like comparing apples to oranges when we're talking the city.
Yeah, absolutely.
And secondly, we've already approved, just for my clarification, we've already approved the rezoning of this from county agricultural to low-density residential.
No.
That was approved about
The comp
2
plan
months
change,
ago.
not zoning. There's two different things.
Okay. So basically, if I understand you correctly, what we have to do as a commission is to make sure that this property stays within the characteristics of the current area.
Based on your code, yes.
Which under our code is, you said 34 houses. So the developer wants to come in and build 34 houses, that should not be an issue. Absolutely.
If you use the current county zoning, which, as the mayor posited, would happen, I say that it's all driven by the applicant. The applicant come in with a different plan or a different request for a different category of zoning that fits within the land use designation for the area. That's all up to the applicant. But in terms of what could happen under the current designation with no change, which I wouldn't recommend, but if you did, it would be 34 units.
34 units. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Shut off my mic. Commissioner McCool.
I just had a question. I don't know who can answer this. Okay, maybe you can. I'm trying to find out if we, in city zoning, had we moved laterally from the county zoning to a city zoning, what would that density be? If we'd have just made a lateral move when we were changing in the comprehensive plan, we were asked to designate it as a city zoning, what would that lateral move had looked like had we simply done that first? What would that density look like?
That is a question for Mr. Paradise, but if I understand it correctly, it is what is the equivalent zoning category or close that the city would have that equates to the county? So I don't know, but I would suspect that Mr. Paradise does.
Yes, we don't have a density or a lateral density of 1 unit per 10 acres under the prime agriculture in the city's zoning nomenclature.
Can I just ask why? Because it seemed to me that I'm just trying to understand, right? We're talking about being good stewards of our land. What is the density zonings that we have right now? Because as I understand, are we entertaining changing that from, how much we can put on acreage? Are we thinking about that? Are we talking about that in our zoning here?
Right now, we've got, let me answer your first question. Right now, the city's less dense zoning nomenclatures, RE5, 5-acre lot, minimum lot size. There's an RE1 and an agriculture that both have a minimum lot size of 1 acre. Okay? The city, at this juncture, has not initiated a look at the city zonings. We certainly would be open to looking at the city's zoning nomenclature. There's no doubt about it.
So I'm just trying to understand why we didn't move it from the county designation to an RE5, or why was that lateral move not done? Like for like, the county designated it as this, the city, we needed to move it over, which was long overdue, first of all, and I want to understand why this hadn't been done before, because here we are now. Here we are now.
I think looking at the city as an urban institution, the county's zoning classification of A1 was just looked at as a holding pattern in anticipation that there'd be some other type of development, more urban and more city-like in nature, eventually going to be applied to this property.
I'm guessing, I'm just trying to understand why we hadn't done that before. How long has the property been owned, and why we've not done that before? Have we just decided to do that upon the review of the JPA? And is the JPA looking at that? Is the county looking at that area as a whole?
This area is not included in the JPA, and if there is a look or a review of the JPA, I'm not sure it's going to involve the expansion of the boundaries, the 3,900-acre Osteen JPA area.
And may I just ask, was this at the request of the landowner to change the zoning?
It was, yes, ma'am.
So until a landowner comes up and requests that, then pretty much that's it. Okay, Commissioner King?
Mike?
Isn't it true that the only reason we did that was because this particular landowner saw an opportunity to change the zoning, the RPUD, so that they could build out there? And so they brought it to the city. My question to the city, Ron, I have to direct to you because you're the staff, okay? So don't beat me up later.
Okay.
When they came to the city and asked for that rezoning, and you looked at it at the map and said, oh, wait a minute, this is in an area that we haven't taken care of yet. We should have zoned this already, and we didn't do anything with it for years. You should have said, I believe, you can agree or disagree, that you should have stopped right there and said to the landowner, wait a minute, we can't do anything yet. Let me go to the city and see what they want to do, and let the commission make the determination as to what we're going to do with that piece of land. This is really, stop. In my opinion, this is one of those things that happens in this city that aggravates the stew out of me, because once again, we put the cart before the horse. And that's what we've done here. Now we're over a barrel to either approve something or disapprove something. And, you know, it's just backwards. I don't know. That's the way I feel.
I think it's important to keep in mind that all of these landowners have due process rights. They can seek to have their property reviewed. Ultimately, as we know, this body makes a decision with regard to land use making in this city. And this was advanced to the city first as a policy decision for a change of the future land use map from the county designation of rural that had languished or sat out there since 2006 to an urban designation of low-density residential, which was ultimately adopted by this body actually in January of this year. And that set the stage for an ultimate rezoning, which again, we're discussing as a decision of the City Commission here tonight.
It's backwards. It shouldn't happen this way. And it makes us look bad. It looks us look bad to the city, to our residents. It's just not the way to do business. But here we are. Let's take care of business.
Vice Mayor, and then Commissioner Avila Vasquez, and then Commissioner Ramos.
Ron, how many agricultural properties do we currently have designated in the city?
I don't know how many parcels. There's one area located to the east of Deltona High School that I think consists of probably about a half dozen or so individual parcels that range anywhere from 10 to maybe an acre or 2 acres or so along the Enterprise, let me rephrase that, the Osteen Cemetery Road corridor.
And what designates them as agriculture?
They, at one time, were engaged in bona fide agriculture. There was a nursery use out there and so forth.
They at one time were?
Yes,
So
I don't know what the
basically-
status is now.
So basically, the city has multiple properties that are allegedly past and not presently engaged in agricultural purposes, that are not even adhering to federal regulations. So again, we're looking at properties that are deemed agriculture for, I'm going to say, the benefit of an owner to fray from taxes at a higher level. So again, that's our fault for allowing them to be considered agriculture without having, according to federal regulations, the requirements. So, it's very disappointing to me because here we're trying to make decisions based on facts, but yet, here we've allowed them to be designated as agriculture, even if they're not agriculture. Because to be deemed as agriculture, if anybody would like to look it up, it's public federal knowledge, you have to have so many cattle on that property within acres. You have to have so much, you can't just say, oh, it's grazing. What's it grazing? How many cattle is it grazing? Are you reseeding? Are you watering? So there's huge criteria for that.
That is correct.
So we're just handing money away like it's no big deal. But yet we're going to use it to the benefit when we need to use it.
Vice Mayor, I agree with you. I agree with you. It is our fault. It is our fault. But here's the problem. If we have a piece of property and it's not being used as agriculture anymore, then we should go about the business of changing it to something else, to RE 1 or 2 or 5, whatever it is. But we are now in a position where we are going to make a decision tonight on property that is agriculture and changing it to RPUD, when really what we should be doing is talking about that piece of agricultural property and giving it a designation which is proper and correct for that area, not letting RPUD just walk in and take it. And so what I'm saying is, you're right. It is our fault. It's the city's fault for allowing this to happen. We need to look at those pieces of property, and if they're not being used for agricultural use, then we need to get them changed.
Okay.
But let's not hurt our citizens in Osteen and those in Deltona that live down in that area on that particular scenic road, just because we didn't do our due diligence in the past.
So, Commissioners, we're getting off track, and these are questions for the applicant's attorney. Commissioner Vasquez, Sosa, Commissioner King, you're on the board. Can we take, you're good? So, last two, Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Sosa.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Ron, if I may. Ron, can you explain to me why they're saying that staff is saying we're consistent, but we're not consistent? What do they mean by that?
Yeah, I think there's been some misunderstanding about the staff report. What staff provided was some alternatives for the City Commission to contemplate. However, it's important to keep in mind, reading the staff report, there is an explicit recommendation articulated by your staff as to a potential direction that the City Commission or a decision that the City Commission could arrive. And, we provide alternatives. Hey, if the intent is to maintain the status quo, well, here's some alternatives to support that. If the intent is to change this to the RPUD, here's the rationale for that as well. Like I said, it's just alternatives brought to the City Commission. But again, your staff did make an explicit recommendation to approve this rezoning request.
I have another question. What does it mean when it says automobile dependent?
What they're saying here is that if you want to go to the supermarket or go to work or anywhere else, that you've got to get into a car and drive.
So would you say 90% of the city of Deltona is that now?
I would say probably, 90% of the state and probably, a good percentage of the country is automotive dependent.
Thank you, Ron.
Commissioner Sosa?
All right. Going to your examples of how many parcels are left for agricultural, you said there was 12. Is that the acreage over there by, off of 472? by the movie theater?
No, this would be on the east side of the city, just east of Pine Ridge High School.
And there's 12 parcels over there?
I think it's more like maybe a half dozen.
Half dozen?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And where are the 12 parcels located? Because I heard the number 12.
Oh, if I did say 12, I misspoke. It's probably about a half dozen.
Okay, because we do have that property over there off of 472 that's agricultural.
Yeah, that's in the activity center. That's already entitled for urban uses.
Okay. And I know staff has said that they are recommending approval of this, but what was the viewpoint of our planning and zoning department?
They did not recommend that the city commission approve the rezoning request.
Okay, they denied.
That's correct.
The approval.
They
Okay, so
recommended.
our planning and zoning is saying we should not do this.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And yeah, the one comment I agree with you the most that I've heard tonight is the property owners need due process. And I think we have a room full of property owners that are looking for due process. So thank you, sir.
Commissioner King?
Ron, one more question. I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, sir.
We're talking about diversity. And the staff continues to give us information that says we have to have a diverse amount of property because not everybody wants the same thing. So we have to have a diversity. We now have, can you give me a number, approximately how many homes are being built in the developments that we have going on or approved right now? Is it 2,000 or how many is it?
It depends on what stage of the approval process, but right now in that immediate area, we've got Vinland, which is located on the Doyle Road corridor, which has an entitlement of 407 units total. However, they only have a plat for about between 200 and 300 units, and I'm operating on memory here, so you know, I'm kind of a little bit of a disadvantage. Then we've got a plat that's next on the agenda for 117 units at the corner of Cortland and Doyle Road. Then we've got 220 units next door to it. By the way, the Cortland Park project's 200 units, so we're at about 1,000 units.
There's 1,000 right there. So we're looking at 1,000 homes, and we want to stay diverse. We only have 6 pieces of property that are agricultural?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow, that's real diversity, don't you think? I mean, let's face it. We're going to give people 1,000 choices if they want a big house on a little piece of nothing property, but we're only going to give them 6 choices in one area of the city if they want a piece of property. That doesn't make sense. That's not being diverse, in my opinion. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes the questions from the commissioner for the people withstanding. So now we're going to go ahead and go to, you're good, I think, Mr. Shepard. We're going to go to public participation. If you are a person withstanding and you have already been represented by Mr. Shepard, then that is the situation there. If you are participating in public participation and you were sworn in by the attorney, then you please feel free to come forward and speak. If you were not sworn in by the attorney and you have filled out a form, then you'll have to be sworn in.
Okay, Mayor, I have 44 requests to speak, and I have 31 emails. How would you like me to start?
We're going to go ahead and go with the request to speak. The 31 emails, will stop for 1 second. The 31 emails that we have are all going to be part of the record. Commissioners, are you good with having them put in the record as official documents in terms of the record? Yes, ma'am.
No.
You would like to have
I
them
want
all
them
read
read
into
out.
the record?
I want them read into the record. I've had several residents request that their emails, because they are unable to attend due to COVID concerns, they would like their information read into the record.
Okay, we'll start with reading into the record. So if anyone that has sent an email in that hears it being read into the record, you're not going to be able to speak. You can raise your hand, and then we can either read your email in, or you can come read your email up here. If there's any cross people here that have sent it in and they've decided to come, just let me know. How's that?
Okay, I tried to match them up, but okay.
Okay. Do you have those specifically that want them read into the record? How many of those do you have?
Yeah, it's the 31.
Okay, start reading.
Okay.
You guys can take turns, and if you get tired, then if you lose your voice, we'll go ahead to public comment, but you can start reading every one of them into the record.
Okay. This one is from, I apologize, Ms. Pat Northey. Dear Mayor and City Commissioners, I am requesting that my letter be entered into the record in opposition to the rezoning known as Hickory Lakes Preserve. As a former county council member, I spent 20 years representing the citizens of this wonderful city, along with the rural communities of Enterprise and Osteen. There was always tension between the city and the rural communities, and we on the council attempted, with some success, to mitigate it with both the Enterprise Overlay District and the Osteen JPA. Tonight, April 19th, you will take a final vote on rezoning that is especially egregious, I apologize, and will have a lasting impact on the character of both Deltona and the rural communities that abut the boundaries. The rezoning request will increase the housing units from a maximum of 34 current zoning to 189 units in the middle of a rural residential neighborhood of homes nestled on 10-acre home sites. I currently serve on the Deltona Planning and Zoning Board. On February 17, 2021, we heard the Hickory Lakes Preserve RPUD rezoning request. The Planning and Zoning Board voted 5-2 to forward this ordinance to the City Commission with a recommendation to deny the RPUD rezoning request. The reason cited by the board for the recommendation of denial was the proposed project at a density proposed was not compatible with the rural character, larger acreage-oriented lots, and some bona fide agricultural uses of the surrounding area. I ask that, like the P&Z Board, you deny the project for the following reasons. The proposal to entitle the property for suburban densities is not compatible with the surrounding development pattern because much of the lot sizes in the area are acreage-oriented lots, 1 acre or larger. At least 2 abutting parcels are engaged in bona fide commercial agriculture. The property abuts conservation-oriented land. The property does have environmental resources like wetlands, floodplain areas. 2, the project represents a suburban scale development that could be considered incompatible with the neighborhood in the immediate vicinity. By denying this request, the area will remain unchanged. There will be less traffic in the area, and the rural state of mind in the vicinity will be reinforced. Our very own scenic corridor with the winding road and the breathtaking beauty will remain unchanged as well. The rezoning, if approved, will forever change this corner of the city that bumps up to Osteen. It will also degrade our nationally designated scenic road that connects Enterprise to Osteen as it winds through parts of the incorporated boundaries of Deltona. And your commitment to ecotourism and sustainability that you tout as central to your economic development efforts will forever be noted as just a bunch of 21st century talking points with little meaning. I spent much of my political career protecting green spaces in our country. I appreciate how hard you might think this is. It's really not. Just say no, vote to deny. Submitted, Pat Northey. The next one was submitted by Joanne Reed. Anita, I am very disturbed with your vote for the planned development along Enterprise Osteen Road in Osteen. This land supports a very fragile ecosystem and should remain undeveloped. We need our wetlands and our agricultural zone areas to remain as such to support ecosystem that has worked so well for many years. Overdevelopment creates a multitude of problems for the area's landowners. Residents purchased their properties in these areas and were assured at the time that these areas would remain zoned for wetlands and agriculture. This development produces traffic, noise, lighting, and flooding issues, all which do not abode well in rural setting. I would urge you to seriously consider all the factors before allowing the development to proceed. The residents of this area and of Deltona are strongly against this type of development. You need to hear the voices of your constituents. If you vote against what the public wants, then we will have no choice than to vote you out in the next election cycle. Please do what is right for your city. Thank you, Joanne Reed.
Liz, please put a timer on every one of those emails. That was my mistake. Timer, 4 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good. Madam Mayor,
yes.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask, it's our job to sit and listen to these letters, right? But I think that we have residents here, some are older, and in order for them, they've come out here and listened to everything so far. Is there a reason why we can't have the residents speak first and then read the letters?
Well, my question is if Commissioner Sosa wanted them all read into the record, so we're going to read them all into the record tonight. The question... I'm sorry?
Even though they're not sworn in.
There's requests to have read into the record. They're not publicly speaking, so may we defer to the city attorney?
Sure. Basically, the policy of the commission in the past is to take written letters that are submitted and make them a part of the record, but not read them, into the record, but just submit them as part of the record, which would prevent this issue. The reality is that when people come in person, they're sworn in, and they swear as to the truthfulness of what they're saying to you. The letters, those folks are not here, and I'm not saying they're not truthful, but they don't have to follow that procedure. And that's all I'm saying. That's how the commission has always done it.
Well, thank you, Marcia, because we are going to now take a vote on whether or not this commission wants them all read into the record or not. Because no, ma'am, we're going to read them tonight one way or the other. They have to be part of, but if they have to be part of the public hearing. And the city attorney makes a good point that these people are not sworn in. So commissioners, it is entirely your decision. We have a request from at least one commissioner to read all 30 emails into the record. So stop. Commissioners, this is your decision. You heard what the city attorney said. One way or the other, they will be part of the record.
Okay.
Can we ask for consensus?
I understand that, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that clarification. I do believe that as commissioners that we have all done our job and read each of the emails sent to us. I would swear under oath that I have read every single email that has come in and that they are available for public consumption after the fact. I do not fear myself that the emails will not be, everyone has access to the emails, correct? So I think that it is, a slight punitive act to, we have people here that have come out, they've made the trip, and I understand others can't. So Commissioner Souza, I absolutely understand the reason why, but this is an important subject because of all the residents here, and I think that they need to be able to share, and I am good with allowing them to go into public record without all being read. These people need to be able to speak. They have come and shown up in person, and we have some elderly people here that, late night driving, so I'm good with that.
Commissioner King, you're on the board, right?
Yes, ma'am. I agree with Commissioner Sosa. I'm happy to sit here until 1:30, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, if that's what it takes to read every one, and if that's what everybody agrees to do. But if we're going to do that, I think that we should allow our citizens to speak first, and then they can go and we can sit here and read them all, listen to it all being read. It's just not fair to them to have to be here this whole time. It's our job to be here. So if you want to read them all, I'll do it. I'll sit here until 3 o'clock with you. And if the commission decides that they don't want to do it that way, then that's fine too. But I think that the residents need to be heard who are sitting here. They came out. We need to listen to them first.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sosa?
Yeah, I have no problem. I would rather listen first, and then we can read the emails. Either way, I want to hear it all. But I would rather hear the residents first.
Okay, commissioners, we have we have Commissioner King and Commissioner Sosa at this point that want to have every email read into the record without the people being sworn in. So do you want to go ahead and do that? Do you want to take a vote on this? Because we're going to make a decision in the next minute, because you're right, these people are sitting here, and one way or the other, we're going to listen to everybody. So anybody would like to make a motion to go ahead either way, to read them all into the record or to not?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to add all the emails to the record. I personally have read every single one of them, and every person who sent me an email received an email received from me. So I'd like to make a motion to have all the emails put in the record and give the residents present the opportunity to speak.
Motion has been made. Is there a second to read them, to put them in the record and you're saying put them in the record and not read them? Is there a second for that motion? Motion dies for lack of a second. All right, we're going to move on. So first of all, Liz, put the two away that you already read. We'll now go to the public, and after that, we'll finish reading the emails.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Adam Missner, then Deborah Archer, then Richard Bellick, then Teresa Clonage Luis, and then William Sell. Adam Messner, please.
Thank you, everybody, and thank everybody for coming. I'm not used to speaking in public at all. I'm
Your name and address for the record, sir.
Adam Meissner. I live at 41 South Cortland, and now that Cortland Park, I mean, alone, now you're wanting to add another one. The detour now is in front of my house. I have kids. Sure, some don't care, some do. But, I mean, enough is enough. I've watched Deltona for the past 30 years disappear. I've watched fox, quail, so many different animals. All of a sudden, people don't care because, great, a housing development. It's crazy. It's crazy. We used to be able to fish in so many lakes. Now they're inaccessible. People will yell at you and tell you to get out of their yard. You can't be a kid in Deltona with all of this building. I'm sorry, you can't. You can build a park all you want, and that's where fights happen. Kids get stabbed. Look off of, West Krill, the violence there. I mean, parks aren't right all the time. Give them some woods to play in. Let them have some areas to have life. Let them see life. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm not trying to come off harsh or coarse or crazy. I just care about my community. I care about my kids. I've cared about this town for over 30 years, and watching it disappear, it's not fun. And again, I mean, it is what it is. I'm sure money will prevail. But hey, thank you all for letting me speak. Thank you for giving everybody the time to speak, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Bellick, please. Richard Bellick.
Richard Bellock. Last time I was here, I put my hand up, officer, and asked to respond to a question, and Heidi Herzberg, our mayor, ordered the police to escort me out. I was
Sir,
sitting in a
please
chair,
stay on the topic.
Put my hand up, Asked
Mr.
to
Belich.
respond to a question, and she had the police put me out. John Peters, you're a witness
Mr.
to it.
Belich, direct your questions
All
to the
right, now
chair.
let's get to the $65 million project, Hottie. You're not getting nothing out of that, right? You wouldn't think of that, would you? You ain't getting nothing. 65 million, huh? Nothing. None of you are getting nothing. Bradford, you got that $398,000 loan on that building out there.
Mr. Belich, direct your questions to the chair.
I'm
and
looking right at you.
No personal attacks.
I'm looking right at you.
No personal attacks.
Huh? What are you going to do with your share of the $65 million? Now, come on. You see these people? These are hardworking people. They want their homes, and you four, you, and you are against them. Why are you, if you're not getting nothing out of it, why are you against them so much? Come on, you know the game. Come on. You're not getting nothing, none of you. Come on. I wasn't born last night. Yeah, sit there, waddle. I like that. I like that. 65 million it's going to grow into. Maritza Vasquez.
Mr. Belich.
Switch your vote. Vote for the people. They put you there. You're supposed to be a woman of God and all of this stuff. Where's your God? We got the other one there. She goes down to the Baptist church every
Mr.
Sunday.
Belich, no personal attacks, please.
Heidi, you know something, right? I spoke to an attorney. I'm ready to sue you, believe me, for what you did. So I just want to let you know. I was going to tell Peters first, but I'm telling you. I'm ready to sue you. I got 9 incidents where you interrupted my free speech. Now, Maritza, be decent. Come on. You're a woman of God. You're a woman of the people. I'm a little excited because I'm mad. You do that to these people, hardworking people, just because you got a spot up there, you're sitting up there like a big rooster in the chicken yard. And Bradford, what you said before that speech, we heard that for the last 3 meetings. Change your venue. Change the way you speak. Good night. Help these people out. And you, forget about it. You could buy you with a stamp.
Teresa Konash Louise.
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry. Can I just make a request? I'm like, understand that we're, this is an excitable time, and we're working for the public, but I can't hear, like, with the talking, right? So I'm just asking so that I can hear everyone respectfully, that if you know what I mean? Maybe if you have to talk to somebody, go out there. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or infringe on anyone's, but it's really hard for me to hear up here.
I'm short. Mr. King, I'll address you first. Thank you, the beautiful city of Deltona, and the benefit of the people in your beginning speech. That's what we need to think about, because what we're looking for here is for you to do what the residents are asking you to do. We are looking for the proposed subdivision to be denied based on the fact that it is not in accordance with the area. In the properties that are in our area are 1 acre, 10 acre, or more. And now we're going to try to put on 189 homes on 60 acres, truthfully, because the rest is wetlands. So if you look at that, it's surrounded by the agricultural areas. The residential homes, yes, they might be in the agricultural area, but they are still taxed differently if they're not using their property for ag exempt. I'm taxed based on ag exempt because I actually use my property for agricultural reasons. We do not have the appropriate infrastructure out there right now. Come down Doyle Road, come down Enterprise Osteen Road. Outside of my property every day, I hear boom. Mr. Sosa asked how many accidents have we had. In the last 3 years, we've had over 150 motor vehicle accidents, including deaths, including the massive concrete pillars being knocked off and closing down Doyle Road for over 12 hours to put a new one up. The future population of growth for this area everything that you've already approved or is approved in this area is higher than what the next 10 years are forecast to be. So these homes that are going to be built, who's going to live in them? They're going to end up becoming low-income housing, Section 8. We have a rating system for the roads, level of service. Your level of service on Doyle Road and Enterprise east of Saxon, and then east of approximately, it's a tough one where it cuts off maybe Garfield, is a C. Actually, east of it is a C. West of it is a D. Do you consider D passing? I don't think I would accept a D from my children. So we shouldn't accept a D from our roads, because that's what's causing people to get hurt. It's causing accidents. It's causing loss of the business area because you can't get through to there. Our school system, Heritage Middle and Pine Ridge are both at capacity at this point. Osteen has a little bit of space in it, but the other two schools are at capacity, and that's including right now. If it's so relatively easy to change zoning, why do we have plans in place? Why do we even look at future development if all they have to do is come to you and ask for a change and you're going to do it? You're not looking at the interest of our residents. You need to think about what we're asking you to do. Thank you, Mr. Sosa, Ms. McCool, and Mr. King.
William Sell, please.
William Sell. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight. I was asked why I was here tonight. I'm here tonight because I'm a taxpayer and I'm a Volusia County resident, and I'm tired of the build, build, build mentality. I think it was recently in this month that the Beacon had a 3-page spread, including the front page, about the land residents looking for a way out of build, build, build. I think that's same mentality that Deltona has, as well as DeBerry and DeLand and everybody else, Daytona Beach. We're tired of the build, build, build. You guys have a unicorn here in front of you. You are not over a barrel. You hold all the power. Tonight is the night. This is the Willy Wonka golden ticket. It's the golden goose. It's the treasure vault at the bottom of Oak Island we'll never find. This is it. This is your shining opportunity to have a developer come to you and ask for more, and you say no, less. Squeeze this orange. They've already went from 200 plus homes to 189. You ever shop for a car? You never pay sticker price. Say no. This is so easy. Some of you ran on saving green spaces and smart growth, and I plan and promise to listen to the people. They're behind me. They're in those emails. They're passionate. This is your opportunity, your golden opportunity, and this rarely ever happens. I think in 8 years in DeBerry, we had one developer who had been zoned for 48 homes. He wanted to put 123, and it was 5-0 vote no. It's that easy. That developer will go home. He's going to be a little angry, but you're going to make a hell of a lot more people happy. The needs of the many do not outweigh the needs of the few. I hate to be reading from Spock, but guys, this is a no-brainer. Look at the people in the audience and the passion. How can you deny them? How can you deny them? This is so easy. Again, you are not over a barrel. You have the power. Use it. Wave that wand. Say no.
Thank you, sir.
Lori Shue, then Ed Sullivan, then Christine Peacock, then Joanne Brado, and then Janice Graves. Lori Shue, please.
tall. Good evening. My name is Lori Shue, and I reside at 2590 Enterprise Osteen Road. I would like to take my time tonight to address what I have learned to understand called developer math, and it looks a whole lot different than it sounds. Mr. Watts was told us earlier that calculations in the development at Hickory Lakes would give us approximately 2.3 homes per acre. But I would ask you to take note, you all have this map in your paperwork, of how that proposed 189 homes are placed on this property. According to the site plan itself, 72 acres are open space. I get it, yay, but guess what? They're a lake. You were never going to build a house there to begin with. The blue area is wetlands, open water. The purple area shows floodplains, orange area is retention area. The same map shows how these homes are going to be built on just, earlier said, approximately 39 buildable acres, which actually equates to 6.2 homes per acre, excluding common land and community building. That's what reality really looks like. It doesn't look like a home on a half an acre. It looks like that. We're not talking half acres. We're talking 189 homes on 50-foot lots with 10 feet between the homes. That's all. This actual housing density isn't compatible with any of the majority of the surrounding properties and is totally out of character for this area. I'm going to compare what happened at Cortland Park. It too is about 29 acres, similar in size of buildable portion. And they put a lot of homes there or are in the process. Here's the difference. Their acreage, it had no floodplain. It had no wetlands. It had no sensitive adjoining property. What it doesn't have is what Hickory Lakes has, a potential disaster. First hurricane, first flooding, first power outage, and your sewage is backing up, and you got a disaster. Cortland Park is also located on Doyle Road. It's already a pretty good road. You're going to add to it with a turn lane to handle the expected growth. All I've heard about Hickory Lakes is you're going to throw up a turn lane. Thank you. It's a 2-lane substandard road. I'm doubting a turn lane's going to help. I don't think it's going to help safety at all. In fact, I see significant issues on Enterprise Osteen Road. Cortland Park, at first glance, seems a more suitable site for a residential development. It's going to happen. It's underway. I walked through it this weekend. The proposed heavily dense development at Hickory Lakes site is not that. It is completely not compatible. Your comprehensive plan gives you the foundation. It gives you the right. It gives you the guidance to deny the request of the current proposed project. I recall something learned earlier. Just because you can say yes doesn't mean you should. I respectfully ask you to deny this project. Please vote no for the citizens you see in front of you that have written in and that reside in Osteen. We want our life the way it is.
Ed Sullivan, please.
Thank you.
I'm Ed Sullivan. I live at 165 Oakley Drive in Enterprise. And I was not at the last hearing of this subject with the zoning. I was at the land use change. And there seems to be a lot of things that have been ignored since then. One is that you did not impose a cap, as was said earlier. The developer said when it was brought up that you could impose a cap, they said you don't need to do that. You know, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do something much smaller. 200 houses? No, not even close. Well, here we are, 189. And we've ignored the fact that the JPA is purposely condensing development in one place to the east of the lakes
so that they will be a walkable environment, not automobile dependent, and that is a barrier. That's the lakes are a natural barrier, which we're also ignoring. We're ignoring all these things, and I'm trying to figure out why. And I think I know that you feel an obligation to protect the property rights of the owner. They want to develop their land, and you're protecting their rights. And that's important, to protect the rights of people. And like Ron said, it's a right to due process. They do have the right to ask. But as we learned earlier, this is a quasi-judicial process, and we're here to consider a request to change your code of ordinances, to change the law. The applicant does not have the right to change the law. They do have the right to ask, and you have the right to say no. So, you know, we're not here to protect the rights of people to use their money to buy land and make more money. If you're buying land and betting on having the council approve your zoning request, you're speculating. You're gambling. You're not a criminal. You don't need to have your rights taken away, but you're gambling on that, and it's not a right. You do not have a right to do that. You have a right to ask, and the council has a right to say no. What about the rights of the neighbors? The people who moved here to find a place to raise their family, to breed their horses, to live somewhere besides the city. Those people looked at the comprehensive plan. They looked at the future land use plan, and consider the meaning of those words, future land use plan. They looked at that and they said, good, there's a plan. We can rely on our government to consider our rights. What about those people? If you consider the one developer over all those other people, that's your choice. If you do it because you feel that people with money are more important, or that they may help you, or they may help your career, or contribute to your campaign, then you are a criminal and you need your rights taken away.
Thank you, sir.
Christine Peacock.
We can't do it? Okay, I was kind of hoping we could have the satellite picture up here. I'm Christine Peacock, and it's been a while.
Can you pull your mic down a little bit, ma'am? Thank you.
It's been a while since I've been involved with the city, but I used to be on the Economic Development Board, Advisory Board for many years. And at that time, our directive was to court good employers to come here, and I have seen a lot of that come to fruition. And the reason we wanted to have that happen is so we could upgrade our community. And I worked real hard to try to put together, you know, a proposal for the Performing Arts Center. And we've got the hospital in, the Amazon distribution center, you know, a lot of wonderful things are happening. And what was supposed to happen is we were going to bring in better restaurants and bigger homes for those doctors and all these technical people that are going to be making a lot more money because we've brought in employers. But I'm seeing that totally backing up now. And it's real disappointing because we're not upgrading our community. We're going to be downgrading it. And they're right about Section 8 housing. I've seen it happen in Orlando. I'm an Orlando resident. Well, I was an Orlando resident. Okay, and I've been in Deltona for like 40 years. And what they were real careful to obscure when they had the satellite picture up there is to the south, all of that's the watershed down into the St. John's and Lake Monroe, you know, but they were real careful to crop that map real nice. Okay, this is all very environmentally sensitive area. A lot of animals live in there. A lot of people live in there that like that lifestyle. I used to live out at Stone Island, so, you know, all those homes are an acre or more. If anything was to be done here, they need to be making it not an acre requirement, but a larger requirement. This is a nice area. They could be having 2.5 acre estate homes there. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would maybe be a little more on board if there was just a little bit more land and a little bit more conservation going on. But this is like zero lot line stuff. I mean, it might cost a lot, $250,000 and $350,000, but it's not going to be high-end properties like we were hoping to bring to Deltona that are going to support the restaurants and all the other wonderful things we wanted to have here. So we're taking a big step back, and I'm asking y'all not to do that. We've all worked real hard to bring the city up, so.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Joanne Brado?
Hi, my name's Joanne Brado, and I live at 201 Sherrill Drive, and we've lived there for almost 30 years. Sherrill Drive is a rural area. My neighbors have chickens and goats and horses and cows, and it goes out to Doyle Road, and Doyle Road is already crowded. It's a 2-lane road, and it's hard to get out of Sherrill sometimes. And if we're going to have almost 1,000 more homes right down Doyle from us, it's ridiculous. We like the rural area. We like the farm animals and that lifestyle, and we like to be able to go out on our road without getting run over. And actually, Sherrill goes through from Doyle to Fort Smith, so it's already a cut through. And we don't need more traffic. Deltona doesn't have the infrastructure for all these houses there and on Enterprise Osteen Road. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Janice Graves, please.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Janice Graves. I've lived at 500 Lemon Bluff Road in Osteen for over 27 years, which is a part of the JPA. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to this rezoning request. My opposition is based on the lack of compatibility with surrounding properties, the environmental constraints of the property, inconsistency with the character of the area, and lack of need for the housing units to meet the population projections. This is the 4th time I have brought up the fact that there is no demonstrated need for additional housing units in Deltona, and quite frankly, I don't understand why this seems to be falling on deaf ears. Your comprehensive plan policy 1-7.16 states, applicants requesting amendments to the zoning and/or future land use map must be evaluated based in particular on the extent to which the proposal, if approved, will satisfy a deficiency now in the future land use map to accommodate projected population growth of the city. Your Planning and Zoning Board and Department already denied this planned rezoning request. I have repeatedly stated and have turned in the documentation again tonight, which was handed out, showing that the city of Deltona has a surplus of housing units needed to meet their 10-year population projections, and certainly does not need this particular project to meet that goal. The city currently has an over-allocation of 24% to meet the 10-year population projects. There are over 400 units on 40 and 50-foot lots in the Cortland Park and Dowdney projects approved off Deltona Road. just northeast of this location. None of these have yet been built or sold. In addition, the nearby Vineland project has 408 units that are not yet built. This accounts for more than 800 units too close to the proposed rezoning. The memo from Mr. Peters that you received on January 11th of this year shows additional projects in various stages of progression through your review process. These projects have the potential to add another 679 units, which would put, Commissioner Sosa, you were asking for a number, in excess of 1,534 units, or greater than 43% over allotment. Knowing all these facts, I would like you to please consider if you believe it is appropriate to recommend approval of the rezoning request on this beautiful winding scenic highway on the north side of Lake Monroe. This is just the wrong place to put almost 200 houses, especially when you have been presented with the facts showing they are not needed. I respectfully request that you vote for a recommendation of denial for this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carl Hopp, then Sue Burks, then Henry Hardy, then John Lennius, then Betty McGee. Carl Hopp, please.
Carl Hoff. I live in Enterprise on Lake Bethel. Lived there for 34 years. This is my 6th time in this room. 4 times talking to y'all and twice talking to the zoning and planning people. I don't have anything much more to add than that, except I don't know who did all your old studies. If it was Mr. Paradise, he needs to get some other people in there to do it. Because after 34 years, I can tell you the roads are not up to it. The water's not up to it. And if you don't take care of the water, I can tell you what you did to my lake back in the 90s when you ran the canal underneath Enterprise Osteen Road into the easternmost canal. It polluted the lake, and what was used to be the best fishing lake in the area was one of the most 10 polluted lakes in the area. So if that's what you're going to do to Little Lake, you're overloading everything, folks. I mean, I know y'all here, only a few of you listen, though. And as far as the roads go, I don't know how many wrecks have been on that road, but there's been a bunch. There's been 3 people killed within 100 feet of where I get my mail at. And just last week, we lost a telephone pole right there across from Hibiscus. It's on the north side of the road, still sitting there, busted right in half. 160 people lost their. Never mind, y'all. Please, take us into consideration, will you?
Thank you, sir.
Sue Burks. Sue Burks, or Burns, I apologize. Burks, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sue Burks. I live in Cove Estates. I can see where this development is going to destroy the beauty that I see. Just over the weekend, I was able to watch an otter swim up and down right in the lake behind my house.
Could you pull your mic down? Thank you.
Sorry, it's not user-friendly. Anyway, city commissioners need to educate themselves about the properties they are voting on. You have no clue what Cove Estates is. You saw closely built houses and assumed that because of this, it would be okay to vote yes for this disastrous development. Cove Estates is an RV park with no lot lines. It is a 55 and older community, so there is no growth like what is being planned for this project. Your voting ignorance affects the lives of over 200 people in my community. not to mention the destruction of nature and wildlife. Just this past weekend, I watched an otter swimming in the lake behind my house. Gosh, I wish I could show it to you. He just popped his head up, and there he was, and he swam away. It was the coolest thing. You won't see that when you destroy the lake and the property on the other side. What happens to the deer, birds, and water animals when you destroy their homes and flood them out? How do you tell your children and your grandchildren with a clear conscience that you agreed to the destruction of your community? Your actions tell the people that voted you into office just how much you do not care about this community and the negative effects it will bring. The killing of wildlife, highway congestion, the casualties, a burden to a taxpayer for overcrowding the schools, sewers, roads, just to name a few. May God have mercy on your souls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Henry Hardy, please.
Good evening. My name's Henry Hardy, and I live at 215 Rabbit Run.
Is your mic on?
It's green.
Green now, yes.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to acknowledge you for being here and taking on a leadership role in this community, because you get some idiots sometimes that don't appreciate you. But it is our job to let you know what we feel and how we feel about different projects, so you can make a wise, informed choice. So thank you. Yeah, I got woke up by eagles last night. I had my trailer window open. Like I say, I border the property on the south. It isn't very common you get woke up in the middle of the night by bald eagles. There's some migratory bald eagles that come and visit the residents that live on that property. And, you know, I could go on and on about the different types of wild animals. This year, I saw scarlet king snake, rattlesnakes, black snakes, and that's not counting in the osprey and the otters that, you know, the lady just spoke of. I throw a line out in the fish in the lake almost every day. It's relaxing, it's nice. I kind of freaked out when I was here in '06 when Deltona got the other property that ended up getting turned into a conservation area. Yay. So when they wanted to develop that property and then the other property, that's my west and my north property borderline, okay? I don't have a problem with developments. I love to see people make money. I've been successful at business myself. I bought the property in '89, and since then I've owned 2 houses in Deltona, one on Henderson Street, one on Whitewood Drive on Lake Gleason. I was here fighting the development off of Whitewood, now I'm not sure the name of it, down at the end of Baylor with the 0 lot lines on Lake Gleason. You all know all about it, I'm sure. And it's a breakaway from the way that Deltona was initially developed. This 0 lot line stuff, I don't know where it came from, but where my problem is when I talk to my contractor friends and developer friends, is I say, oh, don't even fight it, Henry. These developers and owners are gonna go meeting after meeting and keep pushing the paperwork till people fall away to the side. And that's kind of the paradigm of the day. So, you know, is that the mold you're gonna follow? I don't know. I'd like to think that you're great leaders that are gonna step up to the plate. And, you know, that's a beautiful property. There's a lot more wetland acres if you look at the GPS map or the satellite image map. You'll be able to see the pond that's in the middle of there. I've been all over that property. You know, the property went up for sale in the '90s for $260,000. I was like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. And then it went for sale for 600 and something thousand. And then they broke it into 10-acre parcels, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have neighbors, you know? And now well, you can just imagine where I'm at now. I've been real good at holding my voice back and not cussing and spitting and all the venom coming out, you know. But I could bring it up. I have access to it fitted. I don't think it'd be productive. But the reality of it is it would be better off for Deltona to make that a park and a walking park or something like that.
Please.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Linnaeus.
Good evening. I handed out a 4-page pamphlet, like that, little booklet. My name is John Linnaeus. I live on 51 Eagle Point, Cove Estates. It's not a 4-letter word. It's a nice place to live. It's such a great place to live that I have 2 brothers living in that estates. I have 2 daughters living in that estates. I have a couple of relatives live there. You'll see more policemen, retired policemen, firemen, teachers in that estates. Why? Because it's a wonderful place to live. But let's talk about the booklet. First page. I sit there and showed, the first page to show what the Enterprise Road looks like in the development. All right. I bring up the Enterprise Road because the next page over is, this is a FEMA map flood zone. And it's by drawing, I couldn't get it expanded any larger. The black line, the little crooked line, first of all, the box is what we're looking at. The crooked line is the, what do you call, your Enterprise Osteen Road. You notice the blue around the Enterprise Osteen Road? That is a Zone A flood zone. Now, this is by FEMA. This is not my engineer. This is FEMA sitting there saying that's a Zone A flood zone. The Zone A flood zone almost goes up to Doyle Road. It's a little shy, but it goes up to Doyle Road. Now you're sitting there telling these residents that you can sit there and put this new development in. It's in a flood zone, folks. It's in a flood zone. Okay. Another emphasis of the third page, it shows where the developer, where the Enterprise Road is. Well, it's hard to imagine, but the Enterprise Road is sitting in a flood zone. Last thing is today, this is really kind of ironic. I got a letter from Volusia County telling me to get flood insurance. I live quite close, I'm almost across, in fact, the last page is a picture of my house. Last October was flooded. This is a flood zone. Now, okay, if they're going to build this up to add more units, you think, where's this water going to go? It's got to go somewhere. I'm just asking this, if you really want to consider this, you're allowing people to build in a flood zone, and it's going to be a mess. If they start filling in land to build up the area, where is this water going? This is a flood zone, people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Betty McKee.
My name is Betty McKee, and I live at 81 South Cortland Boulevard, which is between Doral Road and Osteen Enterprise Road. I'm not going to restate all the reasons why, but I'm just going to state that I oppose this change and ask you to vote no.
Terry Ellis, then Jeff Bauer, then Lee Gideons, then Tom. Okay. And then Glenda Ross. Okay, Terry Ellis, please.
Terry.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Brower. I live in DeLeon Springs. I want to say, first of all, Mayor, that I know 4 of these people pretty well. I know you a little bit. I'm getting to know you, and I have great respect for you, and I have great respect for these people. I want to speak to Anita just for a second through you, because I think I heard something that was very unfair. I know Anita and her husband, Wendell, really well. I can't think of finer people that I know that serve with their whole heart and try and do what's right. I think most of you do that same thing. In fact, I think what you're struggling with right now is, how do I keep my city economically viable? How do we stay, how do we not go broke? So I want to ask you to think about something a little different than what most cities usually do. Most cities do what I think is happening here is you look at a situation and you say, okay, we got to jump on this Ponzi scheme of growth at all costs, build by build, and we're going to be able to pay our bills with impact fees and property taxes and this fee and that fee and all the stuff that's coming from it, and it hasn't worked, it doesn't work, growth doesn't pay for itself. And so what we find ourselves in now is we can't keep up with maintaining all the stuff that we already have. The reason you've heard people talk about the bad roads is because there's no money to repave the roads. Roads used to last about 30 years. It's already been determined this is going to be an automobile-centric development. That means the roads are going to be overused. That means that 30-year-old road is going to last 10 or 15 years, and we're going to be back putting new blacktop on it, and the price isn't going to go down. The way to save your city is to calculate the math that cities never do anymore. What's the cost of maintenance? All of this stuff we're building, all of this infrastructure, every road, every pipe, every street light, every lift station, every valve underground is all stuff breaking down that somebody's going to have to fix. And it's them. They're going to have to pay for the maintenance of it. Do the math and look at it. Somebody, I'm sure, tonight is going to mention water. I'm going to try and get through three things. Please don't build this just for the sake of water. Somebody said we have enough cup limit for the next, for 40 years. Nobody knows that. You know what we do in Volusia County when we get close to a cup limit? We just raise it. I've been trying to figure out what science determines how we raise it. Nobody can tell me. But I'll tell you what the state of Florida did this week. They just passed a toilet to tap bill. They don't have to worry about where the water is going to come from anymore, because it can come from our toilets. You know, if nothing can stop the 1,000 people a day moving into Florida, maybe that'll do it. Florida's going to be known for, we get our water from the toilet. Don't be the city of poopy water for your residents. We can stop the growth now. You can say, no, we're going to build incrementally, we're going to build organically, we're going to build with respect for the environment. The last thing, I want to downplay water, but you do have an opportunity. Several people tonight have said you have an opportunity here. You can look at Osteen and you can say, this is a small development, there's not that many voters, there's not that many property taxes, you're not dealing with a minority. You are going to make a vote tonight for all of Volusia County. All of Volusia County is looking at you tonight. You have it in your grasp tonight to say, we're going to be a county that loves our green lands. Because a farmland does not have trees on it does not mean it's not valuable. I can come out to my farm, I'll show you all kinds of wildlife. Stop it
Lee
here.
Giddens,
Stop
please.
it now.
Lee Giddens.
Thank you, sir.
And save this land. It's valuable. Agriculture land used to be valuable.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Lee Giddens. I live at 470 Giddens Lane, which is off of, I know where I live. It's out there off of Lemon Bluff Road. I've basically been here since 1947. My daddy come here in 1924, so I know a little history here. Got here before Deltona. But like neighbors, I understand development, not opposed, as long as we ain't bringing the ghetto to us. And right now, you are the horror of what the Osteen people have been crying about for years. I've been to a lot of these meetings, and they're all requesting, do not bring your, what are you calling this, low-density housing? I don't know. I didn't really finish high school, but that sure don't look like low-density housing to me. The thing that's not really been talked out here tonight is when you bring this type of development in, you bring the crime element. Nobody wants a bunch of dope peddlers in their backyard. Look right here in your own city. You got a beautiful piece of property. That area of town is beautiful property. If you change your zoning to 2.5, 5 acres, everybody be happy, and you create a lot better community than what you would with these so-called low-density housing. So I strongly oppose what you're doing. It's just, I don't know, just hard to fathom that you'd bring in that type of housing to such a beautiful area that you could be made beautiful. So the biggest thing is people in that area came there to have a rural life. They moved away from the city. So now they're scared to death of what you're doing. So please don't.
Thank you, sir.
Tom?
My name's Tom Kleinite. I've lived in Osteen on Reed Ellis Road for 26 years now. I kind of see what happens during the rainy season, hurricanes, when we get washed out, rained out. Just go through Deltona and look at the retention ponds that are built where houses used to be. Quite a few of them. You drive down Enterprise Road where this subdivision is about to take place. Right now, I'd say the water is only a couple feet from the road on both sides. Just wait till the rainy season gets here. Cove Estates lakefront homes flood out during the wet season. I've worked in there before on air conditioners. They've got them up on blocks that high, so when the water comes up, it's under their trailers, but at least their air conditioners will still work. It's kind of like a triangle there. That property, it borders the 500-acre preserve. Enterprise Osteen Road, Reed Ellis, and 415, it's basically a big triangle. If you pan out and just look at that triangle, the only thing that stands out is Cove Estates. Not to pick on Cove Estates, but they probably wouldn't be able to build that today with our codes and all that kind of stuff these days. Deltona needs to have a watershed, and this is like the perfect place for it. There's almost no houses on that whole triangle. That map was cropped to show a more favorable angle of more houses to make it look like it was more in use. But the reality is, if you show that triangle, Cove Estates will be the only thing that stands out. It is a nice little area, but water is going to be a huge problem. Traffic's already a problem. Try driving down Reed Ellis Road in the morning. You'll have 4 or 5 cars pass you at 65, 70, 80 miles an hour. The road's only 3 miles long. Road rage, that's coming too. I suggest, like the people said, 2.5, 4-acre, 5-acre parcels, that'd be great. It's next to a 500-acre preserve. Why didn't the state, county, or city buy it? Just add to it. Give people more place to walk their dogs, take walks, ride bikes, whatever. That's all I got to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Glenda Ross, then Wanda Van Dam, then Alicia Gordon, then Banby, then Janet Diet. Glenda Ross, please.
I'm going to wait for the time.
Okay.
Please.
Mayor. Thank you.
Speaking of roads, you've got the road. My name is Glenda Ross. I live at 80 Bethel Loop Circle Enterprise. I'm speaking tonight on the safety down this beautiful scenic byway road that has connected Osteen and Enterprise for over 150 years. When you turn, this is coming from 415 headed toward Enterprise. So when you turn off 415, the first sign you'll see is there's horses. The second sign you'll see is share the road because there's bikes. There's over 100 bikes sometimes at a time riding this road. If you go to the next page, that is the curve. It's going up. It's hilly, upward curve going up. The next page is a cresting hill with an arrow, and that is The next page is the same picture with the 50-mile-per-hour sign, just a bit further down, right before your subject parcel. The next picture is the subject parcel site. See the orange signs in the curve? I'm sure if you've been down the road, like you said, you've probably seen it, but I didn't know if everybody really got the opportunity to go out there. But anyway, the quickest way when you come out of this parcel to go to I-4 is west. People are not going to go east. They're going to go west down this road. So everybody thinks they're going to come out and go east. They're not. They're going to go west. Cars pulling out right here. It is a very dangerous intersection. When you go past the subject property, you'll see narrow roads. Another arrow, next page, 25 mile per hour, another arrow. Dangerous intersections as well. That's Reed Ellis, where people just come off Enterprise and fly down that road. You think you're in a damn jet plane, but anyway, they do fly down there. The next picture is curve, share the road, Enterprise, hidden driveways, all in one location. That is all right there. Those are soft shoulders. You go off that road, you won't get back on it. Same next picture, sharp curve, double intersection signs just past the narrow road. That's Garfield Drive that dead ends right into Enterprise Road. There's been fatalities there. That is a dangerous, dangerous place. The next is just some pictures of the signs. Curvy, 25. There's actually 24 curves in less than 6 miles on this road. The next page, same thing. Soft shoulder, watch for turning vehicles, fire truck, hidden driveways. And the next page is down by the Civic Center in Deltona, and you have to stop there if people are walking. And sad but true, the next page is 2 fatalities we've had just in 19. And I can't tell you how many wrecks have been on this road. I live on this road. This road is very special to me. It is a beautiful road. It is a beautiful piece of property. People move out there for a reason. I could beg you to please deny this request. That's all I can do. It's in my heart. It's in my blood. I can't help it. I will tell you, though, Mr. King, that Yanakaka's 120 acres is in your city, and that stub out to the west, that's where that's going. So if you want some information on that, I'm sure Mr. Paradise can tell you. Anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you for those that met with me. I do appreciate it. And please, I ask you to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wanda Van Dam.
Good evening. Wanda Van Dam. I'm a 30-year resident who lives off from Lemon Bluff Road. Before I begin, I want to put this disc into the record, please. There was a lot of discussion at the last meeting as to why our county council voted the way they did on the requested land use change. Mr. Shepherd, I noticed, went into some of the details this evening, but it's all on this record, and so I want to make this part of the record so there's no confusion as to why our county council did what they did on this. So I will turn that in. Since this process began several months ago, we have asked you all to please drive this road from one end to the other. And the reason we did that is because if you haven't had the opportunity to do that, you honestly do not know why we are as opposed to this is what we are. And you have been told that this road is a scenic highway, which it is. You've been told about the compatibility issues, all of that. But the one thing, and I am responsible for this because I didn't focus on it myself because I thought, well, anybody who drives down Enterprise Osteen Road knows this is a dangerous road. I'm making the assumption that people are familiar with Enterprise Osteen Road. Many of you have no reason to be familiar with Enterprise Osteen Road. So that was my mistake. I should have emphasized this more sooner. So what I want to do is just follow up on what Glenda did using the same photos that she did. And I want to focus on these curves. There are, as she said, there are 24 curves that are in less than 6 miles here. And we're not talking nice windy little curves. We are talking 90-degree turns. Some of these require 15 miles per hour. They're double curves. And not only are you riding on a curvy road, which has 24 curves in less than 6 miles, you are on a narrow road with soft shoulders that has offset double intersections. It has hidden driveways. You have to watch for turning vehicles, and don't forget about the occasional fire truck. So this is not your standard thoroughfare road. Capacity and safety are two completely different things. We can talk that this road has the capacity, but when you look at this and when you realize what this road is, you have to understand this is a public safety issue. Yes, it is incompatible, and it has to be incompatible, or it has to be compatible or incompatible. It can't be both. This is incompatible. It is out of character with the surrounding area, but tonight I want to ask you to focus as well on this safety. This is a public safety issue. You cannot put that many more cars on this road and not expect to have more accidents. So I'm asking you, please, if you would, consider public safety as you take into your considerations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alicia Gordon.
Hi, my name's Alicia. I live in Enterprise, Alicia Gordon on Perry Lane. I've lived in this Deltona Enterprise area since 1979. I've seen a lot of changes. I definitely didn't vote for the city to be incorporated. Sorry about that. But I do appreciate the time that you all took to be here and for engaging with everyone. I sit on the Children's Family Advisory Board for Volusia County, and I know how much your brain can explode with all the information at hand. But at the end of the day, it was all about the children and the families. You know, it wasn't about money or anything else like that, and that's what we're asking you to do today. I appreciate all the focus on the road and the safety issues, and you can say, oh, well, then we can change it. But we don't want it changed. It's one out of 184 national byways in the entire country. There's something very special, you know? And as far as agricultural, I'm ag, and Fred Lowry is my neighbor, and we're ag together. And I paid $2,000 to have ag, and I get 0 tax breaks. You know why? Because if I did take my chicken coop or my goat pen, guess what happens? I lose my homesteader. And I'd much rather have my homestead than get, you know, how many eggs am I gonna sell, you know, to friends? So that, and also, you know, as far as we're all for responsible development, like they said, when I moved into my property, they changed the zoning that I had to have 2.5 acres and I couldn't have pigs. You know, to put houses on 2.5 acres, but not what there's, my friend just moved into a 0 lot line home, and it's a joke. And I liked how they opened up at the beginning with the prayer for you guys that you would do what you were elected to do. Your college education didn't get you where you are. Your parents' money didn't get you where you are. The sweat, you know, the blood, sweat, and tears of the taxpayers behind you is what put you here. So there's plenty of places in the city to develop, but this is not the place. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Banby. Banby.
Last name.
I cannot tell what that is. I apologize. Enterprise? Mm-hmm.
My name's Barb Throckman. I live about 1 mile south of your proposed development. I basically have my own map. Also, Mr. King, thank you for all your gracious input. Oh. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. King, for your gracious input. I live about 1 mile south of your proposed development. I just want to let you know, Green Springs is 4.6 miles south of the development, which is highly, highly sensitive for manatees. There's only a few places left for them. This is pictures of my manatees. Basically, a couple years ago, I saw my first eagle in Stone Island. We've had an eagle land on our property. It was just a few days ago, I had an otter cross my path from your proposed Hickory Preserve to the low-lying wetlands right across the street, crossed right ahead of me. Basically, we have sandhill cranes. They're protected. I have a call into a few biologists from the zoo. They mate for life if they're hit. That's it. That windy road, we had a death. A few cars collided on that little windy road. Somebody was airlifted by a helicopter, and somebody died. Basically, across the street, I've saved ample turtles, gopher turtles. They're protected. That was on Reed Ellis Road. The horse farm, which is right here at Reed Ellis. Here is the Monroe Preserve. It's a hunting preserve, and here is 450 zone acreage donated by Mr. Metcalf. This is highly, highly sensitive property. You're not going to find eagles, sand cranes, which are protected, the manatees, the bald eagles landing on your property, baby bald eagles feeding on roadkill on 415, deer. If you have a few acres, deer will come on your property and they'll drop their babies to be protected from the coyotes. I've had coyotes come into the property, kill rabbits. They're coming in from the Lake Monroe Preserve, and it's just highly, highly sensitive area that cannot be replaced. We are imposed, we actually are in a flood zone. The neighbor's pump, he spewed water onto our property. We had to tell him about it. He's like, hey, I'm in a flood zone. Yeah, he's in a flood zone. And that is 1 acre south of your proposed development. So this is highly, highly sensitive areas. And, I'm basically speaking for the animals and the wetlands. And when you destroy this, you can't get it back. Look what's happening in Gemini Springs. They're building closer and closer to that as we speak every day. And that's going to pollute that area. Once this is gone, our wetlands, all these developments, it's going to destroy us. Like I said, now they're talking about toilet water, which I didn't know about that. We're going to be using that water. You need to think about that. That's going to be our water you're leaving your children, your grandchildren. I've only been here for 4 years. I've seen such a change. Basically, thank you. Please preserve this wilderness.
Thank you.
Janet Diet, please. Janet Diet.
Former Commissioner Janet Dayette. I live at 2451 Timbercrest Drive for the past 35 years. I was a part of the Deltona Commission who worked on the JPA. We worked on it for a good year, maybe more, in the background that you didn't notice. What I remember is that we were looking at State Road 415 corridor for commercial and high-density uses that would benefit the city, but at the same time, we were working to protect the rural areas of Osteen. Our neighbors all around Deltona had learned to hate us because we were gobbling up other areas and just losing irreplaceable country. So we were trying to be better neighbors, and we were trying to do the right thing. I'm also a member of the board of the River of Lakes Heritage Corridor. We just received our National Scenic Highway designation. That is that road, Lake Helen Osteen Road, that goes right across there. What's going to be scenic about it at the rate we're going if this isn't stopped? You have to say no. You have to start saying no to some of this development that is not at all right for this area. Enterprise Osteen had a rural designation from what I remember going all the way to Enterprise, and I don't need to go into the details because everybody else has done an excellent job at doing that. But I want to point out on page 4 of your agenda that there's rational reasons for denial. The lot sizes are not oriented right. There's at least 2 abutting parcels engaged in bona fide commercial. I used to own a horse farm, 60 acres. I would be very upset if somebody wanted to rezone it just to get me to pay more taxes. Why don't you instead work on bringing more of the commercial zoning and bringing in more of the businesses instead of giving them a hard time? I know, I've been there. It's hard, but it needs to be done the right way. And when I look at the soils map, it almost looks like a park and a beach because there's Immokalee sand, and there's Daytona fine sand, and there's Ashtatula fine sand. I don't know if there's an acre of uplands. Somebody knows, but it sure doesn't look like much. This is just not the right thing to do, and you've got reasons to disapprove it. And listen to your zoning board. and do the right thing and say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary Allen, then Rosario Shepis, then Judy Shepis, then Carolyn Allen, then Lilia, and then Bob Sayre. Gary Allen, please.
Mr. Allen had the lead due to the license.
Okay. Rosario Shepis, please. On Doyle Road? Mr. Shepis? Okay. Judy, Carolyn, Lilia?
My name is Leela. I live in Deltona. First, I want to say, wow, it's really nice to hear a lawyer and an expert who actually know their stuff. This morning, I read an article from the the Wall Street Journal by Nicole Friedman, which said, a new analysis by Freddie Mac estimates the housing market is 3.8 million single-family homes short of what the country needs to meet demand. Amazingly, nowhere in that article or any of the other subsequent articles I read did it say that that 3.8 million homes needed to be in Deltona, Florida. Unfortunately, building new homes is not necessarily making it easier for individual buyers. Per the same article, the supply shortage could hinder the U.S. economic growth as it keeps pushing housing prices and making it difficult for first-time buyers. Foreign governments are also starting to buy single-family homes as rentals because even at new home prices, they are less expensive to acquire than housing developments, condominiums, things like that. And this is according to Josh Fauché, who is head of the International Capital Markets Division at Newmark, which is a global real estate services company, i.e. an expert. So let that sink in for a minute. These are investors, foreign and domestic, but they're investors. They're not people looking to buy a home and settle down and put roots here and grow old and give a damn about their property. They're investors. Now, we know that we have a big issue with renters. Y'all are already talking about it. Do we really want more of that same kind of thing coming in? Because honestly, right now, let me open this up. All y'all seeing is this. You're saying, oh, tax base. That's not doing us any good because in the long run, it doesn't help. It's not working for us. This community is not equipped to, and I will pick that up, by the way. This community is not equipped to handle this influx of homes, the people or the traffic. And just saying infrastructure is adequate doesn't make it true any more than me saying that I'm a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater makes me a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. How can anyone sit up there and claim to love this community and vote to run it into the ground the way y'all have been doing? I beseech you to stop looking at this community with dollars in your, with dollars in your eyes and listen to your constituents. These folks sitting behind me, the ones who are here, the ones who are at home, the ones who have emailed, they've all told you, we don't want this. So for any of you to sit up there and vote yes, it's a slap in the face to every single one of them. It tells them you don't give a damn about what they're saying, what their concerns are, and that their vote was wasted on you. If anyone actually votes that they want this, I, as a voter, want to know your exact honest reason as to why you would say yes. I lost my place. Could it be that you have an interest in a construction company that'll benefit? Or maybe that you feel we, mere peasants, don't know what the hell we're talking about? And
Bob Sayre, please.
Thank you.
Bob Sayre, I'm a 34-year resident of Enterprise. I had prepared remarks, but y'all have just about worn me down. I feel like I just fell into an episode of Walking Dead. Volusia Forever and Echo passed with over 70% of the electorate, both of them. What that means is people want more of the stuff that Echo has to offer. You've got this beautiful equity of several hundred acres that could be purchased through a combination of Echo and Volusia Forever. It borders the 500-acre D Ranch, which is already in conservation. You could build trails and some covered shelters leading down to the lake, much as the county did at Blue Springs and Beck Ranch. Why throw it away for a bunch of ugly zero lot line houses to benefit a land speculator that doesn't even live in Volusia County? That, you know, I agree that everybody's got a right to develop their property, but not at the different zoning than they bought it for. Let them go ahead and build it for one house on 5 acres. And, you know, I know that Deltona aspires to greatness. Well, you're never going to be great if you don't listen to what the recommendations of your county council are. You're never going to be great if you don't listen to the recommendations of your own planning and zoning board. You're never going to be great if you don't listen to the pleas of the people from your own city. And you're never going to be great if you don't listen to the smaller neighbors around you that have no control over what you decide to do. Please take that stuff into account and vote this thing down. It's crazy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Gordon, then Laura Finn, then Carol Craw, then Alan Dayton, and then Megan Fort. Gordon, and I apologize, I can't read the last name. You're good? Okay. Laura Finn, please.
Gordon Crowhurst, live at 101 South Cortland Boulevard. Many of you know that we've got more housing development coming, but over the years, I've noticed that we've been playing catch up. The roads are shit, pardon my language. The water, everything's behind. We're playing catch up. You got a housing development behind Pride Elementary that still hasn't fully sold all their houses. You just put another development right behind Pell's Nursery and Ocean Elementary. You're building another one behind my house of Cortland Doyle. At what price are we going to pay for our environment? You're seeing dollar signs instead of the actual facts that all these people have put in front of you. We haven't developed our roads. We haven't made our infrastructure any better. It's just fallen apart over the years. So consider it, like one of these people say, leave it alone. I mean, I have deer, I have venomous snakes that have been in my yard that, you know, I have kids, 6 years and old. You know, what happens if a diamondback bites one of them? You know, you got Osteen Fire Department, volunteer. Stone Island, volunteer fire department. They're not there constantly. You have nothing to go off of. You know, we're behind the ball. I understand, you know, we want to make us better and, you know, succeed in life, but sometimes putting 2 steps in forward is not the right answer. Sometimes stepping back and looking at the situation and taking account of all abilities, like this gentleman right here said, might be the better option. Could be the correct option. I mean, just think about that. I've been here for 30 years. I've watched Cortland Boulevard. It's finally gotten paved after 15 years. 30 some odd years, it's just getting lights on the road. So you telling me it takes 30 years to put lights on the road? It takes over 15 years to repave it? And now we're looking at over 1,000 new homes when the first housing development hasn't even been finished fully occupied. Now you're building 2 more, back to back. Now you're looking at a 3rd one, and soon a 4th one that half the people here don't even know about. So just consider that. You're putting over 1,000 plus homes in here. We don't have business, we don't have the infrastructure, we have absolutely nothing. We're going to be slim next to nothing, we'll be playing catch up. I don't know if you guys ever been down Ponciana, Kissimmee, but that's what this place is turning into. You're taking over all the swamps, all the dead land that's left for the animals. You know, you got to think about the future for our children. I know I am. I'm trying to buy my first house. I was happy that, you know, we had something new, but then I'm finding out it's all back-to-back property lines. I'm looking elsewhere. I'm looking outside the county to buy my first house. Instead of putting the pocket back in my community, I'm looking elsewhere. And I shouldn't have to do that. I've been here for 30 some odd years. That's all I got. I really hope you guys vote no and really step and look at what's going on in Deltona. Because over the last few years, it's gone to shit. Sorry for my language, but that's just how I feel. So please, vote no on this and reconsider it. It's not worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Laura Finn, please.
I'm Laura Finn. I live on 431 Sherrill Drive in Deltona. Thanks, y'all, for listening to all of this. And I'm not going to keep you too long. Everybody said, you know, a lot of really good things. The attorney was fantastic. We've been here for over 30 years in our house, and we love it. We moved there for a reason. We've got very few neighbors, more and more every day. Road used to be a dirt road, now it's paved. That was a disappointment. And then Walmart moved in, that was a disappointment. Now there's all these houses coming in on Doyle, and I mean, it's more than, you know, a person can take if you want to live out in a rural place where it's nice and quiet. And we chose to live here for a reason, and I hope that you'll let us keep it that way. Thank you. Please vote for denial.
Thank you very much.
Carol Craw.
Hi, my name is Carol Craw, and I live on Enterprise Osteen Road. And I'm originally from Winter Park, and my Tucker's originally from Apopka, and we grew up where there were cornfields and orange groves and cabbage patches, and then we had Disney come in, and we watched it develop, and then we decided to move to Osteen, and we have a hunting camp in Osteen, and then when we found out that they were going to develop on our road on Enterprise Osteen, we got really upset because we have grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We have 25 and 2 more on the way. So we don't want it to develop on Enterprise Osteen because our grandbabies like it out there. We have a little chicken farm, and sometimes we have deer come by, we have rabbits come by and visit our chickens. And we also have horses come by, and we have Brahma bulls, miniature Brahma bulls. And if y'all tear down, not y'all, but the developers tear down the woods, then there's no room for the other animals. The other animals have nowhere to live, and that concerns us. So we'd really like if y'all would consider voting no. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. Sosa and Mr. King, and thank you, Dana, for calling me personally. I really appreciate that. And my husband and I have to leave because we're really old and we're really tired. But if I can call you, Dana, tomorrow and see how y'all voted, I'd appreciate it. So please, please consider voting no, because all of us want y'all to vote no. We want our land. We don't want it developed. That's why we moved out here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alan Dayton?
Liz, after this, we're going to stop and extend the meeting, okay?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Commission. My name is Alan Dayton. I live at 926 Blue Heron Boulevard in Cove Estates, and I'm currently the sitting president of the Board of Administration there. I'm not going to speak to wildlife or traffic or any of those things. I'm going to speak to something that genuinely concerns me. We've been fighting for the past, I don't know, I've only been here in Cove Estates for probably just a few short years. But what I've seen so far is the water, stormwater, it concerns me greatly. We have our own sewer plant and water plant within the Cove. We've been fighting intrusion into the sewer system every time we've gotten incessant rains. I've seen that personally for the last couple of years. We have 276 units in Cove Estates. I really don't think that the residents there want to share Lake Little or Little Lake, whichever the case may be, with close to 200 other residences. I fear that we're going to have some real problems when we have storms, especially hurricanes. We don't have the resources. We have nothing there to take care of stormwater, and I'm fearful for that. I don't think that it's going to. I don't think that it's going to probably affect the water system, but as I said, we've already had problems through the past years, you know, with intrusion into the sewer system. And what I'd like to see is for the commission to vote no on this rezoning. The second reason, the second thing that I want to speak to is the fact that the developer and the city planner in the past couple of meetings have spoken about the possibility of comparing their venture to the zoning that the Cove Estates has. Well, I think that you've probably already determined tonight that there was really no zoning. I really wish that you would not compare this proposition to what Cove Estates has and has had for probably over 50 years. I really would like you to consider voting no on this proposition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. How many more do we have? Okay, commissioners, we need to have a motion and a second and a vote to extend the meeting. It's 10:30. My suggestion would be to extend it. Extend the meeting until 12. Exactly. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Dana? Okay. Motion to extend the meeting till midnight by Commissioner King, seconded by Commissioner McCool. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, carry on.
Megan Fort, please.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. I bought a house here in Deltona on the Osteen border in the beginning of 2017. I would like to start my statement by reminding you that you work for us. Your job is to represent us. your constituents. You're voted into your position to make a collective decision based on the discussion with these people. Your job here is to protect and represent our ideas, our interests. As you know, the Volusia Forever, created in 2000 to protect the natural biodiversity for 20 years, was just as of November 20th, 2020, 6 months ago, voted to be renewed for another 20 years. 75% of your voters, 75%, voted that in to protect from the habitats being destroyed and the ecosystems being filled. And yet somehow we're still sitting here in a 4-3 favorability to approve. So I'm not really quite sure how that happens when you're having all of this. You have Conservation Florida go on record. You have your planning development, and yet we're still sitting here in a 4-3 favorability to go ahead with this plan. I haven't heard a single constituent of yours tonight say yes. Every person I've heard say no. Just last week, we had 2 extremely serious accidents. Our roads are beyond congested. The Florida Department of Transportation website shows no projects for infrastructure for Deltona and Osteen. Doyle, South Cortland, Cortland, Enterprise, Osteen, all one-way, 2-laned roads. They cannot withstand additional traffic. Let's say that there's a fatal accident and you're stuck behind that accident. You're stuck for hours. There's no way to get around. You're there. Our once very quiet corner on South Cortland now has motorcycles flying down it. Someone who drives down our road at 11:45 p.m. every single night, blasting their music so loudly it shakes our young daughter out of bed and our son out of his room. You have racing going on these streets that you're trying to add more people to that you can hear from miles away. Let's call it a day. Let's stop ruining the area by squeezing houses in wherever you can. At what cost are you willing to allow this to happen? This is your children and your grandchildren's future. When we are leaving them up, what we are leaving them up by throwing neighborhoods where all the trees once stood. I've never considered myself to be an environmentalist, but the cost of our animals who were here long before us and the sustainability of our landscape. How about all the flooding that we've mentioned? Remember Irma? I think that the water breached 415 on both sides. Stone Island was absolutely not able to get to, and Enterprise Osteen Road had the water right up over the road, right in this area we're speaking of. To close, I would like to thank you for your time here tonight. I would also like to reiterate to you that your job here is to represent me, my husband, my neighbors, and my community. All I have heard, read, and seen is that none of us are in favor of more neighborhoods, more destruction, more ruining of the very reason we all live where we chose to live. Thank you to Commissioners McCool, Sosa, and King for doing your job and respectfully representing your constituents. I urge the remainder of you to remember why you're sitting there. I urge you to think of your grandchildren and decide what type of future you would like to provide them with, what type of quality of life, one that's full of houses back to back, or one that still has Florida as Florida, with wetlands, nature, animals. The city that you took an oath for as a voted official states we are a caring community that provides a high quality of life and a safe and secure environment, with appreciation for our history and location along the St. Johns. So remember, appreciation of our history and location as a rural area, and mindful of our resources, not destroying them. The only way I could see anybody voting yes to this tonight is if they had some type of financial gain, maybe a construction company.
Thank you.
Marion Dale, Chris Anderson, Myra Snell, Philip Maricini, Donald Freeman, and then Albert Bryant. Okay, Marion Dale. It's here, I have it.
Good evening. My name is Dale Caraher. I live at 697 River Run Road in Osteen. And I just wanted to let you know that I opposed the change. They should build within the regulations that are existing. And how many bags of fertilizer will be going from these lawns into your wetlands? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chris Anderson, please.
Evening. Chris Anderson, 2716 Ancho Court, in Deltona. I came here pretty balanced and not judgmental. Tonight, I've heard people speak, and I would say vote no. This is wrong. I've been out looking at your roads. They're in terrible shape. I went to a new development behind Publix, and that road is terrible. I mean, you're putting houses in, but the roads are terrible. I just don't understand how this bill got to this point. I listened to your gentleman over here is your expert on development. He couldn't answer questions. You're working off of stuff that's 4, 5 years old. I just don't vote no, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Myra Snell? Myra or Gary Snell? Flip Maracini? Okay. Urelis Navis?
Hello, Commissioners. It's late, but I wanted to remind you guys of this, your chart organization. The top priority here, we the people, this people that has been here all night waiting to speak, to say what they want to say, for you guys to please listen to us. This is in your book. It's part of your stuff. Doyle Road has 2 elementary schools. I pick up my daughter every afternoon in there. The cars are crazy. They don't respect. I have forwarded to Mr. Ruben Colon pictures of the way people drive in there and how dangerous this is. So if they're not going to go through Enterprise Road, they're going to go to Doyle. There's 2 elementary schools in there. Well, the Fisher Plan, the state had already told the city to get into compliance. So where are we getting all the water for all of these houses? There's no accident reports. We barely have police officers in here. I know we will have to get more officers. We will have to get more money into better fire department vehicles, another fire department place. So you guys continue to ask the people to come and give you the input, and then the vote is 4-3. We accepted a 4-year study, but the city will not accept a survey that is that old for a resident for a simple permit. So do as I say, no as I do. These buyers, they buy the property with the intent to rezone it. So if you're buying a property that is zoned for something, then use it for what you buy it for. And the residents bought those properties for the zoning. They wanted to have extra space, their cows, their chickens, whatever they want. That's why they bought those houses in there. Well, for the people here, 2022 it's coming. District 3, 5, 1, and mayor. So we can get those 4 votes out on 2022. I would like to thank you, Commissioner William Self, for being in here, being involved in our community, from our neighborhood city, DeBerry, and our Volusia County Chair, Mr. Jeff Brower. Thank you very much for being here for the people. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Carol Lawrence. Carol Lawrence, please.
Good evening. I've take my mask off and have to put my hearing aids back in. So one of those inconveniences. My name is Carol Lawrence. I live in DeBerry, but my husband and I, our real estate office is in Deltona, so we're Deltona taxpayers. Hang on a minute so I can hear. Okay. As those of you who know me, you know it's easy for me to get on a roll. So I'm going to consult my notes as I talk with you. You know I'm a realtor. Real estate has been my business in Volusia and surrounding counties for more than 40 years. I'm not opposed to development, but I am opposed to this particular development. It's a development that I call a gateway development because it's usually a prelude of more to come. You get one, you get another. It's called development creep in my lexicon. In 1980, my husband and I fled Broward County, and we moved to DeBary. At that time, Deltona had about 17,000 souls. You could drive around the streets out here and see the grass growing up through the streets because there was nothing here, absolutely nothing here. And DeBary had some 4,000 souls at that time. Because I'm a disciple of the late John DeGrove, who was the architect of Florida's growth management legislation under Governor Bob Graham, even back in the 1980s, I could envision what Deltona was going to become. And I can say that this project does not surprise me, but it does disappoint me. I am not anti-growth, but to me, it's time. In fact, it's past time for us to put the brakes on horizontal growth and focus more on compact vertical growth. And there certainly are areas in Deltona where that can happen. I don't think that this development or development of this sort needs to encroach on this rural area. This particular area not only has a strong community history, but this land is ecologically sensitive. Now, I could talk for hours on climate change and what's going to happen, not only to Florida, but to the United States and the world, in fact. But as a native Floridian, in my 7+ decades, I've seen old Florida rapidly disappearing. That's evident in DeBary right now. All you have to do is drive down Fort Florida Road. There's not much left. As a matter of fact, the city of DeBary is trying to acquire, I think, probably the last remaining tract down there that's on the river to preserve it, and it should. There's no amount of trees that one can plant to replace the old growth trees, nor the plants and the other flora that live in Florida. That this particular project and others like it will destroy. I could say more, but I'll stop for now. I do strongly urge you, however, respectfully, strongly urge you to deny this development.
Thank you.
Donald Freeman, please.
Hello. I'm going to try to make this pretty short. You guys know I'm pretty much straight to the point. It's very impressive to see the amount of people in that neighborhood come out here and clearly tell you guys, no, I do not want you to approve this. And you're going to have to think about that, each and every one of you. Weigh it and vote the right way that you see fit. They clearly do not want it. Some people think there might be corruption. I know the majority of you up there, and I know you guys are fine people, and I don't believe that any of you guys are corrupt. All right? However, let's learn from some mistakes recently in the past 10 to 20 years from our fellow cities right across the bridge here in I-4, DeBary. What do? They built in flood areas, and what happened to them? The area flooded. What did the city have to do? They had to pay for those houses and build retention ponds to fix the problem. You and I know that this city does not have the money to do that in the future. Think about what's going to happen in the future. You build on that property, and it floods, who's going to be fitting the bill? Are we going to be like DeBary and do the right thing? Or are we going to let these people that we allow build on wetlands to suffer, okay? Another thing, once you build on this undeveloped land, land's not coming around here no more. Wildlife is going to be moved. It's going to die off. We're not going to get any of that back. And it's not just one little speck in a big sea of wildlife out there, or farmland. Once you build that in the middle, smack dab in the middle, it's going to spread like wildfire. And next thing you're going to have is a city of Maitland. You drive through Maitland, house to house. I'll reach over to Commissioner Ramos. Hey, do you have any Grey Poupon? Because that's how close these houses are going to be. Okay? We do not want that out here. Just think about it. I don't want to bail out anybody in floodland because we allow them, or you guys allow them to do that. This land is very valuable to each and every one of us. Look at the people out here. They're very passionate. They're telling you, no, we do not want this. This is going to affect their lives. They bought that land not to be developed next to 45,000 houses that are zero lot line. They want to have their space. Since I moved up here, back when I went to elementary school in Osteen Elementary, there was nothing out there. Saxon Boulevard was a two-way street with a stop sign in the middle of the road at Saxon Enterprise. Okay? That's how long ago it was. And look at the amount of development that's happened. You have a chance to do the right thing for not only the wildlife, the water conservation. That's a major problem. We hear about toilet water. But these people spoke very clearly about asking you to vote no. My Commissioner, Victor Ramos, I implore you and I beg you, please do the right thing and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Albert Bryan, please.
Let's see here. Where should I start? Oh, I know. Smart growth. Something that we can honestly say this is not. Okay, it's been proposed that in smart growth, you're supposed to have infrastructure around it. Okay, we understand we have some infrastructure around it. Okay, we got that part of it. That's one. Does the proposed project actually provide a range of housing opportunities? Actually, no, it doesn't. He calls it diverse. Well, diverse would be one-bedroom houses up to six-bedroom houses. Diverse lots. No, they're all the same damn near. So that you know, there's no diversity, true diversity in this. It would also say that there would be a diverse price range. Is there a diverse price range? Does it start out at $70,000 and go up to $1 million? No. So that's an X right there. Does the proposed project avoid environmental sensitive land? Does it avoid throwing wildlife off the land? Oh, well, we can honestly say no to both of those because it's being built in wetlands. It's being built on watershed lands. We know that for a fact. Have any of y'all actually asked for mitigation for those wetlands and those watershed lands? No, none of y'all have, so none of y'all have done your job. Okay, let's see here. Does smart growth provide smart land use? Well, we can honestly say this is not smart land use at all. Because it doesn't even come close to what's existing in that area, unlike the project over on Cortlandt and Doyle. That actually is rooftop to rooftop. This is rooftop to land. There's a problem with that. Does the proposed development actually give you multiple transportation? No, it doesn't. It says you can drive the hell out of here and drive back in. It doesn't say you can walk through. It doesn't say you can drive through. It doesn't give you the ability to walk up to retail. No, it doesn't at all. So if you actually love this community, you really love this community, the vote should be no. Now, does the project actually respect the community with this being built in? No. You know why? Because 189 houses on 40 acres doesn't respect anything in that area at all, period. Not even our comprehensive plan does it actually respect. The proposed project self-sustainable? No. You know why? Because I haven't heard this developer say, oh, I'm going to use reusable material on any of the houses. I haven't heard him say, I'm going to put solars up on top of the houses. The other problem is there's only one evacuation route out. So if you're stuck in there during a hurricane and they die, just think of what y'all really are. There's an M word used for that. And one other thing, just think of this. Y'all are so good at this. Just think of this as $189 stores going in up there. And I guarantee every one of y'all are going to vote yes for it then.
Thank you, sir.
Inberg Matavo, please.
Thank you, everybody. I know this has been kind of a treacherous night with all the no's, and I am also opposed to this development. I live on Doyle Road, right between Shell and the Marathon. So I'm right smack dab in the middle of the development. There's development coming on the left, development coming on the right, and now around the corner is another one. Actually, there is another one behind Pels. That's 1,500 plus homes going up. Each home being car dependent, that is a potential for at least, with 2 income families, 3,000 vehicles on the road, daily commuting, probably to Orlando to make money, if maybe to the Amazon, which they also have to take Doyle Road. Everything goes over Doyle Road because it is the main corridor to I-4. We have a tremendous amount of lakes and wildlife along that road. I know I don't need to tell you what lives out there because everybody has mentioned it. But I am going to tell you that something needs to be done about that. You cannot just let that die off. I'm tired of picking up roadkill already because people go street racing, because people are just chasing off the animals with whatever is there now. And this is during COVID. I just moved in here in June. I bought this land, 3.25 acres with my husband, because of the space, because of the nature, because of the openness. And now you're packing it full and it's gonna feel like I'm living in the middle of New York City. I didn't ask to be living in New York City. I don't pay the price to live in New York City for that. Now, unless you're going to readjust my home and actually make it something where my 3 acres is worthwhile. But no, it's going to be probably Section 8 housing because the prices of those little lots are going to be rental properties. They're not going to be the homes that are sustaining 2-earner families and with, it's not like that. These kids don't have room to play, so the families are not going to come in there unless they cannot afford anything else. It's going to be $1,000 rent, $1,200 rent properties, because the investors are going to buy it up. We would see it as an opportunity. And I don't know how many of you would see it as an opportunity to go ahead and buy 15 properties and flip them around for rentals. Now, if that's the way you wanted to vote, reconsider that and think about everything else and think about what you're destroying. The people here, they deserve better. They deserve better. They can expect more from you. And you can do more for your city. I have never seen a city, as coming new as a resident, I'm from Virginia. Every city that I've ever lived in has had a city center where there is retail, where there is stores, where there is variety in stores, where you don't have 1,500 pizza places and 3 Chinese restaurants and 3 bars. And for everything else, you need to go to Orange City. If you need clothes, oh, well, forget it. Unless you go to the Bravo in Orange City. It's crazy. There are no amenities in Deltona. Focus on that, not on more people. care for the people. Now, I hope you vote no and that you really take this in consideration, because this was really a lot of people that turned out here to say no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, that ends request to speak.
I'm sorry?
That ends the request to speak.
Okay, public comment is now closed. Now we'll go ahead and read the rest of the emails in. How many of those do you have?
27.
Keep going. Set the timer, please.
Okay, this is from Deborah Nader. When I was much younger, I was lucky enough to live in Deltona in a lovely area. I unfortunately had to move away, but recently read about a development that wished to put a large community of houses off of Enterprise Osteen Road. Although I am not a citizen of Deltona anymore, I hope that you can see your way to vote no to rezone the road. You are in a unique position to do a very good thing for the environment and the citizens in the area. Please consider the environment and your constituents. Okay, this is from Georgia Smith. Most of you there at the city, as well as my commissioner, should already know my position on all this new development, as I've already written or spoke with many of you against this and about the nightmare I have and I'm still currently experiencing due to it. Enough is enough. Any further developments in our rural areas and the negative impacts that come along with it has got to stop. Okay. Debbie Vaughn. My husband and I moved to Enterprise in 2013, finding the relaxing beauty and the charm of West Volusia County to be the perfect fit as we look to begin our retirement soon. As the nature trails have expanded, so far our love of the seeming value of the balance of nature begins preserved and expanded for the residents to enjoy. Already the expansion of housing in the area has spoiled the pristine nature of the trails. My dismay grew as I've seen signs about the rezoning of the Hickory Lakes Preserve. Even the name What's Preserve suggests that this area is worth keeping in its natural state. The additional traffic will future impede crossing the 415 Enterprise Osteen Road, and 415 already needs a traffic light to cross with any feelings of safety. I hope you will closely consider the negative impacts this rezoning would have on this rural community. There are already too many developments in progress to last a few decades. Enough is enough. Thank you for your consideration. Okay, and this is from Laura and Jeremy Jordan. I am unable to attend the meeting on Monday, but as concerned Deltona resident, I want to ensure that my voice is heard. Please do not approve this rezone. Please consider the wildfire, as every single vacant lot is being bulldozed and developed. We are pushing our wildlife out. Please consider them and where they live. This area is home to many species of endemic plants, eagles, gopher tortoises, cranes, just to name a few. Additionally, I do not like what Deltona is becoming. I moved here to get away from the hustle and bustle and have a nice place in the country type feel, and it's quite quickly becoming the opposite. Overpopulation and overcrowding is not what we want. I hope you listen to your residents and concerns and stop this and future development. Okay, good morning to all concerned. I have lived at 425 Sherrill Drive, Deltona, Florida, 32738 since 1971. I have seen many changes over those 50-plus years. I graduated high school from DeLand High School in 1973. Of course, we were Osteen before Deltona annexed us into the city. My true concerns are the floodplains. During the hurricanes, we had massive flooding, and the St. John's Water Management District had to step in and stop the county from draining the lakes. With the current development going on Dole Road, I don't see how this development can be helpful to the wetlands, and I would expect massive flooding if we ever got the hurricanes like the past. I am opposed to this development and feel that we are saturated currently. Please look at the history of these flood areas and know that it will be a huge mess for roads and transportation. I thank you for listening to my concerns and pray you will look deeply into them. My vote would be no to this development. Sincerely, Carmino A. Petracca, Jr. Okay, this is from Julie Maring. Good afternoon. I own the property in Osteen and actually 2 separate locations. I am writing you in regards to the development of the proposed 189 houses on 29 acres, which is totally ridiculous in my opinion. I am also aware that over 800 petitions have been signed opposing this. I have reviewing all the information and fully aware of what is taking place. I am letting you know that on behalf of my neighbors at Underhill Branch Road, Osteen, we are opposed to this ridiculous idea, and we will be at your meeting on Monday to voice our concerns. And please understand, we are not renters, we are landowners. With that being said, I would like to also mention that there is already traffic issues and among deaths on 415 because of the overgrown area. Has anyone reached out to do a traffic study or deaths perhaps, or do any of the council live or travel this road? I bet not. I feel that by bringing this on your table, you should all hear and listen to the residents that live here. The traffic alone has tripled, and especially down Maytown Road. When you see law enforcement parked not even 10 feet apart and the speeders go past them, of course, slowing down, it isn't 10 minutes and they are back to do the usual. Unless you live where we do and you experience the issues, the already said issues, you seriously have no idea. Among this comes the bike trail, money spent, and I am sure thousands on a bike trail, but we can't maintain the roads or ditches. Tracking back on that, I have emailed and called since August 2020 to have the main roadway swept ED and grass off of the road side that holds water enough to meet our yellow line, and again, safety issues, and there is the ditches that are not cleaned or dug out on Lake Harney. Do you or have you experienced this? Having to drive in water where the ditches are overflowing so bad that a car cannot go down the road? Of course not. And like I said, I have documentation and voicemails saved regarding that issue. So let's concentrate on the issues, starting with the traffic on 415 and our roadways before we even think about redeveloping land for more structures, especially when you can't even get a ditch cleaned out because we can spend thousands on a trail. Makes no sense. Last and foremost, you are driving the animals and habitat away. Take in consideration the voice of the people who live here and listen to them. Thank you and look forward to attending the meeting. Julie. Okay, this is from Tom Burbank. Aside from the clear fact that 50-foot wide lots do not fit the character of Deltona, please consider this. The image you see is of a small lot with a home and an AC unit and a pad on the side. In order to mow the lawn, the homeowner on the right is required to physically trespass on the property of the homeowner on the left, and there's a picture attached. Okay, this is from Jamie Goodrich. Rural Development, Doyle and the Cortland, Dowdry, and Vinland. I'm against this. I object to this. There is already too much traffic in this area as it is already want to put 189 in this little bit area. That is ridiculous. We will not stand for that. Okay, this was a phone call. My name is Karen Kingston. I lived on Enterprise Road for 40 years. This is a rural road, scenic road, 2-lane ditches on both sides, usually filled with water. It's soft and mucky on both sides. You can pull to the side of the road. If you break down, you are stuck on the road but no place to go. The road now is becoming a speedway. They are going 40 to 50 miles per hour in a 30-mile zone, and where I live, it goes down to 20 miles per hour. The road can definitely not handle the impact of 1,900 cars per day. We still need green space, wetlands, agricultural, and at this point, why do we need more houses? I mean, really, we have enough. Thank you for your consideration of voting against additional homes. Okay, and this is from Linda White. Dear Mayor and Commission, I feel compelled to share my comments on the Hickory Lake Preserves project. Although I doubt my words or the words of so many others from this community will make a difference in the outcome. I find myself, as do so many others, filled with an unanswered question of why. Why do a majority of you support this project? I know most of you personally, and I know you care deeply about this community and the people here. I know that you want to be a good stewards of the environment. I know that you don't want to negatively impact the communities that surround us. I know that you never wanted Deltona to be known as a greedy bully, insensitive to the needs of people or neighborhoods of the environment, As I know, you know that you have every legal right to deny this project. I know you know it is drastically It drastically changes the character of the neighborhood, and I know that you know. It changes the hopes and dreams of that impacted community and the people who bought land there as it was zoned. I know you know that the area is fragile and that intense development will most likely cause flooding to the surrounding areas. I know you know that this community, your Deltona residents, are already suffering from congested traffic, roads that are in disrepair, poorly lit, unsafe, and pedestrian and bicycle traffic, and that this community wants and needs and deserves relief, no more congestion. I know you know that you have already built enough rooftops to satisfy the future need for housing, and that our social and physical infrastructure for the already 100,000 people we have here is woefully inadequate. And I know that you know this proposed project is unremarkable, its rooftops on postage stamps, lots, and a pan, environmentally fragile. It is definitely not the thing that brings long-term tax base or any type or creative vision or creates a sense of place for our community. So my question is why? The commission approval of unbridled growth is certain to be a fatal attraction for this community. Please do not approve this remarkable project known as Hickory Lakes Preserve, which is a zero-sum game where the only winners are the developers. Sincerely, Linda White. Okay, Myrna Schnell, did she already talk? I thought she did.
Mr. Snell's.
Okay, this is from Myrna Schnell. Please, please stop and do not approve the overgrowth of development on the southeast section of the city. You have already approved the huge development on the corner of Cortlandt and Doyle. To continue with more development in such a small area is really excessive growth within one small area. Now is the time to halt it before it is a ruination of this historical area. Thank you, Myrna Schnell, Florida certified teacher, 25 years. Okay. Phil Bogman. I'd like this email to be read into record, even though I'm sure of what the outcome is going to be. I still feel I should voice my opinion. I am 100% against this from passing. I'd like for you for 1 second to step back and look at this in a different view. What if this was happening next to you? Take a ride down the scenic road and just take in the nature for a minute. Do we really want more congestion on roadways that can barely handle the traffic now? I ask all of you to take a step back, breathe, clear your mind, and think about this for many reasons. This should not pass, but if you're being closed and narrow-minded and this does pass, I feel bad for the city, its citizens, the people of Osteen, and the nature that you will destroy. Sincerely, Gridlock 87. Okay, Jean Trouse. I am very opposed to the proposed development and enterprise on Osteen Road. Is completely out of character for the area and incompatible with surrounding properties. I live off of Doyle Road, which is becoming a major roadway with all the new homes being built. People bought this property with acreage to be in a rural area, never expecting to have homes built in their backyard. Please do not allow this overdevelopment to happen. Okay, Susan Hopp. Although my input as well as others affected citizens will not be considered, I feel compelled to address my concerns. The construction of a housing development on Enterprise Osteen Road is unnecessary. There are currently over 800 homes scheduled for construction on Doyle Road. The additional house construction is not in character with the surrounding area. I currently must go to the end of my driveway, roll down the windows, turn off the radio, in an attempt to get on to Osteen, Enterprise Osteen without being hit. Do not look at traffic projections for this area and base them on an outdated study. Go to the area, see for yourselves incompatibility of the project and base your decisions on facts and logic, not projected revenue. If this developer is really concerned with the environment, the project would still be self-sustaining, not dependent on Deltona. Okay, this is from Ken Brauman. Commissioners, this email is to speak against the planned development of 110 acres along Enterprise Osteen Road. Number one, those of us who live in the area choose to do so because of the quality of life it gives us. Lakes, nature's quiet. If we had wanted congestion and noise, we would have built elsewhere. Number two, regardless of what your experts say, those of us who live in the area know the roads, the wetlands, and the schools cannot handle the influx of the proposed development along with those already in construction in the immediate area. Number three, I'm sure the four of you in favor of it don't live in this area. Number four, I am sure you four are thinking only of impact fees and additional taxes. We, on the other hand, are thinking of the quality of life this pristine area has brought us. Vote no. Ken Brahman. Okay. It's from Patricia Arnold. Dear Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Patricia Arnold at 620 Enterprise Osteen Road. I purchased the home and land before it was annexed into Deltona, and I've lived there for over 20 years. Before that, I owned a house on Piedmont Drive in Deltona. I made the change because I wanted to live in the less dense rural environment. Approving this rezoning application will change this area irrevocably and not necessarily. Others have testified that the 3 developments under construction along Doyle Road, less than 2 miles away, are sufficient to satisfy the 10-year population projections. Therefore, these 189 homes are not needed. The negative impact of the 100-year floodplain has already been acknowledged because the initial size of the project was reduced, but there is no guarantee that this will prevent negative outcomes. Would the city be liable? Finally, Enterprise Osteen Road is a national certified scenic highway. Traffic analysis indicates an increase in daily trips of 1,900. Although there has been mention of a commission meeting that Enterprise Osteen Road will be made 4 lanes in the future. For these reasons, please do not do as a supermajority of your own zoning board recommended, deny this disruptive, unnecessarily incompatible project. On a personal now ironic note, I actively campaigned for the 4 who voted yes. Sincerely, Patricia Arnold. Okay, Jessica Scolaro. I have lived in Deltona / Osteen area, Doyle Road / Cortland Boulevard / 415 / Enterprise Osteen Road area since late 90s. I am raising my kids and farm animals. Please do not develop any more housing. Agriculture is already dying out. Please let this be a portion that is left alone. We moved here to be away from the nonsense. Thank you, Jessica Scolaro. Okay, and this is Christy, I believe Jefferson. Please, for all of us who make this area our home, do not vote to approve rezoning for this huge new development. When this land was purchased, the buyer knew the property had an agricultural exemption surrounded by other agricultural properties located on a narrow substandard road and adjacent to the conservation areas. Local residents are making what seems to be a reasonable request that this land be developed to be compatible with the surrounding properties. The requested development with 189 homes on 50-foot wide lots and houses that are literally 10 feet apart is completely out of character with the area. Do what is right and follow the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Board and deny this request. Christy and Dennis Jefferson. Okay. Kashmira Norwick. So what if this housing development fits in with Deltona's long-range plan? The long-range plan is faulty. How in heaven's name are you really going to safeguard the neighborhood environment from fertilizer runoff from the artificially maintained lawns, the carbon monoxide from all the vehicles, and the noise pollution from all the human residents? You can't. People are reporting bobcats in their backyards along Doyle and Mitnick. Last month, I saw a deer as roadkill on Howland. It's going to get worse when you destroy the trees and wooded areas just because a developer wants you to. Make developers use existing blighted and abandoned areas that are also zoned for business homes instead of wasting precious natural resources. Be sensible. Take the time now to be environmentally and publicly responsible for the taxpayers. Say no to this development. Will give Deltona much-needed positive publicity for a change. Don't bend over every time a developer flashes a wad of money. Please be on the Deltona taxpayer / homeowner side for a change. Sincerely, Cass Norwick. This from Richard Tracy. Commissioners, you have coming before you the final chance to do the right thing and send this proposed development back to the drawing board. Send it back with a message that says, bring something more compatible with the area, bring something that reflects the character of the surrounding land, something that has less than an impact on both the land and the residents. Consider these facts as you look at the project. The land was annexed into the city a long time back for the sole purpose of securing potential development entitlements, access to utilities, but for years sat with no true rezoning, only listed in your comp plan as low-density residential. Now comes a developer who wishes to use the development regulations to the maximum extent possible, which is completely understandable. The average person is not aware that the land development code, when referring to the units per acre, does not delineate that any area of the development will be excluded for the purpose of the density calculation. So the 30-plus acres of the site, which are either in the lake or wetlands still count an establishment of the total density. Understand that when you are pitched, however, the developer has made concessions and reduced the total number of units. There were no true concessions. They simply couldn't squeeze any more units in unless it went into a multifamily higher density zoning, and thus the reason for the tiny lots. It isn't an urban trend as you are being told. It's simply profit margin. Your requirements for public notice on this property state that notices must be sent to anyone within a 300-foot radius of the development. For your own edification, have your director of planning show you what that 300-foot radius encompasses. Two things will come to light. One, how few people, residents fall with the circle, and two, exactly how many developments there is around this parcel. In most municipalities, the director of planning would have noted this and required the developer to expand that circle. Change the contract area to include a cross-section of people truly impacted by the proposed development. Your own planning and zoning board has recommended denial of this project and is incompatible with the surrounding area, yet Mr. Paradise tells you it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan / future land use. This plan calls for low-density residential, which may be defined by an X units per acre, but is not intended to grant development rights to anything clearly at odds with the surrounding area. Note that the language says up to X units per acre. You have the authority, the right, and the duty to say no, to say bring back a scaled-down version that provides transition from agricultural to urban residential. Has Mr. Paradise explained how he justifies stating that the development of more homes along a short stretch of Enterprise Road than there are more currently in the entire 4-mile length of Enterprise Road from Stone Island to State Road 415? How can this be even remotely considered comparable when each and every property that borders this is a multi-acre parcel, conservation lands, or in the case of Cove Estates, a development that evolved long before the city was incorporated and was never a formally submitted development within the county? Please convince your constituents and the neighbors that you are not blind. Homes of 6,000-foot lots do not fit in the area where multi-acre horse farms are situated along conservation land, simple homes on acreage parcels and large estates. Sound development, and that's out of time. This one's a long one. Like 5? I'm trying to go fast. Okay, this is from Larry French. Dear ladies and gentlemen of the Deltona City Commission, you are fellow residents of our fair city whose service to the community is appreciated. I'd like to think every motion that comes before you is carefully inspected circumspectly. This is what I'm addressing you now. There's nothing preserving about proposed ordinance number 06-2020, Hickory Lakes Preserve. It may look like a splendid plan for the standpoint of a developer and as another source of revenue for the city, but everything about it is foundational, unwise. Environmentally, culturally, and aesthetically, this is not something that will bring benefit to our community. Let's begin with the number one indicator of why this project is not good environmentally. Water is an issue that cannot be ignored, even more so as our water supply becomes more stressed by demand. The maps provided in the ordinance package pretty much gives you a visual reason for not doing this kind of development here, especially the satellite map, which shows vegetation and contour features of the land. Careful examination of the land reveals hydric or damp areas comprising most of the eastern half of the property. These areas are fringed with hard woods, a natural feature rarely found left standing in any completed development here in Deltona. The remaining stands of trees and pines that border the wetter soils, leaving very, very little truly appropriate land for residential construction sustainable for septic tanks. The commonly allowed style of residential development visually provided conveniently east of the intersection of Cortlandt and Doyle Roads give us an idea of how this naturally exists property existing property the Hickory Lakes Preserve is proposed for. The natural water system of this land will be altered. Hydric soils of Florida, and there's an underline with a link. Page 5 identifies the majority soil type of this area as soils, I'm not sure if I pronounced it right, which is common to pine flatwood areas, and its composition lends to seasonal pooling of water. The soil research finding of this document should be fully read and followed by the city in development considerations such as Hickory Lakes Preserve. There will likely be future issues created from the runoff that will occur and the man-made patterns of water flow. Issues of flooding similar to what Deltona dealt with in 88-89 because of poorly implemented land use developments are possible. Culturally and aesthetically, the Hickory Lakes Preserve promises to bring Deltona and Osteen residents more disappointments and challenges than any revenue from it can provide. Building out instead of infilling and sprawl, no matter how you look at it. Until the accepted building practices that are allowed to go on here in Deltona, where every green living thing is bulldozed away, the pristine acreage proposed to be Hickory Lakes Preserved will be erased forever like so many other natural settings. Current building development ethics here have not changed in decades. Our city hasn't yet employed sustainable land development practices. Why? It is because it's always been done this way, or is about money and not building a real sense of place. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize green spaces are natural barriers, preserve the enhance the ambience and aesthetics of a community. While PNR is striving to provide us with nice outdoor recreational use areas, our planning and development services destroys everything that will attract people to live and work in Deltona. Why aren't we using more modern and sustainable guidelines and requirements in the residential development taking place so that what is built is appealing and naturally attractive to the eye? Let me tell you, there are scores of studies and examples I have provided in the past. Okay, wasn't able to finish that one. Okay, this is from resident Jessica. This email is to inform you that I oppose this project. Please see the below reasons. How is Deltona preserving or helping? Number 1, wetlands. Number 2, conservation land. Number 3, endangered species. Example, gopher tortoise. 4, environmental concerns. Number 5, overflowing lakes. Number 6, evacuation routes. Parentheses, none of roadways. Last but not least, traffic. My question is to you, doesn't our voice count? I moved to this area and get away from a crowded city and all that is included. I love the peace, quietness, farm animals, and especially the acreage of land. Please listen and take into account the residents that have lived generations here and vote no for this project. Thank you in advance, Jessica, Deltona resident. Okay, Cheryl Latil, I'm not sure if I pronounced it right. Good afternoon, thank you. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 and my at-risk status, I will not be able to attend tonight's meeting. However, my voice should still be heard. Enterprise Osteen Road is the only true scenic area of Deltona's and Desease, Old Florida. Deltona does not have a historic area like Sanford and DeLand. This is the only area we have that comes close, which is why it has been designated as a scenic highway. I hope that every commissioner has taken the time to travel this road and see its beauty. I feel confident saying that there is no way that after traveling this road, anyone would feel that a housing development will be compatible to this surrounding. I also feel that if there is any commissioner that has not done their due diligence in traveling this route should not vote on this until they do so. The development is so out of character for this area and will destroy the only section of Deltona that maintains true natural beauty. Please vote no. Please feel free to share my comments at tonight's meeting. Okay, this is another phone call from Laura Evans. I can't make it to the meeting and I don't know who to call, and I'm going to send out emails, but I don't know if I could just put it on record that you had one more phone call against all of this development. I'm not sure if this is going to make a difference. It is getting out of control and out of hand. It's just sometimes life has to be hard. Just sometimes life has to not be about the almighty dollar, and we got to slow this down. We live in Osteen for a reason, and that this is not to live on top of one another. We got to leave some rural areas. We got to leave some space, and not even to mention every time you guys build on that side of the road, us on the other side of the road pay the price with flooding and drainage and every other thing that's never considered about what's happening on the east side of 415. It's getting old, and we feel really run over out here, and I know it is not going to help, but I'm going to send emails. Okay, Jennifer Chasteen. Good afternoon, all. I'm writing regarding the agenda item RE, the rezoning for yet another development, Hickory Lakes Preserve. I know that when you all vote, that this is made clear that you have to vote based on how this fits, or if in this case doesn't fit, into our comprehensive plan. This is not the first time I've reached out. RE, so many developments being approved, and how city staff has admitted the amount approved already exceeds the anticipated growth needs. I would like to approach this project a bit differently. I would like to know what measures are being taken to fulfill the social responsibilities of those already in the area. I would like to know what you, as the city, have in place of terms of plans to take care of those who live in Cove Estates who will flood to a greater degree after this project has begun. Tell me how we, as a city, consider adding so many housing developments with half-width lot sides compared to our standard postage stamp blocks. In addition, is adding diversity to the community, because all of the recent developments have been proposed this way. I do understand this project is proposed a tad bit differently, but not much in terms of lot size. The developer touts dog parks when their attorneys come up to speak as a benefit to the area. What benefits is that to me? I won't be living in that subdivision. I live a couple miles up the road. I find it hard to believe residents who will be paying HOA fees will be eager to just let every Tom, Dick, and Harry in with their dogs. Aside from that, let's talk wildlife. I understand if certain wildlife is in the area, they have to be relocated. My question is where? The city is allowing overdevelopment to occur, where there will be any space in the wildlife. Once we pave over this land, we can't go back in time and reserve it. I've had the pleasure of riding my bike in the area, and it has been so wonderful to see the deer and wild rabbits in the early morning and late evening. We won't see them once we tear down all the trees in the name of the development. Where will they go? They will die. We are destroying their homes and affecting the ecosystem. What about the sewage system? Adding more people to the sewage billing rolls isn't fixing our aging system. I've heard about how adding people will add more funds for improvements, but that's never immediate. Mr. Peters, our own expert, admitting it would bring down the cost to those already paying a lot to be on the system. So when we increase demand on the system, which already is not up to par per the state, what is going to happen? Please don't say raise rates and borrow more money. You are elected to be representatives of the community. The community has spoken quite loudly, and why don't you feel that this is a good decision? Yet here we are at a final reading. The developer expects us to go through as have all but one of the recent projects. The developer will continue to come to you for rezoning because they will continue to get a yes vote. Guess what happens when you say no? They will go buy elsewhere. Now that probably has some gasping for air, however, how we could let this happen, but really you may want to question how you can consider voting time and take again to stockpiling our community with homes. I asked before and didn't get a response from 5, but what is going to happen after all these homes are built and people end up moving away because they are no longer working from home, and that commute of the deadliest highway in the county gets too exhausting to travel? What's going to happen when the houses don't appraise for such a high value in a few years because there are so many vacant homes? In an ebb and flow, I get, but for people like me who have been here 28 years, I would like to see you spend time considering what this is doing to the community, the look, the feel, the quality of life. Can we please consider the responsibilities you have to us? There's a lot of catering going on potential residents, but not much of those of us who made this our home, those of us who raised our families here. I'm not suggesting no, okay, that's not able to finish that one. 2 more. Gary Snell, read it.
I think he spoke.
Do it last, okay. Okay, so Kathy Robertson, I'm opposed to the Hickory Lakes Preserve PUD, and it's completely out of character for Enterprise Osteen Road. and is incompatible with the majority of the surrounding properties, not to mention the impact of on the wildlife and traffic. Sincerely, Kathy Robertson. What?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for reading all those in. Okay, now we will go ahead. The next item up is rebuttal from the applicant's attorney, Mr. Watts. Yes. Okay, you should, hold on one second, Mr. Watts. You don't have a, you don't have to, you turn, here. I'm sorry, Mr. Watts, we have to.
You're good.
Give me, here, just give it here. Turn it on, you flip the thing out, and then you have the button to push on. There's a button right underneath it. For those of you who are running out of juice. I'm already juiced up. Do you have it, Maritza? Okay, everyone good? There you go, you're on. Yes, sir. Sorry. Technology.
All right. Madam Mayor, again, for the record, Mark Watts with Cobb Cole here on behalf of the applicant. I believe we're holding with the procedure we did at the last meeting, I think 4 minutes?
Yes.
Is that the right time allocated? All right, hold on a second, we'll get that. Put on my timer here.
Ready?
Good. Want to cover a lot of things in a short amount of time, so I'm going to move kind of quickly. Let me start with a mischaracterization or a misstatement that was attributed to me in the beginning, that we had indicated in some way there was no floodplains identified on this property. That's not accurate. Your staff materials indicate that there are floodplains on the property. We specifically stated in our presentation and the materials we've provided to you that we revised the project to take into account the floodplains that are shown in the FEMA maps on the property. And the development agreement also provides that as we learn more about the floodplains, if there are additional floodplains and lots would be located in them, the density of the project would go down to avoid those floodplain impacts. I will also note that we used the state's calculations of flood elevation they used for 415 as the base flood elevation for the designs you see so far. Also want to note that I believe Mr. Shepard came and gave you guys and the planning board a procedural discussion or workshop on quasi-judicial hearings in which there was a recommendation to change the format of the staff reports to provide the deny and support format, and then we're citing to the deny format that changed after that workshop. I do want to reiterate what your staff said, though, which was, yes, we changed our staff report to show both of those things, but after we have spent all the time we've spent working on this project with them, their conclusion is both the comprehensive plan and your concurrency requirements, all other aspects of your land development regulations that they're required to review to analyze the project supports approval of the project, as does their staff report. So despite that characterization and both Mr. Shepard and Mr. Smith relying on that new section of the staff report that was added at that suggestion, the actual staff report recommendation is for approval. Also want to point in the slide presentation, the slide about the inconsistencies with the comp plan cites to a number of policies that don't apply to this property. They only apply within the JPA area. So just wanted to point that out again for the record. There was a couple comments I want to clarify with regard to the agricultural zoning. Number one, LDR is the land use on this property. Agricultural zoning is not consistent with that land use. There was a question that was asked that you didn't get an answer to about protections for trees and wetlands under ag zoning. Both of those things, your tree ordinance and your wetland ordinance exempt bona fide agricultural uses from both the tree ordinance and the wetland ordinance. Cove Estates, there was a question asked about the land use and the zoning on that. I was able to look it up on my phone on the county's map. Urban medium intensity is the land use, 4 to 8 units an acre. MH1 and MH2, mobile home park, mobile home and RV park, are the county's zoning classifications for it. There's a lot of comments from folks that live in the rural areas around the county around this property, and I understand that. I said at the beginning, this parcel, more than almost any other parcel in the city, is the transition point. Immediately to the east, you're required to do multi-use, mixed-use project. We talked about walkability. 3/10 of an acre around the curve, you're required to have mixed use as a policy in your comprehensive plan for this. This is the beginning of that evolution towards that walkable downtown. This is a transition point, though. This parcel is a transition to the rural and the conservation areas to the west and to the south. I said that in the beginning. The reason this parcel is designed the way that it is, with the buffers, the reduction in density, the setbacks from the roadway, was to preserve all the things that you heard people saying, with good reason, need to be preserved. But it also is the transition to the mixed-use area to the east. I get it. There's a lot of emotion tied up in it because this is that transition point. But it's consistent with your comprehensive plan. That data and analysis is in your staff report. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant's attorney? No questions for the applicant's attorney from the commission. Oh, Commissioner King.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment.
It's on.
Okay.
It's on. Are you good? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? My comment is this, sir. We've been here for 5 hours so far, going on some more. You are the only person on that side of the dais that's for this project. We have had citizen after citizen after citizen get up and voice their concerns and what they want to see happen. We've sat here for the last 40 minutes or better reading emails. Not one email was in favor of this project. And if there's a commissioner here that got emails that said that they were in favor of this, I'd like to have those emails produced. I'd like to see those, because I have seen none. So with that, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I hereby move to deny ordinance number 06-2020 to rezone a 110.43 acre property at second and final reading from the county prime agricultural classification of residential or to residential planned unit development.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion is properly made by Commissioner King, and I'm sorry, was it Commissioner Sosa? Did you second it? Or Commissioner McCool? Who did it, King?
It was a tie.
Pick one.
I'll give it to Dana.
Both of them.
Pick one. Dana, you're closer?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Okay.
It's been
Motion for denial properly made by Commissioner King, seconded by Commissioner McCool. Any comments on this before we vote? Commissioner Sosa, are you on the board for a comment? Yes. Okay, go ahead, and then Vice Mayor Bradford, and then Commissioner McCool.
Okay, so we've been here a very long time tonight, and as Mr. King just stated, you know, we've had probably at least 100 residents come up and speak, or emails or phone calls, and not one has been in favor of this proposed project. My personal opinion, I represent the residents, and that's where I'm going. To take a look at this, you know, we've got a proposed 110 acres, 46 is wetlands, lakes are located within the floodplain. And the idea to eliminate flooding in the development is to use an engineering solution called compensating storage. And from our staff report on page 6, it states that history, recent and past, is rife with examples where development within floodplains has proven to be at best unwise and sometimes disastrous. Okay? FEMA recommends a sound method to mitigate risk within flood-prone areas is to avoid investment within these areas. It means don't build there. This proposed development does have many internal wetlands, as Mr. Watts just stated, and it's associated within the floodplain acreage. Okay, And I know a resident had brought this up earlier, and I have it in my notes here as well. The city has in the past had to buy homeowners as a result of flooding. Yeah, this is an expensive lesson that we've had to learn. If we approve this today, that means we didn't learn our lesson, and we're just going to cough out God knows how many more $1 million to have to buy property. Also tonight, on our consent agenda, which is coming up hopefully in the next hour or two, don't laugh, Albert. You know, we've had a study and a review. We've had to have a study and review done by Mead and Hunt to determine as many as 136 residents that have been constructed with an established flood zone encroaching upon them, okay? And because of this issue, the city may be ejected from the CRS program. And our residents, not just the residents in this area, but our residents are going to be subject to paying full price for flood insurance. Now, if some of you guys are not sure what the CRS program is, it stands for the Community Rating System, okay? And this is a partnership with FEMA to get residents lower premiums on flood insurance, okay? It is intended to direct development away from floodplain areas, not build in them. As a representative of the residents of Deltona, I have the sole obligation of protecting current and future residents. By allowing this development would just be completely irresponsible. All right, and let's go back to this traffic study. The city hired, or the developer basically had a study done, a TIA study done, traffic study, and the city hired another organization called Marlin Engineering to review the applicant's TIA. The observation that Marlin, that was hired by the city, made was that the widths of the segment of Osteen Road associated with this rezoning request were determined to be substandard. Now, with that being said, attorney, what risk does that put the city at if we go ahead and approve 189 house development and we start having crashes over there in that area? After we have a report from Marlin Engineering telling us that this road is substandard. What risk that liability is the city going to take?
I couldn't possibly answer that. I just can't.
I mean, are we going to be liable? Here we've got a study.
No, you would, I mean, you are not. This is a planned unit development that will have a homeowners association that those folks, when they buy those lots, they agree to the terms of the homeowners association.
I'm talking about the folks out on Enterprise Osteen Road that have bought there knowing it was set up for rural. I mean, those folks there, they didn't buy into 189
I know,
house HOA.
But no,
I mean, they're telling us in this report that the road is substandard.
And all I can tell you is, I mean, unless Ron wants to address it or whatever, but I don't know that that necessarily has any of the implications you're trying to draw at this point. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I can't just off the top of my head, you know, there's not, because I'm a lawyer, I have like a liability meter or something. I can't tell you. I mean, there's a lot of different issues.
If we approve this on a substandard road, we as commissioners would have the blood on our hands, basically, is what it comes down to when we start having these wrecks, because we determined that a substandard road was good enough for 189 housing unit, or PUD. You know, I know part of the rationale in the staff report to allow this road was that it will tend to slow traffic, notwithstanding observed reported individual events of spirited driving, speeders, which, you know, it's a nice little windy road. I mean, probably in my younger days, I'd have probably done it too. But the slowing traffic is a roadway design that is sometimes referred to as traffic calming. And basically what they're saying is it's called overcrowded roads that's going to have congestion is what's going to slow down the traffic. I've got nothing else. This is just enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor, and then Commissioner McCool.
Madam Attorney, I have a question for you. Obviously, since my construction company is large enough to be a developer and build these homes, which I'd like to clear. I am not building any homes. I'm not working with the developer, nor do I have anything to do with this development. If anything, they would be in competition with my company, number one. So I would like to know, do I need to recuse myself from the vote since I do own a business, since I do own a business in the city of Deltona, do I need to recuse myself?
Vice Mayor, you know, the law is very clear with regards to recusal, and you have to have a financial interest. And if you had a financial interest, then you would need to disclose it. And in that situation, if you ask me, I would recommend that you recuse yourself. But just because people are speculating as to why different commissioners are voting certain ways, and as far as I know have produced no information that demonstrates that any of that is true, then, I mean, to me it goes in the category of character assassination. And, you know, you do not have to recuse yourself.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
To that, I would add, I have the same sentiment because all of us could be accused of the same thing. I was, you know, informed today that I should recuse myself, and I know you to be honorable, and I just want to say that from the dais, that this is ridiculous that, you know, we have vested monetary interest in that, and that's simply not true for me. I'm not being paid off by a resident, you know, and to say that I need to recuse myself, that I couldn't have the ability to be fair and honest, insults my integrity and all that I stand for my residents. And I hold true the same for Vice Mayor Bradford, and that's not the way that we work up here. I understand there's a leftover climate of unprofessionalism up here, but this is not what you see up here. We support one another professionally, we're honest, and try to be transparent up here. So that's what I want to say about that. Do I need to be recused? I refuse to be recused. So with that, we have a chance tonight to do the right thing here, to deny this project. This project, by its own merit, is not proper for the area. We have not just heard from residents this evening, we've heard from professionals. We've heard from representatives from our county. We've had other people write in from other municipalities. It's a systemic thing. Although it occurs in Deltona, it is part of a systemic issue. And we have the job to preserve what we can in our city, because our city was not laid out the best to begin with. And we are left here cleaning up and trying to make judgment about what is best for our city. And what is our city? What is the fiduciary responsibility I've been asked that? And that is to make the best of our city. And that's what we're tasked to do here. The character of that area, when we talk about Deltona and the amount of money and the amount of resources and the amount of time that we've talked about developing our ecotourism on that very road, it makes us look like hypocrites to try to do both. We cannot serve two masters. We have not had the proper time to look at that area. We're just starting our strategy visioning sessions where we're listening to residents. We're starting to build credibility. So this isn't about just the residents. We've had input from other professionals. It is about what do we want to hear? What is it we're trying to hear? We do not have enough diversified housing in this town. You have Mackle Brothers or $300,000. That's what you have, and that's it. We're smarter than that, and we've been operating under a methodology where and it's been discussed in public meetings, desperate for revenue and growth. And desperation should not drive us. We are not the ugly stepsister any longer that has to take what comes along. We are a beautiful community. We have a lot to offer. We don't have to kowtow to a developer because we're scared we're going to lose other opportunities. That's not the way that we should operate. So I'm asking my honorable, esteemed commissioners to think about that. We work to do the best for our city and the growth, but this is who we work for here. We don't work for the developers. Development should be working for us. We are a beautiful city, and the moment that we let go of this last little foothold that we have on this pristine area, when we do that, we've gone over the edge. We have to take a stand at somewhere and protect this for all of the reasons that we listed. It does not meet the character of the area. Take away all the emotion, all the testifying, take away everything, and plain and simple, it does not meet the character of the area. We must preserve different areas of our city with everything that we have. And we've heard, listen, people, the floods are coming. And if we don't do the right thing here, we're going to end up like the guy at St. Peter's Gate, kvetching that he died. You know, and God said, well, I sent you a rowboat and a helicopter and a newscast, but you didn't listen to any of that. Well, here we are. We have the newscast. We have the people trying to get us out. We have the rowboat. And if we don't do the right thing, we're going to end up dead here. I implore you, please do not be fearful of doing the right thing. We have the opportunities to be heroes here and do the right thing for our community as a whole. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to echo what the Vice Mayor and Commissioner McCool, I was going to call him McFall. That's because you're sitting in his chair. I received $0. Actually, I'm not even getting paying overtime for the time that I've been here. I've been in this building since 4 o'clock today. So I don't get any money at all for these developers. And yes, we did have comments from a lot of professionals. We had comments from, I didn't get his name. We had a professional speaking up here who has the same background and training as our professional, Ron Peters. And then we had a professional up here who spoke on behalf of your community, Mr. Shepherd, who also stood right there and trained us on how we need to approve residential areas like this. So it's kind of confusing when you have, information like this being thrown at you, excuse me. You have it on one side that tells you this is how you do it and this is how you win. And then on the other side, it tells you you shouldn't do this, even though I told you you should do that. So that was our quasi-judicial training that we had. And I'm sorry, but my voice is leaving. It's been using it quite a few hours now. But this is what I'm trying to say, and going back to the professionals that spoke out here. So, it's hard to make decisions on something like this, and it's hard when we are being accused of things coming up here like that. But this is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, and there are no more commissioners on the board. So, Joyce, because it's been so long, or Liz, will you please read the motion again to be clear?
I hereby move to deny ordinance number 06-2020 to rezone a plus minus 110.43 acre property as second and final reading from the county prime agriculture classification to residential planned unit development.
Thank you. Okay, may we vote, please?
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes. This is,
So the motion is to deny.
the motion is to deny.
So a yes answer would go
For
with
denial.
the motion? The no
Yes, if
answer
you
would
vote
go?
yes, you vote to deny. If you vote no, you vote not to deny.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
And the motion fails 3 to 4. So the motion has failed for denial, 3 to 4.
But yes, but we still need a positive motion.
Yes, so-
You can't end it on a denied motion.
No, you cannot end it on a denied motion. So we need a motion for approval.
Can I have a point of order here? This failed, and do we need to, at this juncture, state the reason the way the vote went the way it did?
No.
I can't hear.
Ladies and
I can't
gentlemen,
hear.
please.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I couldn't hear.
I'm wondering, at this time, we voted for denial, okay? And there was a yes, yes. Does there have to be a count of why we voted the way that we did?
Well, I thought three of you all spoke with regards to your motion for denial. So I guess, are you asking for the 4 that didn't?
Yes, I am. I'm asking.
They don't have to, it's.
I'm asking if they will.
Oh, that's.
First of all, before we move forward, the motion has been to deny, failed to deny. So you cannot end this on a negative motion. Someone has to make a motion to approve. A motion and a second to approve. Should that fail, then it fails. But it has to be, the motion has to pass, whichever way the motion goes. It has to pass. Since this failed, the next one either has to pass or fail 4, because we voted 4 last time, correct?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 06-2020 to rezone a 110.43 acre property at second and final reading from the county prime agriculture classification to residential plan unit development featuring no more than 189 units, with all proposed changes to the written development agreement based on the following: that there is adequate infrastructure to support the development, including roadway, school, and utility capacity. B, the environmental resources like wetlands, water bodies, and floodplains will be safeguarded. C, based on preponderance of urban entitlements allocated to the area by both the county and the city, including but not limited to the Osteen local plan, the rezoning request is compatible with a envisioned urban development of the area. D, significant buffers will be afforded to protect scenic vistas, adjacent agricultural uses, and abutting conservation land. And E, the requested RPUD is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The acting city manager has the authority to make correction of Scrivener's errors and the like.
Is there a second? I will second the motion. Commissioner McCool, did you?
Yeah, I would like to speak as we did after the last motion, okay? I just want us to all look at the people right here in the eyeballs, what we're doing. I want us to be able to do that. To look at these people.
This is not.
Ladies and gentlemen, the commission has the floor.
That's all I want to say, okay? Because we've given good reason not to vote for this. The residents, we're supposed to be working for the residents. And we're obviously not doing that, because here's the thing, if this is representational, of a sampling of people that are against this. I want to know where the people are that showed up to vote for this and how we're rationalizing this. I just want to understand that. Everybody's allowed and can vote the way that they do, but I'm putting it on record that I hope that our residents stand up and demand to know why our commission votes the way that they do, and that's all that I have. When we're talking about accountability, I'm hoping that the residents are able to understand why each commissioner, and I'm saying either way, votes the way that they do so that the residents have full understanding, that the commissioners have full understanding why they're voting the way that they do.
Vice Mayor Bradford.
So since I made the motion, I'll tell you why. During the speeches earlier, it was said, don't consider those 276 units, they're the county, correct? So what does that mean? Yeah, that's what he said. The attorney clearly said, don't consider this over here because this is the county.
Cove
So
Estates.
This is Cove Estates. So what he basically said is anything that comes up in regards to Cove Estates, you don't pay attention to. So you either want me to regard it or you want me to disregard it. What we are required to do is to look at the area on that map, all 360 around it adjacent, and determine this is nothing personal. Had there not been 276 residential, according to the state of Florida, a mobile home is considered a residential property. According to the state as well, and federal, a mobile home is to be taxed as real property once it is permanently affixed to that real property. So I'm assuming these homes are property taxes are being paid, which then makes them real property. So we either consider them or we don't. And you guys almost had me not considering them, but then we're supposed to consider the argument on the other half. We can't have it both ways. The same thing you guys are saying. So it makes it difficult, very hard to not do that. So my point is that it did fall within our comprehensive plan, and it did fall within the density that is allowed for that property.
Commission, okay, sir. Commissioner Ramos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to respect to my commissioner here on the side, I would say if we have consensus on this, guys, instead of having, we have a roll call, and then say your reason for voting for or against it. Simple as that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have
Madam Mayor, I'm pushing my button, but it ain't working.
yes, sir, go ahead.
First of all, when we were at the last meeting and Cove Estates was brought up, it was brought up that it was residential property, that we should look at that and say, well, because the Cove is residential, then this new development is compatible to that because it's residential too. Which isn't exactly true because it's not really a residential property, it's a fish camp that had mobile homes or trailers put on there, and then they expanded later on. Tonight, we're using the Cove again to vote against the denial for this place. You flip-flop back and forth on that one thing from last time to this time. Now, the next thing I have to say is, and trust me, this is the kind of thing I do not like to do. I shouldn't do it. But I have to say, shame on you commissioners for not listening to the people who put you in office. Shame on you. These people out here are the people that you are supposed to represent. And for you to sit up here and take that mightier or holier than thou attitude and say, well, this is the way it is, and I'm really sorry, and it's not personal, but I'm just going to vote against you. You heard it tonight. Every single person in this room who spoke against this development. Every single one. And every single email and phone call that was read was exactly the same. Denial. And y'all sit up here like you know something that nobody else knows, and you vote against your own people. Shame on you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a motion and a second on the floor. And since you want everyone's reasons, my reasons stay the same as they did with my last vote. You cannot disregard Cova Estates. Cova Estates is an unusual outlier. However, all the arguments that have been used against this parcel we're not allowed to use those against Cova Estates. Cova Estates, you cannot, there's no walkability. It has to be automobile use. Cova Estates has flooding issues. Cova Estates has 276 homes. Even though they're mobile homes, they're in a very small area. And I feel for those people in Cova Estates because they have been neglected for the entire time, for the last 20, 30 years, by everybody that's around that area. It's Volusia County, and it's their own infrastructure. For the gentleman that was here, yes, you definitely have infrastructure problems, most certainly. And I am hopeful that this development, being a planned unit development with its stormwater and sanitary sewer, will be able to help out, because no one else has helped you at all. The other comment that I had, I asked early on in this hearing, I asked the attorney for the residents, what is the exemption for ag use? What are the rules for ag use? All of that property is zoned agriculture. A pig farm can come in there tomorrow and wipe everything out and put a retention area in there for the waste. You can have a chicken farm there, you can have a tree farm there, and you can cut every single one of those trees down and plant what you have on the other side of Doyle Road. But you all bank on the fact that that's not going to happen. Everybody banks on the fact that something like that is not going to happen. If that land stays agricultural, and if it becomes a tree farm or a pig farm or chickens, you're not going to save your animals. You're not going to save your flooding. You're not going to save your trees, aside from the buffer that's around there. That's the reality. Look at the parcels, because I looked on the map. Pull up the map and look at all the clear-cut parcels in that entire area that are almost all clear-cut, that are all ag. And lastly, by looking at the Osteen overlay, the JPA, the Osteen Overlay District, when you look at the density that's there, and that was approved by Deltona, and that was approved by Osteen. I wonder how many of you also realize that Volusia County Space Overlay District encompasses not only you, but parts of Enterprise and parts of DeBerry for future land use. That might want to concern you as well, because that's a space overlay district. And it covers the entire area around 415, and then it encompasses areas off of Enterprise as well. So when you look at this parcel, the east side parcel that was brought in front of the county for a down zoning was denied for lesser density than what was proposed. What is going to happen to that parcel now? Is it going to become more dense? All of these things concerning the JPA and the land use and the future land use map factor into the decision that I have come to. And I know that that is not a favorite decision of at least 3 commissioners up here. That's more than obvious. And I respect all of their input, and I respect all of you coming out here. I'm sorry if you don't believe that way, I do. Commissioner McCool?
I would like for us to remember the planning disasters and development disasters that we have had and that we are currently experiencing. We thought that we had done our due diligence with the area over behind Dewey Boster Park. We thought we had done our due diligence with the folks out at Lake Baton Estates, which is right now going to cost us money to abate out there. People's homes are cracking and foundations are cracking out there. We have springs running under people's driveway. We've done the same for infill lots because we haven't done the correct engineering for those areas. So I'm telling you, it's a real issue, and we are doomed to make the same mistakes because we're doing the same thing. Lake Baton Estates right now, plan unit development, and it's literally falling apart because we thought it was okay to build there. The developer switched hands 2 or 3 times, and now you have a whole community of residents out there that are stuck footing the bill for stuff they didn't create. And we're gonna do the same thing. Again, everybody is free to decide and make their own vote, and what we seem to be bypassing, we're using Cove Estates as the scapegoat when the character of the area is going to be forever changed. And mark my words, this is the opening the door for the big guys to come out there. And more than that, and sadder than that, we have just told our community, don't bother coming out anymore to speak. And then we're going to wonder why we have apathy in our community, because what you say doesn't matter. And that's the bigger overreaching message that we have sent tonight. Your opinion doesn't matter. What you want in your community doesn't matter. We know more than you. That's what the message that we have sent to our residents tonight. And that's what I'm as profoundly sad about. That's why people give up. Because all the writing, the showing up, the sitting here until after midnight, we've basically told them that we're smarter than them, we know better what they want in their community, and don't bother coming out anymore. And then we'll be able to count the seats in here again. 4 people showing up to show that they care. You know why? They give up. And that's why. And what's the developer going to do? What is the developer going to bring to the community? He's going to bring a bunch of postage stamp houses, unremarkable, same cookie cutter crap, and then they're going to be gone. Come in, swipe, and be gone. And that's it. That's what they're contributing to the community. And that's what this is going to be left with. So that's the thing that makes me sad. They come in, get what they want, and leave the mess for us to clean up.
Commissioner Sosa?
Okay.
Yeah. After Commissioner Sosa, we will vote, and then we will extend the meeting. Are you okay with that, commissioners? Do you want to extend it right now? All right, let's make a motion to extend the meeting till 1 o'clock. Properly moved by Vice Mayor Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos, to extend the meeting until 1 o'clock. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Carry on. That one's the right one, though. It's 12:15 or something. 12:12. Commissioner Sosa?
Okay. So what I'm hearing is I'm going to base my decision to overdevelop this property based on Cove Estates, because it's the only property in the area that actually has anything that's in a semblance to a house. Now, if we're going to look at the character of that area, we can't look at just at the little slideshow that Mr. Watts put up there. I mean, you have to actually know the area. If you go down Enterprise Osteen Road and you look at the Enterprise Osteen Road, the only thing that's even close to this is Cove Estates. And when they start to flood, guess what happens? They're mostly mobile homes. They can pack their mobile home and go. When you build these houses, 189 of them, they're going to flood because we already know we're in a floodplain. This 136 houses that we're going to talk about, when we get to our consent agenda, let's add another 200 houses to that. And not only that, everybody that surrounds that property, let's add them to the list too, because what are you going to do when you build this property? You're going to have to lift it up, the elevation, so it doesn't flood, but what are you going to do to everybody around this property? You're going to flood them out. It's that simple. I've seen that road. I've driven down Enterprise Osteen Road on good rains. Both lanes are flooded. You can't even drive over parts of it. I mean, this is not the area for this type of a development. If we want to look at the characteristics of that area, Cove Estates is the only housing that is clustered. Everything else is on 2, 5, 10 acres. Just to the south, you have 500 acres of conservation, the D Ranch. Right across from that, I don't know how many acres it is, but that is the Lake Monroe Conservation Area. Okay? This is totally out of characteristic for that area, and basically it's an abomination in that area is what it is, and I'm not quite sure how you can approve this. I just don't understand the rationale behind it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are no more commissioners listed on the speaker note, so may we vote, please? Russ, please read the ordinance one more time. Read the motion.
Madam Mayor,
Okay.
do you want me to read the ordinance?
I would like
into
her to read
record?
the motion first, to be
Okay.
clear.
I hereby move to adopt ordinance number 06-2020 to rezone, give or take 110.43 acre property at second and final reading from the county prime agriculture classification to residential planned unit development featuring no more than 189 units with all proposed changes to the written development agreement based on the following. A, there is adequate infrastructure to support the development, including roadways, school, and utility capacity. B, environmental resources like wetlands, water bodies, and floodplains will be safeguarded. C, based on the preponderance of the urban entitlements allocated to the area by both the county and the city, including but not limited to the Osteen local plan, the rezoning request incompatible with the envisioned urban development of the area. D, significant buffers will be afforded to protect scenic vistas, adjacent agricultural uses, and abutting conservation land. And E, the requested RPUD is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
May you read the ordinance, please?
Yes, ma'am. Ordinance number 06-2020, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 110.43 acres of land located south side of Enterprise Osteen Road from County Prime Agriculture A1 to City of Deltona Residential Planned Unit Development, RPUD, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. May we vote, please? Everyone has to vote. And the motion passes 4-3. We will now take a 5-minute recess. Will you please set the timer for 5 minutes, Liz? Who was that? Who said that?
Congratulations. On what? Piece of shit commission? Not you guys. You can look at me mad all you want.
I'm not mad. I am not mad in the least.
So mad.
I'm sure you are.
That should tell you something, but it doesn't. And you, I don't even give a fuck anymore.
Liz, you set the timer, right, for 5? Thank you. All right. Is there still iced tea back there? You know what?
That would be my dream building.
Yeah, go get you. We got 1 minute and 5 seconds. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Victor. How are you doing in your juice?
Never seen 110 Damn, I could have been.
Oh, just wait till the next roll. No more. Commissioners, we're ready to reconvene. Is that Troy with the beard? I didn't recognize him at first. Is what? He was in Seattle? Really?
Okay, but he knows he's back in Florida, right?
Hey, listen.
Beard. He's like, oh.
It's a lot. No.
You like my husband.
Does he still have the beard?
He's actually.
Okay, commissioners, we're ready to move on to the next item on our agenda. I think we just, let's see if we can roll through this. If we get stuck on a thing, then we'll suspend it, but. Okay, the next item under item 6, ordinances and public hearings. Item B, a public hearing, acceptance of final plat SD 20-0018, Cortlandt Park Phase 1. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioners, Ron Paradise, Plan Development Services. For the record, Cortlandt Park Phase 1 plat represents 117 lot residential subdivision on 29 acres. This plat is part of a larger project that was a 56-acre area approved by the city for 196 units in 2019. This property is generally located in the southeastern corner of the intersection of Doyle and Cortlandt. The plat meets all the technical specifications. It has been reviewed by the City Development Review Committee and by a surveyor hired by the city to ensure that it meet all the technical standards as per Florida Statutes 177. Obviously, there's anticipation there'll be another phase to complete this project. We do recommend that the City Commission accept the plat and direct the mayor to sign on behalf of the city accepting the plat. I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Paradise? Yes, ma'am. Vice Mayor.
Just want to confirm, Ron. So originally when this came to us, it was 196 units, you said?
That's correct.
And now we're down to 117.
No, this is just one phase of it.
Do we know how many's in the second phase?
No, I have not. Presumably, it's going to probably be the rest of the units.
Has anything changed since our last? There really wasn't a lot of information on this one.
Since the rezoning, there's been some ownership change to the project and some changes to, I believe, if memory serves me, to some entrance features and monumentation as well. But the number of units, nothing material has changed. And the PUD rezoning that was approved by the City Commission has not been altered.
Okay, well, can you point out some of those specific changes? I know you said some entrances, and again, it's very late, so I hate to drag this out, but I kind of like to just go through real quick.
If you look at the entrance road, I think they expanded that entrance road, and then some of those islands in there, they created those islands for some monumentation purposes. They don't really show up very well on the plat. And I think somebody's here for the developer on that, could probably speak more to that.
Someone here that can answer the Vice Mayor's questions, please.
I just want to make sure that we are aware of all the changes, because there wasn't a whole lot of information included with this.
Good morning, I'm Candace Hawks, and I'm with Polis & Bennett in Orlando, Florida. The engineer, I'm a consultant for the developer as far as I run the plats through the municipalities. I do know that we're dedicating 10 foot of right-of-way along Doyle Road directly after the plat to Volusia County. So you're going to have 10 foot running all along the frontage of the property. I believe that's on both sides, if I am not mistaken.
10-foot frontage versus 25?
I think it's only 10 on the south side, and then we've got a piece on the north that's not included with this plat.
Mr. Paradise, I thought we generally went with a 25-foot setback.
Oh, I'm not talking setback.
Oh, you're not talking
about right-of-way dedication.
Oh, just a right-of-way
dedication.
Okay, thank you.
Directly after that, we do have another strip of land that is that is open space that will be for utilities, landscaping, easement, wall or fence, whichever the developer decides to put there. And at the very entrance coming in on, I'm going to test my eyesight this morning. 1 second. On Summer Breeze Street, we have 2 islands, which will house the entrance signs. Other than that, we really have not changed much from the original design. I believe we've got the stormwater open space. We've followed all the streets and have a buffer all around the property, including adjacent to Deltona Lakes. There is a buffer there as well, a 10-foot buffer before it hits the lots. And a 15-foot buffer on the south side.
Okay.
Any other
You
questions?
good, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have anybody that signed up for public comment for this? Okay, then we'll close the public comment portion of this. Any other questions? If not, we need a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I hereby move to accept final plat SD 20-0018, Cortlandt Park Phase 1, and I approve the mayor to sign the plat. The acting city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
I'll second that. We have a motion by Vice Mayor Bradford and a second by the mayor. May we vote, please? There's nothing to read here, so we will go ahead and vote. Everyone voted? Can we vote, please? And the motion passes 5-2 with Commissioner King and Commissioner McCool voting no. Now we'll go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda. 7 is old business. We have none. 8A, new business, the discussion regarding the city manager's evaluations. Commissioners and members of the public, we have the evaluations all enclosed in your packet and online for Acting City Manager Mr. Peters, and we said that once this was done and we all produced an evaluation, I'm sure many of you maybe have not spoken to Mr. Peters regarding that evaluation. We were going to go ahead and bring this forward to a commission for a commission meeting to formalize this process. This is the first time that we've done this in this kind of manner. So basically, this is, if anyone has any questions for discussion, we don't need a vote, we don't need anything. This is just to formalize this action. Yes, ma'am. Vice Mayor.
Ms. Joyce, did you get my evaluation?
Yes, I resubmitted the whole agenda.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Thought so.
Okay.
And I will say, I actually went through and read people's comments on this, and I was very happy to see that there was very diverse amount of positive comments on you, Mr. Peters. So, you know, I want to say thank you for being proactive, and thank you for doing as much as you have done in just a short period of time. And, you know, a lot of these items, fortunately, I wasn't able to answer very much to because it has been such a short period of time. So, I just wanted to say I was enlightened to see the positive comments by pretty much everybody. So thank you for all your hard work.
And if there's no more comments, I just want to make a comment. I want to thank the commission for moving forward with this type of an evaluation. I think that it is much better than the 5-question or comment evaluation that we had in the past. I think this forces all of us to look at not only the performance of the manager, but the performance of ourselves and how the city functions. So, Mr. Peters, I apologize that I don't know the date, but I believe that you have a second evaluation coming up. I'm not sure how many months that is.
According to the contract, there's another evaluation coming up in July. I know one of the common threads with the fact that we have not gone through a budget process
Yes.
under my control. So hopefully by the time the evaluation comes around in July, we will have completed the budget process and I can be evaluated on that also.
Okay, thank you, sir. If there's no other comments, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the...
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I have public comment.
Oh, did you have a public comment? I'm sorry, I apologize. Albert?
Bryant?
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, sir.
Albert Bryan, Deltona. You know, I'm a little disappointed. Actually, I'm a little frustrated also, because when I put the agenda out to social media this week, I noticed there was one glaring hole in this whole evaluation. And I come in tonight, even after reading the updated, revised agenda, notice that glowing hole was actually somewhat changed. But in the book back there, that one that was missing on Wednesday and Thursday when I actually put this out is still not in the book. So anybody who didn't, read the revised digital version of this couldn't read that person's eval in the book because they got it in so late. And to me, that's a little frustrating as a citizen, especially because this is Earth Week and y'all just killed the Earth with that last vote y'all had. And when a commissioner can't do her job on time and then throws a vote like that, it really makes the citizens wonder if y'all take this job seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's it. Okay, closes the public comment. Now we'll go to public forum. Do you have anyone that signed up to speak for public forum?
Okay, I'm just going to call the names. I think they're all gone. Richard Bellick, Doug McDonald, Albert Bryant.
Might as well come up, Albert.
And Urelis Navis, and Deborah Archer.
Albert Bryan, Deltona. Man, this is amazing how we vote to kill the Earth on Earth Week. Man, that's just amazing to me. So, I'm going to bring this up. Y'all can do with it what you really want to, but somebody up here needs to make a motion that we change the LDR to 3 different categories. Instead of having LDR from 0 to 6 houses, we have LDR as 0 to 2 houses. And then we go medium density residential, 2 to 4 houses. And then high density residential, 4 to 6 houses. And by doing this, maybe we solve some of this heartache that you heard tonight. Because I don't know a developer in the city, county, state that wants to actually come up here and say he wants high-density development. And that's what you just voted on, whether you like it or not, whether you like the sound of it or not. You just voted on high-density, stupid growth. There's no smart growth there at all. None whatsoever. Now, the one that you just voted on at Cortland, that can somewhat be considered smart growth because it's houses on top of houses. Right over the land, you can see rooftops. Here, you can't see rooftops anywhere you stand on that property hardly. So I hate to tell you all this, when you make a vote like that, it just shows your ignorance to what is actually in the area. Now, to say mobile homes that can get up and move is actually a resident? That's interesting to me. Yeah, they pay property taxes on the lot. They don't actually pay property taxes on the home that they can move, unless it's a manufactured home. Now, a manufactured home, they do pay property taxes on, but mobile homes, they pay a lot tax. Interesting. So, if we take and make a motion to change this, so we have 3 actual categories. Low density means low density then. Medium density actually means medium density then. And high density, well, we can just call that stupid growth.
Thank you, sir.
Deborah Archer. Wanda Van Dam, please.
Whoops, sorry. Thank you. I've been here since about 6:30, and I have to say I'm extremely confused. We look at Cove Estates and we say we can't ignore Cove Estates, but we're ignoring the agriculture on the other side, we're ignoring the conservation down here, and we're ignoring all the large lot residential to the north. So I'm trying to reconcile how you can't ignore Cove Estates, but you can ignore 270 degrees around it. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with that one. It was brought up, Mark has said this over and over, this area has been planned for development. This parcel was never planned for development. This parcel was never put into an urban category. The county left everything on the south side of Enterprise Osteen Road into a rural category. It's never planned for urban. So when Mark keeps going this area, this parcel was never considered part of that area. Agriculture, what can you do with the property? Yes, you can take out trees. Yes, you have to pay attention to the wetlands. There are best management practices, but no traffic. No matter what you do with ag, you are not going to put 1,900 cars a day onto a road that we already know is a dangerous substandard road. The whole downzoning, or the lack of downzoning. You have been told several times now that that was not denied by council because they felt that the area needed the more dense and intense development. It was denied by council, and that's why we turned in the record tonight. It was denied by council because they wanted to look at the area as a whole, instead of taking one piece and saying, okay, let's change the land use here, and then let's wait and see what all of these other people with the same land use decide to do. They said, no. If we're going to start changing land uses, we have to look at every parcel that has that land use before we start making a change on one. So I appreciate the time you put into this. I appreciate everybody's efforts, but quite frankly, I don't know where you came up with your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Closes public comments.
Okay, public comment portion of the meeting is done. Now we'll have a consent agenda. Is there anyone that wants, are there any comments on consent agenda items? No, okay. On consent agenda this evening, we have item 11A, request for approval of the task authorization with ROCA controls for the IP video system improvement projects at 11 water treatment plant sites in accordance with their agreement with the City of Deltona and RFQ number PW18-04 for supervisory control and data acquisition SADA system upgrades and maintenance. Item B, request for approval of the task authorization with Dewberry Engineers for post-design services for the LCAM paved shoulders segment 1 project in accordance with their agreement with the City of Deltona and RFQ number PW17-06 for on-call civil engineering services. Item C, I would actually like to pull item C. So we'll move to item D, request approval to award bid number PW 2020-12 to PNS Paving, Inc. in the amount of $1,062,300.62 for the construction of the Alcam paved shoulders segment 1 from Sylvia Drive to Fort Smith project. Item E, request approval to award bid number PW 2021-04, lawn and landscaping services to McMaster Lawn and Pest Services to provide citywide lawn and landscaping services for the various stormwater, water, and wastewater plants and parks and recs locations. And item F, request for approval to purchase computers and accessories for the mobile computer upgrade project. So we need a motion for items A, B, D, E, F.
I would like to pull item D, please.
D?
D.
Okay. So then we need approval of A, B, E, and F. And Commissioner Ramos, did you want to, are you on the board?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That being said, if no one else is pulling any other item, I move to approve agenda item A, B, E, and F.
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Vice Mayor Bradford. Commissioner Vasquez, did you want to pull anything?
No, I was going to make a motion.
Okay, if we, let's see, let's go ahead and vote on items A, B, E, and F. And the motion passes 7-0. Next up, we have item C, the request approval of the task authorization with Mead & Hunt for the procurement of elevation certificates for properties constructed since 2014 with a special flood hazard designation attached to the property in accordance with their agreement with the city of Deltona. The reason I'm pulling that is it was mentioned in this last commentary for the rezoning. This was pointed out. Mr. Peters, can you please clarify why item C is on the consent agenda and why we are doing this? Item C, because it was pointed out, I wanted to pull it one way or the other, but it was brought up in the conversation of the last rezoning.
Okay, you want to know why it was on the consent agenda as opposed?
No, I want to know why we are having to do elevation certificates for properties constructed since 2014, and why are we having to pay this out now?
All right, what happened is we had a recent review of our community rating system. This occurs periodically with FEMA. It was determined, we were aware of a problem. We actually self-reported that there appeared to be a number of elevation certificates that were missing. These are typically required as part of the building permit process. And so we had Pegasus Engineering and their staff work with our GIS folks in Public Works and Planning and Zoning in the Building Department to go through the files. We determined that there was as many as 134 residential structures, I believe. I'm not looking at my notes right here, but I believe it's 134. And so we looked at various ways of accomplishing this. There was going to be over $25,000 no matter how we did it. So we knew we were going to be bringing it to commission, although I would have brought it to you all anyway because of the sensitivity of the issue. And so rather than going through an RFQ process to get a surveyor on board, we elected to go through Mead & Hunt to have them handle the surveying element. We're hopeful that as we go through this, that some of these people, as part of their mortgage application, had to get an elevation certificate that way, and we will be able to get that information. Number will come down, but there's no guarantees of that. We may not be able to find out. And then so in order to get in compliance in abeyance, we're going to go ahead and get it done, turn it into the community rating folks, and keep our status as subsidized flood insurance as opposed to full cost flood insurance through the CRS program.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, any other questions on this?
Yep.
Go for it.
I wanted to find out why we didn't have the elevation certificates.
The nicest way to say it is that there were certain people that were responsible for these elevation certificates. It wasn't done. They're not employed with the city anymore. Not really related to this, but as it turns out, they're not employed with the city anymore. So, therein lies the problem. We have put some checks in place to where this will not happen in the future. We have 3 different departments that are now involved. That is Public Works, Planning and Zoning, and the Building Department. So there are 3 checks on this now so that this doesn't happen again in the future.
Are we in complete compliance now? Are we missing any certificates, engineering reports on any properties in Deltona at this juncture that you're aware of?
Ma'am, I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Does this bring us into compliance? I know that we now have elevation certificates, or were there other issues that we have that need to be addressed as far as compliance goes? Any certificates, any engineering plans, anything with any properties that or developments that we have going on right now that we are trying to correct?
No, ma'am. We are in full compliance and everything else but the elevation certificate.
Vice Mayor Bradford and then Commissioner Sosa.
Well, that was going to be my question, is what are we doing to assure that we're not going to have this happen again, was my number 1 question. Thank you for answering that. And it was brought up earlier that we were going to lose our accreditation, and I just want clarification that, are we going to lose accreditation, but you're saying we're just going to have reduced?
Probably the biggest change that's occurred is Public Works is now involved. We make the determination that the property is in the flood zone in any way, shape, or form. If it touches the flood zone at any point, it requires an elevation certificate. So Public Works is now involved in that process. And like I said, it's now a 3-step process. But no, Public Works is the one who is in charge of the community rating system now. And so it's their responsibility to ensure that these things are checked out.
Are we having to buy any of these properties back, or?
Pardon me?
Are we having to purchase any of these properties? Are we having to buy any properties or, do anything at a high expense?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sosa.
Yeah, that's where I was going. How many of these properties out of the 136 are actually within a floodplain?
All 134.
They're all in a floodplain.
Well, let's clarify here, okay? Because there's a lot of confusion about how floodplains work. There is 2 separate definitions of floodplains. There is a floodplain map determination, which is a horizontal distance. When you look at the map, you measure from an intersection, and it's 320 feet to the edge of the floodplain. Then you go to the plat, and you measure that same distance, and if it touches the property, that is considered to be in the floodplain. Now, for the purposes of insurance, it's an elevation. So that's what triggers the elevation certificate. Because you may have, when I lived in Southwest Virginia that had large elevation changes, I oftentimes had to deal with properties where there was a 30-foot elevation change on the property. Yes, down by the creek, it was in the floodplain, but the house was 25 feet above the floodplain. And so we would get an elevation certificate, prove it wasn't in the floodplain. And since the flood insurance only covers the house and its contents, if it is not in the floodplain by elevation, they should not be required to have insurance. However, the the part I said in the beginning about the horizontal part, the federal laws regarding mortgage companies, they do the horizontal method. And so there's oftentimes that people will have an elevation certificate that shows they're not in the floodplain. But because the mortgage company, by federal law, have to use the horizontal distance now, not like back in the 80s and 90s, they will still require flood insurance, even though we have an elevation certificate that says that the house isn't in the floodplain. So it's frustrating as a floodplain manager to have people who are nowhere near being in the actual floodplain by elevation, who still have to get flood insurance because of the mortgage company's requirement under federal law.
How many houses has the city of Deltona purchased because we allowed building in the floodplain?
Can you ask that one more time?
How many houses has the city of Deltona had to purchase because we allowed them to be built in a floodplain?
I'm not aware of any.
None?
None.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Here comes Ron. I saw that coming.
Yeah, at one time, the city did purchase houses along the Beachdale corridor and along Fort Smith, and I think it was about 5 dwelling units. Just as a footnote, the city of Deltona did not permit those houses. They were permitted under the county's jurisdiction way back in the day.
Okay, are we good on this item? Good, sir? And let's vote on this, please.
So move.
Properly moved by Vice Mayor, or Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Vice Mayor Bradford. May we vote, please? Thank you for the notice that we needed a motion. Motion passes 7-0, and now, Commissioner McCool, you wanted to pull item D?
I did.
It's all yours, baby.
I just wanted to, again, ask, when we're talking about, how many bids was this sent out on? How many?
4.
4 bids.
4 bids.
I'm sorry, I couldn't follow along in the paperwork because I'm tired.
4.
It was, this is, the LCAM paved shoulders is part of our LAP program that we're doing with the state of Florida. And they had to go through the laborious LAP process. We had to get approval from DOT every step of the way, including the bid process. And this was bid. All the bidders were below the engineer's estimate, which was nice to have. And so actually, this came in well under our expected cost, but it is a low bid.
Do we always get like the lowest, do we always take the lowest bid?
If it's responsible.
Well, the term is lowest responsible bid.
Okay.
And we do look at the contractor's past history. We look to see if there's an obvious error in the bid, things of that nature. But in this particular case, they were the lowest responsible bid, and the DOT agreed also with regard to the recommendation for approval.
Well, pave away, baby. Pave away.
Who wants to make the motion? I don't know that. Properly made by Commissioner Avila Vasquez. Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Dana, you don't have to worry about it. May we vote, please?
Why do they do that?
I think it automatically goes off at a certain time.
Can we don't we have a city manager that can change that?
Motion passes 7-0. Everyone's getting punch drunk up here. Okay, any commission special reports and requests this evening, ladies and gentlemen?
Yep.
Let's hear it.
I don't know what the proper procedure is, but I would like to ask that our city manager get to the business of constructing the different stages of density, like we've talked about and we've skirted around. So whatever we need to make that happen, if you could start working on that, that would be fantastic. because I understand that we can't do that once, construction, blah, 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 and has started, all right, our project has started. And I would like to see how that applies at this juncture for the development that we just passed as far as their vested rights interest goes. If you could look into that also, that would be great.
Okay, commissioners, are we in agreement that Mr. Peters can look into looking at the different definitions of density?
Yes.
Everyone? Yes, okay. You have your direction.
Well, let me get clarification here. What is looking at versus doing versus bringing something back?
Doing, because
Doing and bringing back.
Doing and bringing back, because we've had this discussion. I don't know if you've had it with anyone else before. I know that you and I've certainly had it, that there are a limited number of options that we can bring in those densities. So what I would like to see is, like Mr. Bryant said, which he was reading off of my paper up here, those were my notes, that we present that and as soon as possible so that we act like we are making progress on choices that we have for development. I also asked Ms. Marcia today when I was speaking with her that y'all have done, Ron, a great job, you and Marcia and whoever else worked on it, with presenting us options when it comes to approving or denying. With that, I would also like to see the motion in the staff report to deny, and I would like to see the verbiage in that so we're not guessing if we want to deny a motion or a project also.
With regard to the future land use map and the future land use designations, if I may be so bold to suggest, perhaps we ought to workshop this item in the near future. I know we've got a lot of workshops going on, so we can sit down and explain exactly what we have now and also explain some of the legal ramifications of modifying the density ranges within the city's comprehensive plan.
I would like to see that as soon as possible. I understand that we have a lot to work on, but I don't think that moving at the speed of what we're moving at development, that it deserves to be looked at post-haste.
Well, I think that the important thing that Ron is alluding to, I'll try to put it in slightly different context, is one of the most difficult parts is we have a lot of land in the city that's under the current low-density residential. And one of the legal hurdles that we're going to have is, if you have, say, the Cortland project, which is right at 4 units to an acre, that fall in the medium. The projects you all approved tonight is in that same 2 to 4 range. So, it's going to be an interesting exercise to see how we can change the land use to match what's already out there to the new ones. That's why I was joking about you want us to look into it, because we need to take a legal, planning look at it, administrative, as to how we can get there.
I have all the confidence in the world in our staff. We have the best. We have you, Mr. Peters, we have Marcia, and we have Ron, and I'm sure that y'all can make short work of it. I have all the confidence in the world with you.
Well, thank you, but we also have there's vesting and Bert Harris, and we're in an area that gets very complicated, and so that's going to have to be discussed too.
I understand that also. That's why I asked you to look at the vested rights as you go along. I noticed that in some past contracts that there are none. So I would like for you to take a look at that, because as I said, as we move along, doing this quickly, which is best for our city, because listen, I think that if we can approve development at the speed of light, then we can approve this at the speed of light also, because we need to for the smart growth of our city. So I understand.
And this is my area of expertise, and I'm happy to work with Ron and the city manager to
So post-haste is like within, post-haste.
And I think that Ryan's concern is the legality and changing something that it's not within the city's permission to change, whether it be county or state. I think that's what he was going towards, having a workshop.
And if I may add, Ron has a lot on his plate right now. We have some very significant projects coming in that you all will be glad to hear about when we make the announcement. And so consequently, am likely going to recommend that we bring a consultant in to do majority of this work. We will oversee it, we will advise them, but we just need the labor in order to get it done. So do not be surprised if when we come back with a consultant contract to have them do this exercise for us, because right now we're just really swamped with some excellent development projects.
And I understand and appreciate that greatly, because I do want growth for our city. I know that it would not seem like that by all appearances, but I do want growth, but I want it smart also. And again, I have full confidence in y'all's ability to do that, but we can't continue to build the way that we're building. What I mean by that is that there has to be absolute clarity in what we expect out of our city growth. And I think that it's important enough, again, I say, that we work on it post haste.
Vice Mayor and Commissioner King and Commissioner Vasquez, if you all either are speaking on this subject or want to have a special request or report.
Yeah, no, I agree with the workshop, because I believe when this came up before, it was either this one or another one, we actually asked for a workshop already to have this reviewed. So have we gone anywhere with that, or not at all?
Not at all.
Because it does need to be done, so we can actually workshop it and we can address this, because I don't think individuals realize how we are tied to abiding by those regulations. So, you know, this was something that I want to say November we asked for a workshop on this. So, yeah, but, you know, so it is kind of important that we get this workshop scheduled. That's part of us doing our job here, so our residents can see as well that we do want to move forward, and we want to move forward, as Ms. McCool says, the Honorable Commissioner McCool says, with some smart growth, and we got to do it within those boundaries. But in order to do it within those boundaries, we have to make adequate changes. So I am for a workshop as well.
Commissioner King?
A very wise man told me that if you continue to approve PURD or RPUD zoning, that your system is broken. And the mayor sits here and shakes her head, yes, so she agrees. We have got to do something now to fix this. And I would suggest that we put some kind of a pause on residential development until we get our plans, our strategic and our comp plan and everything else worked out, so that we know what we want, what low density is, what medium density is, what high density is, and get that out so that when developers do come in here, we have something in place that they can see and work off of. We are over a barrel here, because every single person that comes in here says, well, it's low density, it's low density. And you got to be blind or just plain ignorant to believe that 6 houses per acre is really low density. It's not. It's not. And we need to fix that. So I'm in favor of a workshop. I'm in favor of getting this done. In my opinion, this is a priority.
Yep.
Because we are not listening to our citizens. We're kowtowing to developers, and there's people up here and out there that do not want this high, quote unquote, density development, but we're getting it. And it's like, oh, we can't do anything about it. We're just going to let them come in. And we think that they're doing us a favor when they say, oh, we won't put in 228 houses, we'll just put in 189. And it's still 2.3 acres or houses per acre. But you look at those maps real close, because the buildable property is way less than what they can actually build on. And when you take those maps and you start putting a square around, draw a square around an acre of property on those maps where those houses are going to be, you're going to find 14 houses in an acre of property. And that's the way it is.
Yep.
And that's the kind of stuff we need to fix. That is completely wrong. And quite frankly, it was completely wrong where we let them do it this evening. And I will apologize to the commission for my comments earlier. It's just very frustrating to sit here and have so many citizens say what they want, and we just completely ignore it and vote totally against our own P&Z board, against all the residents, against all of the emails, everything. It was wrong. And although I'm apologetic, I think people will remember when it comes election time, the decisions that are made were made tonight. So we need to do something about this right away. And I hope that our wise man that, well, a wise man who gave me some good advice on our PUD can help us get there in a hurry.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a request for Mr. Peters. If I can have a list for District 3, and I think we spoke about this, of all the approved projects, the ones that have been started and the ones that are on hold. And this is for District 3. Mayor, and if you allow me, I'll make my comment because I don't know when I'll get the mic again. I just want to put a shout out to the youth soccer Deltona club. I mean, we were out there Wednesday giving them awards, and we had a wonderful time. They did a great time. I think there must have been about 300 kids out there. And also kudos to the our local Masons. The cornhole tournament on Saturday went really well. It was not such a big turnout that they wanted because of the rain, but they really had good people competing against each other. So that's my comments, and I'm tired.
Okay, good. You're wrapped up. Vice Mayor. She rolled her request and her comments in at one, all in one. Did you have a request?
Yeah, I've got a kind of request, and I'm trying to tone down how I want to say it. Don't take that wrong, okay? So you and I have talked about this, but I've had a few trades, we'll just leave it at trades, that I've spoken to recently in the construction industry, gotta hate to even bring that up right now, that have brought up inspections. And when I'm talking to them, the first thing that they're saying is it starts off the city, the city, the city, and when it comes back, it's not the city, it was somebody we've contracted that has represented the city and in fact makes our building department look bad. You know, on the flip side, once I say, well, who was it? Was it, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say the company, was it Universal or was it Deltona? And when they tell me it was, you know, well, they didn't have a Deltona vehicle or a jacket on, then I'm like, it was probably Universal, and come to find out it was. And that was on more than one occasion. Just in the last 2 weeks, I've heard it 4 times that a Universal inspector has gone to a job site and been beyond rude, disrespectful, and that's unacceptable, especially in the growth period that we're having right now. So I don't think the last time the person said that they were not wearing a city jacket, but our building department has done strides in the last few years to make some drastic changes to change that reputation, and to have an outside firm come in representing Deltona, and these individuals and businesses, they have no idea that it's not Deltona. I really want that to be looked at. I don't know if that's something we can bid. Is there other firms, organizations? Because I have talked to a few of these individuals that have complained to me, and one of the things that they have expressed to me is this has been going on for years. Or I was speaking to an engineer recently, and he says, yeah, he said that's just what their MO is. They give cities that bad reputation. So I don't know if that's something that, you know, we can look really long and hard at, because like I said, our staff has done a phenomenal job on creating a better atmosphere in customer service and in that building and department, that it's not fair to them to have their reputation tarnished because an outside firm is doing that. So I would really appreciate it if we can get that looked into and addressed and squashed before it goes any farther.
Yes, ma'am, you've spoken to me about it before, and we are looking into it. There
I've
are
had new
a number
complaints.
of firms that are available who do this type work. One of the struggles we're having in the building department, as well as other municipal building departments, is the private sector building inspection services are paying very, very competitive salaries. And so we're struggling to keep our people because they will leave and go make $20,000 more working for a private company. So it's something we're going to have to take a good hard look at from top to bottom in terms of how we maintain our staffing so that the day-to-day work should be fine. As far as I'm concerned, the only time that we should be using an outside inspection service would be when we are extremely busy with permits and the like, which we are right now, to fill in the gap, because we do not want to have a building department staffed at a level of, say, 1,000 houses a year, and then you have a year where you only have 500 houses. One of my goals is for the building department to become an enterprise account, much like Deltona Water is, where it is a self-sustaining business. What they bring in pays for the operation. The general fund does not subsidize it. I have an inherent problem with people like Mr. Bryant with his taxes paying to subsidize the building inspection services for people who use it, primarily developers. So one of the things we're looking at in the budget is to make the building department an enterprise account to where they are self-sustaining. They would have a salary structure where they can be staffed properly. So we're looking at that as, like I said, as part of the budget process. And I am very much aware of your situation, and we are following up on it.
Yeah, well, I haven't reached out to you, but I've had 40 complaints since I talked to you, so.
Okay, that'll close special reports and requests. City Attorney, any comments? City Manager, any comments?
Just a reminder that this Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock, 8:30, is our annual ethics training. Through the help of the mayor, we were able to get the League of Cities to come in and do the training at the center. It's going to be open to all the localities around here, but I'm very proud to have that type of training at our center. It will be good for people to see it. And then the mayor recently had a function over in the Seminole County area, and she got some very positive reviews from Seminole County residents about our center. So it was very proud and humbling to hear that from people from outside of our area.
Okay, we'll go to City Commission comments. Commissioner Avila Vasquez, you are done. Commissioner Sosa, you wait, hold on. She's
Just
got one
one
more.
thing, and going back to what Mr. Peters said, why are you shaking your head, Mr. King? I give you your time. But I just want to say that the people that were playing in the tournament on Saturday, they were from outside, and they just love the center. They could not believe how beautiful it is inside. So just want to put it out there.
Thank you. Commissioner Sosa? Commissioner Ramos? He's like, well, me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to remind folks, tomorrow we're having the District 5 code enforcement over at West Crowell. There's a blood drive at Thursday from 9 to 2 p.m. over at Halifax UF Health Center of Deltona. And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Peters and Parks and Recreation. I think we had a pretty good success with Family Health Source with the vaccine. There was a change last minute, but we were able to serve 234 individuals with the vaccine, and we'll be using the site again so they can come back to West Crowell to take their second shot.
Commissioner McCool?
I want to find out, I'm going to be out of town on Wednesday. I cannot attend the ethics class. I'm so sorry. Could you tell me if I'm able to take it online again? It's been within 6 months since I've had it. Could you straighten that out for me?
I think look in the Volusia League of or Florida League of Cities. They should have something online as well.
Yeah, so I'm really sorry that I'm not going to be there with you guys.
Letting us down, girl. Commissioner King? I'm going to say, that's it. Vice Mayor, anything for you?
Yes, I want to apologize for not turning in on time Mr. Peters' evaluation. I have no excuse. I was having a little bit of a problem printing it out, but that's no excuse. So I am very sorry. Thank you for pointing it out, Albert. I am guilty. Thank you.
Okay, and I just have the one comment about the ethics training and so forth, and I did do a State of the Region in Seminole County last Friday, and the one thing, the gentleman completely went off script and said, we're not going to follow whatever we told you. And so the one thing he did say as he was chatting, he said, I know something about each one of your cities, and he kind of just pointed out it was Lake Mary, Sanford, DeBary, and Deltona. And the thing he pointed out about Deltona was our center. And it was very cool that he chose to use that about Deltona. And he said, and he called it, and I quote, an architectural marvel. He said, it's amazing, it's gorgeous. And, he said afterwards, we need to talk and see how we can go ahead and get you guys some more business from the whole region and get people to come over there, because he was very, very complimentary, as were other people over at the zoo where they had that event. So just want to put a little shining star on Deltona for the evening. Thank you all for staying so late, listening, and commissioners, we are adjourned.